This works like, oh, this is hilarious.
He knows me and he hates me.
He knows me and he hates me. Does he? Does he know you like for real? Like he knows of you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's hilarious. Yeah, I saw you pop in yesterday or a couple days ago or something like that. I wanted to say hi to you, but you just popped in and then popped out.
Yeah, sometimes your content with the
Yeah,
aliens and
sometimes
stuff.
your
I'm just
content
like,
with the aliens and stuff. I'm just like,
I want to go record Roger Mayhem.
I want to go record Roger Mayhem. So, so I'm glad you brought that up. What do you think about all of these drones? And did you see any by any chance?
No,
What do you think they're trying to cover up? Why is it happening?
I don't know how you're are if
I
you're
don't know how
recording
you're
this,
recording this.
but
Am I? Yeah, it's on replays.
no. The problem is when I'm talking, I
No,
hear
the problem
myself.
is when I'm talking. Oh, let me mute up.
Yeah, I don't know why that's reverberating like that. I haven't seen any. Not here in Chicago, and the stuff I've seen on the internet, they just look like fucking drones to me. And it's probably government employees doing it. So they're, just using taxpayer dollars to fly shit around. I've heard things that, on the Roger Mayhem show, they were saying that it's the Chinese doing capability testing, which I don't think is right. And then that other guy, some other guy was like, the government knows exactly what's happening and they're not talking about it. And then you have the UFO people. I'm just like, it's not fucking UFOs, it's fucking drones. We know what drones are. And then in New York City, they found one. I saw a picture of a cop with a huge drone, which are they're very expensive drones. So to me, it's just a big nothing burger. you know. But I did see today that they confirmed that the Chinese actually did build a police station in Manhattan, in Times Square.
How are they able to get away with that bullshit?
The guy who built it, he's getting, I think, 5 years in jail.
Oh, really? So they're gonna get him jailed? But I don't even understand why he thought he could. And but what's the charge? He gets 5 years in jail for what? For now that's an act of terrorism, not the guy that killed the CEO. Hey, let me ask you something. What do you think about that guy that killed the CEO of United Healthcare?
Yeah, he's fucked. I don't know. They're probably gonna execute him.
I don't know. They're probably going to execute him. I thought New York City doesn't have the death penalty.
It's coming back, baby.
It's coming back, baby. Is it coming back? Holy shit.
It's got it.
Dude. Got it. That blows my mind. I heard that. I was like, he's probably gonna get the death penalty, but I always thought that New York City has no death penalty, and I thought the feds have no death penalty.
I don't know. This is one of those things where it's like they want to make a case out of it and they want to make an example out of it, and that's what they do. When you attack a high profile person, they believe they have to make an example. And did you see Mayor Eric Adams marching him to the helicopter with with the 20 guys with rifles? It looked like fucking Bane from Batman.
Yeah.
Or the Joker. Right. They're giving him publicity.
But giving him publicity. Yeah, sure, right. No, but here's a conundrum on that. It's like he killed the CEO, and that was not right, and that was murder, and we have laws against that. And I don't think, in principle, he did a wrong, right? But could arguably say hundreds, by denying health care claims.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in essence, that's also murder. So if they deny you your cancer treatment or a special surgery that you need because it's going to keep you alive, and they deny it and you die because you don't have that procedure, isn't that murder?
No.
And it's almost premeditated.
I don't think it's the same.
When their systems, okay, but when their systems deny your claim, and then you die, they gotta know that when they deny that claim, they're gonna die. See, I think it's exactly the same, and I think that that's part of the problem in our country, that the poor, quote unquote, right? Let's say that's you and I. We get held to every standard and law in this country, but people like the CEO of United Healthcare, they could be indirectly killing people by denying claims, and they're not held accountable. I think we should make some new laws where people like that CEO, instead of, this, in other words, this happened, he died, simply because we're not holding people like him accountable. So if we want to keep people from killing CEOs, we should hold the CEOs accountable.
Yeah, well, good luck. It's not going to happen. There is no accountability in many different categories. And, I won't say the V word, VAX, I'll say ZAV. But if what you're saying is true, then we should be making mass arrests for individuals and officials who were involved in the distribution of an experimental cocktail, which killed a lot of people. So, again, there's no accountability. This kid is a little fucking psychopathic rat. After he killed him, he went to McDonald's and had a hash brown. So, clearly he has a mental derangement.
And he was smiling. He was happy, man. He was like, I did it.
I know, but that's not an accomplishment. If he found a cure to cancer, if he helped somebody, cure their physical disability, like, that's a good thing. What he did is just terrorism and murder, violated the law, and he's going to suffer the consequences. The thing about achieving power through assassination is he didn't achieve any power, and even if he got away with it, he still would not have achieved power with his actions. So in a political assassination like Kennedy, who became the most powerful person in the world after the assassination? Lyndon Johnson. So that's an actual successful assassination with far-reaching repercussions, implications. So again, this kid is just a fucking loser. I mean, I don't know if you saw any of the stuff that he posted on the internet, but it doesn't matter. He's fucked now. Like, he ruined his life, and he's gonna fry. And if I could get the job to be the guy who pulls the plug, and executes him, I would do it. Bye.
What?
I'd have to get.
No way.
I'd have to get. I'd have to get paid. Yeah. I'm totally open to being a federal executioner.
Hey, let me ask you something. Now, I remember you told me you were in the military. Did you tell me you were in the CIA or like in special?
No, I was just in the Army National Guard.
But were you like intelligence?
I was intelligence, yeah.
You were intelligence. Yeah, I remember you said something like that. I couldn't remember.
So you don't understand. Intelligence It's just a label they give you. Every young soldier when they graduate ROTC gets to choose like there's like 4 or 5 different branches in the army, like artillery, intelligence, police, engineering, infantry. I just chose, it's called your dream sheet, and I just chose intelligence. But just because you're intelligence doesn't mean you're exposed to anything secret. In fact, it's just the opposite. You realize how stupid everybody is and that there is no intelligence. It's just one giant army of morons.
Okay, so where I was going with this question is, since you were in the military and you were ranking up there pretty high, um, could you say, in your opinion, that our government is hiding information about aliens?
Based off of the years that I served and the places that I went, I never saw any evidence of anything hidden, any intelligence, nothing sophisticated. And to me, it's all just smoke and mirrors, paper tigers, lies, propaganda, disinformation, misinformation. And the reason why they perpetuate the concept of UFOs and aliens is so they can keep getting the $1 trillion a year in defense spending. Because if the Russians are defeated, if the Chinese are defeated, we have to have an external enemy in order to keep producing all this fake money. And that's the real reason why we have UFOs and we have pandemics and we have civil unrest. I mean, it's general. My uncle believes that it's all tied to the Federal Reserve, that they are the perpetuators of this American insanity.
Right. Now let me ask you this. In all fairness, you were not in any of those programs. Like, for example, you always hear about Roswell as the example, and when supposedly the supposed crash landing of this alien craft happened. There was a lot of eyewitness accounts. Some were military, right? A lot of them ended up becoming a whistleblower, and then some of them were like just regular citizens that saw them take this spacecraft away. Do you think that there's a possibility that we truly have agencies within the military, within the government? The reason I ask you this is because just recently, last week, Congress was interviewing these UFO experts, and many of them were former military, like you. And they told Congress that we have bodies, we retrieve bodies from these crash sites, and we have spacecraft from the crash sites. And I believe that in our lifetime, your lifetime and my lifetime, our government is going to be forced to come clean and say, yeah, we've been lying to you this whole time. We did it for your own good because we knew that once we told you we were not alone, that you would freak out, right? You wouldn't want to pay your taxes anymore, whatever. What do you think about those hearings that they had with Congress telling them that the bodies? I don't know if you saw them. Did you see the hearings by any chance?
With Nancy Mace?
Yeah, they're all over social media now. The clips.
Yeah. I just go back to the thing that, in the government and maybe even in corporations, but in the government, they always just say projects and programs. So as an Army officer, I would say that because the Army deals mostly with the land and the Air Force deals with the sky, I would say that like an Air Force captain, like my cousin is a colonel, was a colonel, he's retired now, but he also flies American Airlines. And so he has seen the skies his whole life. Like he would be the guy to ask, have you ever seen unidentified flying objects? Because if he has, and he's seen silver orbs, flying at 1,000 miles an hour or faster, I mean, I could ask him, but he doesn't really talk to me anymore. I could try to give him a call, but the point is, when government people or former military people say, we've recovered alien bodies and we have alien spacecraft. I mean, you know who Art Bell was, right? On like 7:20, 8:90 a.m. or whatever. Like every night he would have people just call in and talk about their alien abduction experience. To me, it's like a form of content, or it's a category of content, just like talking about abortions, gun rights, property taxes, eminent domain. I mean, there's 100 things you could talk about. Aliens and UFOs are just one of those things to talk about. I've never seen a miracle. I've never seen something that can't be explained. I've seen coincidences, and I've seen karma, or I've seen synchronicities, but I have never ever seen a miracle, a UFO, an alien. I've only seen Democrats, liberals, progressives, and vaccinologists. To me, those are the most dangerous uh, people walking the planet, which are called clowns. So those are technically the clowns from Mars, the clowns from outer space. Those are the dangerous people. Those are the people who don't know the Constitution and just think they can make shit up and make up laws and rules and shove it down our throats and call you a racist and call you a bigot, call you a homophobe, call you transphobic. All their games are coming to an end. But the war in Russia is real. Did you see they just blew up the general in Moscow? Like that is a major provocation.
They did what?
They flew a drone into the side of a government building and killed a general and his assistant as they were leaving the office. So, they're fucking around with a very dangerous country, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a nuclear bomb go off. You might see it go off on Christmas. Then you're going to be like, well, there's no aliens or UFOs anymore, because you're not going to talk about it, because then you're going to be shitting a brick. You're going to see the stock market drop 40%. You're going to see the retirements and the pensions of all these baby boomers who are feeling fat and rich right now because the stock market's still high. Wait till they have to go back to work because their portfolios have just been, obliterated and disappeared. It happened in '08 during the financial crisis when all the banks were insolvent, and the banks are still insolvent. So, fractional reserve banking doesn't exist on paper, it exists in databases. And just go try to withdraw your cash. They don't. Have you ever gone to a bank? They don't even want to give you the cash in your own account. You're like, can I have my money, please? They're like, what do you need it for?
I know, that's so fucked up, man. Like, like my clients, because the banking system is so fucked up, right? If I do a kitchen remodel for you, the payments, right? I get you to write me a check. I take your check and I go the same day to the bank and cash it, right? And you would be so surprised how these freaking banks act like it's their money and they don't want to cash the check that my client just wrote. They have to. They do it, but they do it with such disdain. It's crazy. I'm like, dude, it ain't even their money.
I know. So, people get debanked. I mean, I have a friend that has a cannabis business. He's been debanked many, many times. And now he's the guy who invited me to this app, and he's not really my friend anymore, but he actually has a new company coming out. It's called paynow.com. It's like a Bitcoin exchange marketplace. We'll see if it ever launches, but dude, crypto's no joke, man. I mean, talking about trillions of dollars in market cap. I go to the Bitcoin room on here all the time, and some people are very smart and very successful, and they're actually doing software development, and they have millions of dollars in Bitcoin. and some people have made a lot of money in Bitcoin, but they're also just like obnoxious humans, and people who brag, like Elon Musk is bragging about not bragging, but I don't know. I think some people just say really annoying, toxic shit because they're trying to be funny and create content. Um, so I don't know. I mean, the biggest threat to human, to at least the American way of life, and the America as opposed to just the world, really is the anti-constitutionalists, the vaccinologists, um, the big spenders, and we need small government. We have to right size the government. We have to right size the military. We have to right size the CIA, the IRS, the FBI, the NSA, and the 300 or 435 other federal agencies. And uh, we have to we have to totally destroy the tax code and like just simplify it completely because it's so much information, and there's so many requirements that like tax compliance is impossible, and the accounting industry, and the legal framework, it's all to blame, because over the course of 70 years of tax compliance, it's just people creating more code and programming and requirements year after year after year, just building on it, building on it, building on it. And no one's even reading it anymore because it's so huge. So, and the attention span is only 5 seconds. So we need to simplify because the thing that I don't like is they say that uh, fiat creation and these omnibus bills are just taxation bills, and that makes sense, but it's not true taxation through inflation, and besides, that's taxation without representation. So honestly, if we want to save America, young men and women have to be given pocket-sized constitutions and 38 snub-nosed revolvers with a bag of ammunition. Like, we have to get back to the First and to the Second Amendment. We have to have maximum freedom of speech, which is the freedom to criticize, the freedom to post, the freedom to troll anonymously. We have to shoot down bad ideas, and we have to shoot down traitors. If we do that, we could save the republic, and America is already a communist empire. So if we want to be a free, nation dedicated to liberty, we have to get the government out of our business. Every time the government bothers you is when something has gone wrong. The greatest right we can have as citizens is the right to be left alone. There's no other alternative to that. If you believe in government intervention in your life, I'm going to give you a pocket sized constitution and a pistol. You can choose what you want to do with the pistol, as long as you do it legally.
And that was a word from our sponsor. Welcome, Riza, Lena. Welcome to Hermes' house. One percenters time to come out. It's funny, Adrian, that you came into this particular room with this particular title because I do consider you a one percenter like myself.
Well, you're a one percenter if you want to fuck her in the ass.
That's funny. So, have you put any more thought to that revelation that I gave you about really loving your wife?
You're talking about me or Resolini?
No, I'm talking to you. Is Resolina? That's a woman, right? Are you a woman or a man? Reason?
Yes, yes. Or, yes, yes. Or.
You're a woman. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So I had given Adrian some advice. I said, you really know, if you do do this one thing that you truly love your wife. And I don't know if he gave it any more thought.
Yeah, it's kind of a disgusting thought, but there's like some truth in it. It's like a meme. You know how a meme, it's like a meme has what's called the hintergedanke, which is the thought behind the thought. So if you really, do desire that wife's ass, I mean, it must be a beautiful, booty hole. So, I'm just saying, like, in terms of like uniting with the body, two bodies uniting, if there's no separation, and you're fully united, well, then, all holes are beautiful. But if that hole is not beautiful and it's been destroyed or obliterated already by 10, 20 years of abuse, then you might have a rejection of that unity. So I know this may be a very vulgar conversation, Rosalina, but sex and love, I think they're kind of intertwined. I get the feeling that couples that are really enmeshed with one another, they're also physically enmeshed with one another. So the act of sex is a dissolution of identity and ego. And if so, basically the theory is if you love your wife, you must also love her booty hole.
And any smells that come out of it. Oh God.
Yeah, the good and the bad. It's a very disgusting and vulgar.
Right, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Because when you truly love your wife, you love everything, the good and the bad, right? Uh, the bad smelling and the good smelling, right? So she can't smell like Coco Chanel or Prada, 100% of the time. So when you truly love her, none of those things matter. Adam, come on up if you like. I'll send you an invite. We're all over the place right now. We're just hanging and talking, and I'm trying to convince Adrian here to run for the Senate. Adrian, why don't you run for the Senate, dude? I think you would do a better job than what's that guy's name?
Yeah, I could run. Senate's kind of hard to get. Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth are two of the worst piece of shit senators in Illinois, both Democrats. So I'm gonna run again, and I think I'm like 6 months out from running. But the most amazing thing about running for office is you literally have to go door to door to door to gather up hundreds, if not thousands, of signatures to get on the ballot. And when you're on the ballot, they're going to challenge you to get on the ballot, and if you got the legal signatures, you're going to win the challenge and you'll get on the ballot. But then you're going to go up against some Democrat who has millions upon millions of dollars at their disposal to run attack ads, to vilify you, and so your chances of winning are very small because the machine, and all the businesses, the vaccinologist businesses, the tech businesses, they all want to destroy conservative, fiscally responsible candidates because they know the Democrat whores will just keep funneling them money, with never ending omnibus bills. So it's very hard to win and become a Tea Party libertarian and a fiscal conservative.
Right. So tell us, Adrian, what is going on? I see the AdrianDittman.com, right? Can you tell us some details about that?
Yeah, so Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk, and I have been recording his unrecorded sessions every day for probably 4 to 6 months now. And basically, it's just amazing listening to one of the richest men in the world just spill his guts about everything he thinks about. There's no filter. He says what he thinks. He feels what he says, and it's incredible insight into the mind of a very powerful and influential American who does not want you to know that he's Adrian Dittman because he loves having the anonymity of having free and open conversations with no responsibility, no pushback. And it's a one-way conversation where him and I believe it's two people that he works with at XAI, or SpaceX. And, I'm in possession of all of Elon Musk's most ridiculous comments, and he's not going to stop. And New York Times, New York Post, I could try to send them um, a press release and see if I can get publicity for my website, and then get people more, tens of thousands of people will just go to Adrian Dittman on X and follow him. But I have created so many parallel accounts and mirroring accounts that like I'm fully embedded and integrated with him. And anything he says, I can distribute to, 10 different accounts using the name Adrian Dittman. So I'm basically Elon Musk's private publicist and historian. And the danger is that the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Pentagon listen to Elon Musk's recordings and they say this guy is out of his fucking mind. We're not giving him any contracts. I mean, I could literally cost Elon Musk billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars in government contracts because he can't get the security clearance because he's using ketamine or he's doing some other drugs and he goes hyperverbal and it becomes incoherent rambling. And it is what it is. I mean, he's fully functional and very intelligent, but at the same time you realize that a CEO is not the equivalent of 100 engineers working on a rocket or a spaceship. One man is just one man. Genius and super high IQ, it's not like Elon Musk is creating things out of thin air. He's not some Thomas Edison figuring out how electricity and circuits work. I mean, that is the biggest scientific innovation ever, is the harnessing of electricity. Um, but anyways, the whole point is it's a psychological insight into what Elon Musk is thinking and feeling and what his routine is and what he's eating, what he's talking about, particularly with regards to culture and politics. So this has been the project I've been working on. And it really all kind of morphed out of Clubhouse and recording Roger Mayhem and creating the Roger Mayhem podcast. So this has been, really my content startup, my media business. And it's all just focused on Elon Musk now because he's the richest man in the world. He has unrecorded private conversations that I'm recording and publishing. So I can't find a better way to optimize my time in my personal life and my startup and business desires than recording Elon Musk. I mean, he is my bread and butter. And without him, I would have nothing. I mean, he is my golden ticket and he is my destination, my transport. Like he is who I needed. And Roger Mayhem is, up there, but who the fuck is Roger Mayhem compared to Elon Musk? He's a nothing. Roger Mayhem works for Elon Musk, 20 positions down. And so you see my point, like Adrian Dittman is the way, and he's fully embedded now with Trump and Vance and Vivek and Tulsi, etc. Like Elon Musk, the media hates him, the liberals hate him, and so he's a very, very potent individual, and he's just so rich, and he's so cheap, and he's so autistic. It's like Howard Hughes with no style. It's like the autistic Howard Hughes. So this is my project. It's adriandittman.com.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, I've known about your project since you started it, and So I'm glad that you're continuing, and it seems like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, if Elon Musk, he's got the what's his official title with the government? Like I forget what the title that they gave him.
Doge.
But this, what is it?
Department of Government Efficiency, Doge.
Department of Government Efficiency, Doge. Yeah, yeah. So does he have to be vetted or approved by Congress or the Senate for that position?
It's a made-up position. There's no approval process for it.
There's no approval process for it. Oh fuck! Right. So this is something that they just made up. Oh my god.
It's memetics. Yeah, it's neurolinguistic programming.
Yeah, it's neurolinguistic programming. So some people are saying that there's going to be a lot of good that'll come out of that, right? Because Elon is going to help us save all of this money that we're just wasting. And I think that they could actually do that if that was the intent. But it seems like there's been some negative stuff that could potentially come out of this. Like supposedly a lot of schools are going to have to be shut down because they're not going to get the same amount of money or something like that. I don't know if there's any truth to that. What have you heard as far as like the pros and cons of what Elon Musk is going to do with streamlining the budget?
Well, the omnibus bill failed, and Speaker Johnson is in a panic. So I think Trump said no new bills should be passed until we have a new president. And, they're calling out all the pork barrel spending in the omnibus bill. So they're really hyper focusing on what's happening now. And I think it's a 1,300-page bill. So everything is flummoxed and the gears have been degreased. And you're looking at the beginning of a new era of government spending and reining in spending, pragmatic spending, common sense spending, no more DEI spending, no more trans spending. No, they're going to strip spending for everything that is socially ailing us, whether that's Planned Parenthood or vaccines. And they're going to hopefully stop the bleed. They're going to hopefully pay down the debt. And what they really need to do is decouple the United States government and our Congress from the Federal Reserve and the toxic relationship of borrowing from a global private bank. The U.S. Treasury has to start issuing gold-backed certificates, gold coins, silver coins, and tender, and we have to get off of this toxic debt, which is enslaving future generations unborn today. And it's the only ethical and moral thing to do.
Interesting. Welcome to the stage, Freddie and Vince.
Yo, thanks, man. What's up?
What's up, man? What do you guys think about Elon Musk and what's to come with him streamlining the budgets?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but I don't know how far he's gonna go because like Trump said in this first time, he's gonna drain the swamp or whatever, but the swamp is still in place, and I can already see the way that people behave in politics now. They refuse to pass through his nominees. They refuse to fucking play ball with people and with his administration. So I'm skeptical. I don't really think a lot is going to happen because I feel like the swamp is still very much in power, and they're going to do everything in their power to fuck him over again. And yeah, that's my view on it. But I don't know.
As long as Elon and Vic and RK, they're successful, I think they'll be great for our country.
I mean, if they had free reign, I would agree. Yeah, then it would be an improvement over like what we have had for like the last fucking couple of decades or whatever. But I feel like just like there's so many people who are just against Trump, against his policies, against his agenda and everything. Like they're digging their fucking teeth in, or digging their claws in rather, and just like, no, we're not gonna play ball. We're gonna go against you again. And I can see on the horizon.
That's just part of life, man. You got to live with it. You know what I'm saying?
It's politics. I understand. I know it's politics. It's a dirty game, but
it's like me saying, you know, I gotta pay rent. You know, it's just part of life. You know.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know. That's not even a good analogy. You know, pay rent, of course. Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's got to pay rent. But if they hike the prices and they say, no, your rent is $3,000 a month, when it could be really just $1,500. But the people in place have made it so that you have to pay more, and they're fucking you up the ass.
Let me just say, maybe make a better analogy. I gotta tie my shoe. That's just part of life. If I want to wear tennis shoes, I gotta tie my shoe. That's probably a better analogy. I can't complain about tying my shoe. You know what I mean?
No. But the government is not about tying your shoe. They're tying their own shoes, and they're tying your shoes in the fucking mouth so you can trip over.
They're the government.
Right.
It's not a one-party system. It's not a one-party system. So you gotta live with it. You can't complain about.
It's not a one-party system. I don't know about that. I feel like it's a one-party system. Yeah, like they're all in.
So if that's the case, then why are you saying that they're gonna try to derail the situation if it's a one-party system?
Because there's so many, like, yes. It's not just Trump. Yeah. It's not just Trump's cabinet. Yeah.
No, I get it. That's the point. I'm trying to make my point. That's gonna happen. Period. Regardless of who's in office.
Right. Okay. So if that's gonna happen, no matter who's in office, so I mean, people are expecting radical change, but I don't know if radical change is gonna happen because the establishment is already so established that I don't think they're gonna really. I don't know if they're gonna make room for any radical change. That's my view.
Just look at it as like your own personal life. You know, you have fixed overhead, meaning that if you have a mortgage, if you have a rent payment, utilities. So the government has all these fixed overhead, expenses, but you don't even know what they are. It's so vast, and so if we, the taxpayer, and our elected representatives, and what was that?
No, you said it's so vast, and I'll just add it. It's so vague.
Right. There's no transparency. There's no transparency. Exactly. Your average taxpayer has no idea what they're funding, and so we need, just like blockchain, we need a ledger of where we need to track every taxpayer dollar and where it ends up. And until we have real transparency, we're just slaves. We are just slaves working for a decentralized government of abstract employees in the millions. So our empire has become a communist empire.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. You're funding the eternal welfare machine, basically. And
we're all singing Kumbaya on stage. I want to hear somebody that has a point of view that maybe one of us disagrees with. That'd be more
Okay. You want? Okay.
Well, you could talk to a socialist or a communist, and they're going to tell you that big government is good because we have big business, and big government competes with big business. The fact of the matter is, we should all be born retired. Every person in this country should be born with a $400,000 check, a surplus that pays for your college, pays for your first house. That's the spoils of victory. We won World War II in 1945. You know, we didn't have to give anything back to these Europeans if we wanted to. We could have indebted them and made them our bitch for 100 fucking years, but we didn't. We bailed them out.
Is in deep debt. Like, you can't be born with like graces from the past conquering of our ancestors. That's not reality. Like America is in deep debt. Like 32, 33 like trillion fucking dollars in debt. Like you're not gonna be born into like, oh well, we're just living lavishly here. And no.
No, that's the reality.
System that's gonna rob you of everything you have. Like because of the economic functions and the people who have been in control of the economy and the industry and everything else and ship them overseas to countries like China or Mexico or whatever, cheap labor, so you can buy your iPhone for like I don't know, even like $1,200 or whatever. It's like, you know, the cheap labor is funding Western civilization. And without it, we'd have to work harder. Like we have been coddled and been put in this place in our society, like we're expecting cheap shit for so long now. We have to get rid of that mindset. And we have to get back to like, no, back to fucking work, everybody. I don't give a shit if you have some fucking anxiety issue. No. You're not going to sit home on fucking welfare programs because you can't deal with people. Fuck you. Get to work, bitch. Get to work now. I mean, that's really what we need to get back to.
I know, but you can't just drag people back to their cubicles. You can't take out a whip or a gun and threaten them with violence if they are, you know, refusing to work. But the point is, go to usdebtclock.org. You'll see what I'm talking about. The assets for every citizen in the United States is at 651,000. The liability for every citizen now is 655,000. So if the government said, okay, we're closing up, we don't exist anymore, and we're liquidating, that would mean every citizen would still owe international and national lenders $4,000 to completely resolve the government and get rid of it. But what I'm saying is if we were responsible, every citizen we wouldn't have a $36 trillion, $40 trillion deficit. We would have a $20 trillion bankroll. Just like Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the Netherlands, Norway, they have what are called government surplus funds or bourses or government investment vehicles of trillions.
Right.
And their citizens, just like in Alaska, they get a taxpayer credit every year. They get $30,000 in free income, $60,000 because they have a surplus. This country, through regime changes, through 30 years of war, has everything. They've destroyed. They've destroyed us. They've destroyed our future opportunities.
Hey, outside of the efficiency, like the efficiency stuff with Elon and all that, outside of that, what can Trump do in the next 4 years that would give us a $20 trillion surplus or whatever?
He has to decouple us. He has to decouple us.
Yeah, and bring all manufacturing back to the States. Drill, baby, drill, and everything, energy, as long as,
But let's throw away all the headlines. I'm talking about, like, can you break down logically what he needs to do, like piece by piece, that makes sense, that would work, not just headlines? Can you break that down?
Yeah. Two things is he has to issue pocket-sized constitutions to every single American and pay them $100 to go on YouTube to read the fucking Constitution to confirm they fucking read it. After that, everybody gets issued a 38 with a bag full of ammunition. We withdraw from all international military positions. We bring back every aircraft carrier, every battle tank, a battleship, every tank, every jet, every rocket, everything. We bring back all of our nuclear, biological, chemical weapon arsenals from Europe, from the Middle East, from Southeast Asia. Everywhere we have shit that we're spending money on, it all comes back to this fucking country within our perimeter, within our border.
Hundreds of billions of dollars a year costs, you know, what you just fucking laid out. Everything, carriers, the fucking military positions, and the fucking... Yeah.
It's an empire state. It's a communist empire state. We have to do what the Soviet Union did. We have to fail. We have to go back to our origins. We have to all become George Washington. We all have to be Benjamin Franklin. We have to go back to our actual origin story and stop doing this liberal, progressive, communistic, DEI, trans lies and propaganda.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Bring it back home. You're going to save billions, hundreds of billions, maybe even trillions of fucking dollars in spending every goddamn year. What they're doing now with the military, like just the funding itself, being in positions here, we gotta have military bases here, we gotta have a fucking aircraft carrier here, we gotta do all this shit. It costs hundreds of fucking billions of dollars a year to do that shit. Bring it back
We have to cut it all. We have to stop it all, and we have to become a startup nation. We have to decouple from the Federal Reserve, and we have to pay down our debt $1 trillion a year. And in 30 years, we'll be back to even. Just to even. 30 fucking years to get to even. That's a huge pay down. That's a 30-year mortgage.
Yep. No, you're right. And people have to acknowledge that. Like, it's gonna be a tough few years, but you have to go through it to get back to like just being even. Forget about all this fucking like world building, empirical fucking it's regime change, all that bullshit. Forget about all of that stuff. Bring it back home. Keep the money where it's at. Bring back manufacturing, industry, everything. Literally fucking everything. Energy, everything. And then slowly start to rebuild and pay off the fucking debt. And then, like you said, maybe in 30 years we'll be back to even.
Look, just go to usdebtclock.org. The unfunded liabilities for Social Security is $27 trillion. Medicare liability is $42 trillion, and U.S. unfunded liabilities is $221 trillion. Okay, these are unapproachable numbers. The country's already bankrupt. We are funding an empire communist state, and this is why we have regime change, because it's unethical. You know, it is unethical to fly hundreds of thousands of U.S. soldiers into foreign cities and take everything out. And if you resist, you'll be killed. It's unethical. And we did it with propaganda and misinformation. 2 planes didn't bring down 3 skyscrapers. Kennedy was killed probably by associates of Lyndon Baines Johnson. And and the other big thing is the vax program. And that is the deep state, or that is Bill Gates and Fauci and a secret society trying to curb population growth. So I know that's a conspiracy theory, but nonetheless, we have to admit that we are basically a banana republic.
If not a banana republic, at least like I don't know if I want to use the word communism, because we're way past communism. It's more like neoliberal, neo-fascists, really. Like, the industry and governments are in cahoots with each other, and the industrial military complex is in cahoots with everybody, and the Federal Reserve and banking and everything has just been tied up into a fucking poisonous knot that's just poisoning the fucking country, in and of itself. So we need to get rid of all that shit, kick it to the curb, and yeah, it's gonna be a tough few years if you want to salvage what's left of the free spirit of America, whatever. But it's gonna be a tough few years. It's gonna be clawing back to normalcy and get out of debt and get out of the fucking clutches of these people who are running the fucking shit. I don't know if Trump's gonna do it. I don't really think he's gonna do it. That's just my opinion. I think he's already surrounded by a lot of swamp creatures. But yeah, if you're gonna be released from this eternal downward spiral in economics and social policies and every fucking just degeneracy of society, you have to let it all go. Let it all go. And bring everything back home. Just focus on self. America first, like they say. That's my opinion.
Well, we got a dream team going into, the administration. I'm looking at A.G. Huff's X account, and, there's crimes against humanity that our government has been doing for 20, 30, 40, fucking forever. So, bad people make bad decisions. We have bad outcomes. And if you're an American First patriot, you want to secure the future for your children. And unfortunately, if you just go to us.clock.org, you will realize, like what you said, Freddie, is that we have a poisonous knot. We have the legal, the financial, and the political all intertwined in a very deceptive and toxic knot, which is strangling our republic, strangling our liberty, strangling our freedom, making everybody a bitch to the government, a bitch to your local revenue officer, a bitch to your local senator and your local Democrat congressperson who is spending your money without your permission and even telling you what they're spending the money on. So we have to take ownership and take responsibility, whether that means running for office yourself or aligning with a politician who's fiscally responsible. You have to take action. I mean, just coming on an app and talking about it and analyzing it is one thing, but action is the secret.
I agree. Yeah, I coming on that, talking about this fucking bullshit. We should be. We should really fucking take matters into our own hands and make some change. And I should probably do the same too. But it's not enough to just sit and talk about it and acknowledge the realities of the disastrous path that we're going down. But take action. I agree. It isn't necessary. It's not enough to just sit on your ass and just the economy is getting worse. Inflation's getting. I don't understand. Fuck all that shit. Take action. Get these people out of office.
What kind of action are you taking, big dog?
I haven't taken any action yet. So
I should talk.
I should. For now, I am talking. For now, I am talking. That's true.
We should talk. You got a real strong talking for the amount of action you're doing. It doesn't really correlate, big dog.
What action are you taking?
Yeah, what is this, your first time on Clubhouse? You've never heard people sit there and just bullshit for hours, weeks, months, days, years.
What about you, Adrian? What actions you taking?
Well, I've run for political office.
No, Vince. What actions are you taking?
I'm not. I don't.
Okay. You have a problem with what's going on, so.
No. But my words match my actions. Go ahead, Adrian.
Okay, so the big thing, I've spent a lot of time on this app. I read a lot of books, and the big thing to me is God. It's always God. God is really what we're always talking about all the time, because God deals with ethics and morals. And our fiscal irresponsibility is so far away from godly responsibility that when you realize that words are just words, and Shakespeare, his most famous quote is words, meaning that we're all talk, we're just chatterboxes, but action and doing is the real secret. So if you look at the word God, and the first two letters are go, and backwards it's do. So doing, the action, is reality. Otherwise, these words are just abstract, analysis. So again, if you believe in what we're pontificating about, you have to do and you have to take action, which means political involvement, social involvement. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it starts with acknowledging the reality.
Hold on, real quick. So what actions are you taking, or what? Are you ready for
running for Congress or running for local aldermanic or local council.
Local elections. But it starts with acknowledging reality, just in having basic conversations with other people who also acknowledge this reality. Once you get a momentum, that's when it gets easy. If you're alone on an island, you're like, hey everybody, this ship is sinking, and everybody's no, we're told everything is okay, the economy is okay, everything, whatever the fuck it is. But you have to speak it out. You have to wake up people, essentially. Just get everybody on board and, hey, something is wrong here. And then once you get enough people on board, then you can have some momentum behind it, and then you can maybe run for something or start, to make some change. But at least talk about it. Talking, I agree. It's just talking. But it is an important step in the direction of making change, because the more you talk about it, the more people talk about it, the more you normalize the conversations, the more you get people aware of what's going on, and then you can get some momentum behind it and get some votes or whatever. So if people are glued to CNN and MSNBC and Fox News or whatever the fuck, 24/7, then they're gonna be like, no, the TV is telling me everything is okay, but fuck the TV. Just look around you.
That's
Look at the world.
I don't think that. Good morning, everybody. I've never been in this room, but I don't think because I've been calling what's going on, what's about to happen. I've been calling it the last year and a half. I'll start calling. I worked in the insurance industry, and we start shaking. Let's say summer of 2023. Like I start seeing big shakes in insurance, and I'm not just talking about home insurance. I adjust claims, so I don't sell insurance. So I'm talking about the underwriting and everything else. I'm like, something is happening. It's not good. So I've been telling my circle, of professionals, like, don't y'all see this? Is it just me? Is it just my intuition that something's not adding up? Then about 15 months ago, I've been an entrepreneur, say 10 years. I have never had to look for contracts. I have never had to do really. Once I got out of college and got moving, like I was blessed. Like I was able to travel around this country, work for the biggest insurance companies and everything. Lost all my contracts in 2 days, and couldn't find another one. I said something's wrong. I'm in one of the most stable environments that we have.
Yeah.
The insurance companies run the bank.
What type of insurance? Health insurance or home insurance? Like what?
Home. My specialty is residential and commercial. So I start seeing that shaking, like commercial property. I start seeing that shaking. I'm like, man, something's not right. The money is not right. People about to lose a lot of jobs. I've been saying that since last summer. No one's hearing me. They're like, well. And now that people aren't landsliding right now, I'm from up north where all the big three is that they land people off. They going down to one shit, going in whole communities because that's where I'm from and I see it. And I'm like, y'all don't see what's happening? Is it just me or am I not? What's going on? And I don't think people are really seeing. Like I told my friends, especially
they haven't felt the effects yet, but it's going to hit them hard in the coming years.
That is insane. I guess for me, I guess I'm maybe I don't know what kind of spirit I have. God has blessed me with. I can feel it. I'm like something.
No, I mean the dollar is fucking crashing. Like everything is crashing. The economy is crashing. It's in a downward spiral. It's only gonna get worse from here on out, really.
Yeah, so, I can see that.
Yeah.
So what I plan to do, when someone asks what you want to do, what are your plans? Like I said, I'm an entrepreneur here in Texas. It may not be a lot, but I plan on in 2025 maybe once a month or once every other month. Like I see a lot of homeless people, and I'm not talking about like bums. I'm seeing regular people that work jobs living in their cars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm seeing that. So I was like, maybe I go to this gas station all the time, and it's people around there, just regular looking people like that work because you can tell, and then the bums, like the ones who are on the road or just out there. And I go to the gas station and say, hey, because they have like a little reservoir in the back. I'm gonna make some. I said one weekend I'm gonna bring up some little lunch sacks and sit up here and make like 200 of them. And you can just pass it on when people come up here, or I'll sit up here for an hour. He's like, well, what makes you do that? I said, don't you see? Like,
well, look what happened, during the breadlines of the Great Depression. I mean, Al Capone had to open up a soup kitchen, but he was doing it for political purposes, and he was also operating distilleries and beer businesses outside of the violation of the law. The problem is always our government. They're the ones who set up artificial marketplaces, artificial endowments, artificial taxation. The government is the problem. There is no problem with our society except the government. They're the problem. They're the sword. They're the cancerous infection.
Yes.
They're against our Constitution. They're against our founders. They're against our liberty. They're against our freedom. They want to be involved in your business. They want to take a percentage of your business. Everything is geared towards facilitating the government, which is international regime change. international vaccinology. I mean, the government is the problem. Our leaders are the problem. These liars and frauds, these cheats and scammers, these pensioners. You know, this country is going to have to take control. I mean, not control, I mean, decontrol itself and give the power back to the people.
Hey, you were talking about pot earlier. Did you see the Billy Carson and West Hub debate by any chance?
No.
Oh, okay. What, did you make that up yourself, or I mean, it makes sense. I'm gonna start using that. But did you make that up, or where did you get that from?
Make what up?
The Go means go backwards.
No, I was just thinking about the word God. You know, I was just thinking about it, and from what I've read, you know, there's a passage that says, "Do what thou wilt" should be the whole of the law. Do is action, which is karma. So God is tied into action, not words. You know, the belief is in the beginning was the Word, and the Word, you know, manifested reality. So we have books and we have words. People who don't read books are unable to have these thoughts because they're basically just automatons. They're just totally interested in maximizing their pensions, maximizing their earnings, etc. And a lot of these people don't even want to pay taxes. We have an ethical and a moral problem in this country, and we have to withdraw from our international empire, and we have to, you know, run this business like a business. We can't just keep throwing money out the door. It has to all go into making the bread and feeding the people.
What can you maybe elaborate a little bit on because I read the Bible too. Well, explain what are you understanding when you're reading? Maybe I'm not following.
I think the first example of go do is Abraham. I think he said something like lech lecha, like I go forth for myself, something to that extent. It's all about self actualization and doing, achieving, accomplishing, trying, testing, which is being scientific. You have to live your life by experimentation. You can't live your life by words. If you do, you're part of the problem, and that's what these politicians and liars, these Democrat criminals are doing. And there's a lot of Republican criminals, but the biggest majority of criminals are Democrats. There's a lot of criminal Republicans, but there's a hell of a lot more criminal Democrats than there are criminal Republicans. I don't know any libertarian or fiscally conservative Democrats, but I do know a lot of libertarian and fiscally conservative Republicans.
Okay.
It's just basic education. So in the future, if we could cut the Department of Education, you might see a physics room on this fucking app for the first time. And you might see a cohort of people who can't afford to go to college or even in high school students. Education and studying is how we should be spending our time on this app. Unfortunately, we spend our time here essentially. I don't know. There's so many fucked up rooms on this app. Just go take a taste. You know, just vulgarity and ghetto, bubonic, ebonics, room to room to room. It's unbelievable the way people act on this app. And really, what they're fighting is depression and lack of education. They have horrible anxiety.
That people, people online, not necessarily on this app, but just people online in general, like just like this online generation is learning more about any subject, whether it's economics or social or whatever. They're learning more online than what they're doing in the education system, because the education system has been downgraded to such a level where the education department of education is like, let's set a standard for everybody, and the standard is like the lowest common denominator for everybody, and that's our standard now. So schools are failing. People can't fucking read in a third grade level when they're in a high school.
When you're an artist,
the education system is failing. But I feel like people or kids or teens are actually learning more online than they would ever do in modern public education.
The rest of my album
That's what I feel.
is perfect. The mate take care of that.
Refer to marijuana as dope.
Yeah. Do you know what professional organizers charge per hour? Does anybody know?
Pre-death or post-death?
Depends on where you're located.
I
but
mean,
it could
yeah.
be
So here,
any.
I have one.
I'm looking for a number.
500. I will tell you, I hired one. It's $250 for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's almost $100 an hour.
The going rate is $150 an hour.
Yeah.
I have a friend who comes and does it for free. He's a younger fella.
I had a friend who did that with my storage.
Don't count.
My friend was a Dutch guy who was very anally retentive. And I would just buy
How long
lunch
did it
after
last
just
before you had to call him back?
It should last,
never
right?
ended.
Because
It
it should
it
be
never
like
ended.
it should be more than putting things away. Like a professional organizer is also putting in like systematic use of your items and like where they go for them to be pulled out and put away. I mean, I guess if you're just like a lazy fuck and then like you never put anything away, that's like a whole different problem.
But they should also teach you how to stay organized, not just to take your crap and turn it into organized crap, but how to ensure it doesn't get back to its original state.
So what if you have a good imagination and you can imagine, like, you know, when society falls, you'll need all these things.
Yeah.
Like
So when we moved from New York from Massachusetts to New York, the moving company came in, and the guy, I didn't ask him, but he said, "You've lived here 6 years, about 6 years." I said, "How the hell do you know that?" And he was off by like a couple months. He goes, "Well, the amount of clutter. I've been doing this for 30 years. I can just tell you how long someone's lived in a place."
Yeah, moving a house after 7 years was like brutal. I was like, what do we owe?
Oh my God, how many boxes? Like, remember you moved out of college, you could put all your things in the back of, like...
Or throw it in
You guys are perfectly describing my current anxiety.
Oh, sorry.
Thinking about selling my place in Indianapolis, and I have a whole house full of shit I have to figure out what to do with.
Yard sale!
To help you with that.
Yard sale.
Nah,
Yeah,
you can get help. It's okay. One thing at a time.
I have a lot of shit here.
I'm in the same position, Jeff. In fact, we're heading down Christmas afternoon to my home so that we can pack up my shit because I moved here. And yeah, the plans for that home, for sure. I mean, it's very stressful. It's like a lifetime of things, right? And it's a home, yeah.
I mean,
You
that's
can
the
do it.
fucked
We'll
up
do
thing.
it
It's not even a lifetime. I've lived in this house for 5 years.
Yeah, I was living here for 5 years too. I know. My ex kept bringing shit from his house when he moved, and I was like, I don't want this. I got to go through all of it. Okay.
Do you know about
Coffee
Swedish
maker.
death cleaning? Swedish death cleaning. Anybody familiar with that?
With what?
No.
Swedish what?
Swedish
Well, I just
death.
saw. I just
Wait
read
a
those
second.
words,
Let him finish. What? Yeah,
Billy, I just read those words.
I still didn't hear what he said. What did you say, Billy?
That's
Swedish
sweet.
death cleaning.
Oh my
Yes,
fucking God. What?
Yes, we are
Billy.
doing a Swedish funeral. We
Okay,
Swedish
Swedish
death
funeral.
It's not very
Sweet.
So it's a TV show produced by Amy Poehler, and it's something I guess they do in Sweden. When you're old, you're getting ready to die, and you have cancer and everything. These 3 people come in and they clean up your house. They organize it so the people who follow you won't have that to face, and you'll have a lovely ending. Swedish death cleaning. They have a psychologist, an
That's very
organizer.
humane. I feel like Sweden has it right with everything.
So, a friend of mine who is
I mean, when you're one race and one culture, it's very easy to have your shit together.
he
Yeah, it's
described
true.
it as Swedish funeral.
Everything gets harder when you have brown people.
You bring your kids.
That's
in,
where you
say,
took from that? Wow.
What do you want?
Yeah,
And you bring the kids in. You
because
say, what
it's
do you
funny.
want?
What was the last question about kids or something?
No, we're doing.
It's a good example. We have 3 conversations happening.
No, we're doing something. It's similar to that, but it was described by a Swedish friend of ours called a Swedish funeral, where you bring your kids in prior. You point out, okay, this guys decide what you want, like, because everyone thinks the kids are going to want everything, which is not the case. So they say, I want this, I want this, I want this, and then you divide everything else into donate, sell, or throw away. And you do that so that when you die, they don't have to back up a dumpster to your house.
I really liked it when my wife died.
That's in this article. You should read the article in this week's New Yorker called "Chaos Theory" in the book section.
No,
I
it's
really
about-
liked it when my wife died and all her girlfriends, went through all their things and just split everything up. It was really wonderful.
Did you take a few things like photos she liked or paintings?
No, they just split up her clothing and jewelry.
Ah, okay.
I remember you talking about that, Billy. That's extremely touching.
It was sweet, and every now and then I see them wearing things, and they always point it out to me, and it's really sweet.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Billy?
Yeah.
I have hundreds of DVDs.
Billy, even the girlfriend you never had sex with?
Yeah,
There's-
absolutely. Yeah, teaching.
That's an empty category.
Teaching, right.
Wait,
No,
was
they're
that
more-
the Beaver girls are wearing this stuff?
Yeah, the Beaver Girls. Yeah. I just was hanging out with them in Washington, D.C. It was really wonderful. I spent Thanksgiving with a bunch of them. We know each other
Yeah, and
56
then
years.
you didn't come to Florida, you dick.
I'm a dick.
Some woman was complaining.
I'm in a
that you
third
didn't
party
come to
perspective,
Florida.
relatively, to enjoy your perspective and my
Oh,
father's
yeah.
desire to avoid
All of
words.
Billy, I'm sure tons of girls want you. You're just
You are
sort of a guy.
you are certainly
don't
bored.
realize it.
I think you should get on a plane and go back. Oh, speaking of
I
that.
never realized I was good looking.
You are
really.
certainly bored.
Yeah,
You aren't
guys are
creating.
like that. I mean,
Some
Billy,
guys
tall
are like
alone
Beth,
is
were you,
a...
I don't
were you
know.
the woman who was complaining that Billy didn't come to
You are
Florida?
just consuming.
Oh, if Billy would have came down to Florida, I would have met up with him.
We do
There
more
was a
than
woman
meet
who
up.
complained he
Let's
didn't
face
come down there.
Beth, we were
You
going to do more
aren't
than meet.
creating, you are just
Oh, we
consuming.
were.
My.
Oh, gee.
Were you guys gonna get
Let me-
married?
Let me go get some new sheets today, Billy.
He's
Oh,
no
Oh
Buddhist.
my god, you can honeymoon in Key
Other
West?
than you.
Oh,
Plastic.
thank
Doesn't
you.
even know
It's
it.
plastic.
Ew, Yucko. You're so old.
It's true.
Actually,
He's
we
more
could
Buddhist
get a
than you.
direct
He
flight.
doesn't even know it.
Out of
Sorry.
Melbourne, straight down to Key West. That would be
You
fun.
aren't creating, you're
Did
just
you say there was
consuming.
plastic?
Said plastic.
Plastic sheets, all the oil.
That's weird.
Like rubber sheets.
Yeah.
You
don't
aren't
need that.
creating, you're
damage
just
your-
consuming.
Well, you need something like that.
It's true, he's more Buddhist than you.
Oh my god, you
He
guys,
doesn't even
mattress
know it.
cover.
They make a sex
Oh, that's-
tarp. They're
that's
really
lots of
sexy. They make them
Yeah.
in all
This is
different
part of
colors.
the
Some have
spectrum.
velvet
Relatively
on
to
them.
your
They're really
perspective,
important
and
if you're a
others
squirter.
desire
Get a
to,
sex
and he
tarp.
doesn't
Code
even
it
have
out.
to think
You
about it.
include
'Cause
the op for the.
I mean, why do you want to grab some nasty towel at the end? A doggy pad, right? Listen, for after a minute. What the fuck?
to let us all.
I don't know how you
Billy,
do it.
I can
but
just
you're
settle
into
down
it.
if that's the joke.
Put a towel
Sorry,
and
Chris,
towel
this
and
is
a
what
pillow under
started
the
it.
butt.
I know.
That's how you do it.
But Billy, I can only imagine plastic sheets and baby oil and us sliding off the side of the bed.
Stop thinking and end your problem.
We fall in it. We can't get up.
So you don't get the baby oil on the cotton sheets. That's all I was trying to say.
Sounds like fun to
And
me.
that turned into squirting.
You could wash the sheets.
Yeah, it's gross.
Well, sex
Gross
should be
to wash the
messy. It shouldn't be neat.
That's true.
I do have a big shower. We could figure that out.
There we go. Now you're in the spirit.
I like a bathtub.
I don't fit into a bathtub.
Tub.
The
side of the hot
tub. Just saying.
There we go. Elle, baby, how are you today?
Hello, the side
Good
of the
morning.
hot
Good morning.
You look great as a dark-haired chick too, by the way.
Oh man, I may have to rethink my whole existence.
Either way works good, maybe.
My ex-husband and I were making out in a hot tub, and I jumped up on the side, and this thing was under construction, so the deck was missing, and I fell right through the hole onto the ground. He's
Well,
like,
you
"Are
must have
you
gotten cut up.
I was so. No, I was too drunk to care. I was laughing so hard.
That's cool. It didn't bother you.
No.
Okay, Billy, you won't fall through anything if we get in the hot tub. My hot tub, you just get up and walk into the house. Okay? There's
All
a
right.
patty.
All right, good.
That's one thing I cannot wait for is a hot tub. Hey, Gary. Hello. Gary, how are
I
you?
was just in my hot tub.
lull
but I guess I was just imagining things, and I wanted to say hello. Also, trombone players have to empty their valve and let out the condensation. So thank you, Hillary, for all that.
Yeah.
For that tarp recommendation that trombone players like me can use for sure.
Well, we can
Happy
use
Friday,
that too. Instead of the plastic sheets, just throw down a big old tarp. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Come from?
I'm so sorry.
Where's
You don't have.
Boah, Digga, meine Ohren. Ey, kennt ihr das, wenn ihr nach Hause kommt und eure Ohren glühen? Wegen Kälte und so. Das ist ein geiles Gefühl, ja. Geiles Gefühl, sagst du? Ja. Also, wenn das so, wenn die Ohren auch so rot werden, meinst du? Ja, komplett. So wie wenn bei Händen. Boah.
It's like the next vacation at Death's house.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Well, nobody uses my pool or the hot tub, so if y'all want to come and visit and we want to use it.
Yeah, when I come visit, you gotta get rid of this.
Du mir, Eti.
Du? Fein.
Who's fine?
4 Jahre lang Englisch geredet, Digga.
From where?
The porn industry.
Oh, yeah. Porn has always been at the forefront of technology. First payments made online were for porn. First images sent were pornography.
Huh.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that they were forward.
I think one of the first uses they found for electricity was to create a vibrator for women. Like, no, I'm serious. Like,
That's hilarious.
humans innovate and create out of curiosity for how the world works, but they are still basic animals, and the primary goals of food and sex are still there. Technologies with food are also elaborate. Like, think about bread just for like a second. We take that for granted. We genuinely don't know who invented bread, and that is a technology. Someone was fucking around with a lot of different food for a long time to figure out bread, let alone cheese and all the other crazy stuff we figured out because we're interested about stuff we put in our bodies. And sex. So when it comes to technological agreements between people, right? Because we don't need that for food. We just need to manage the animals for food. When it comes to the negotiation part, money, contracts, technology, the internet, porn.
Pretty good.
Yeah. No. When we create like perfect robots that we trust, people will be having sex with them before we have them in our homes.
I mean, that will be the end of humanity, really.
No, I don't think so.
It'll
be maybe the end of slavery.
Yeah. That's true.
Right? All humans ever wanted is like something that would do everything they told it to.
But then you will have another, like, you know, a huge rise of functionalist movement to claim that there's, you know, there's a ghost in the machine, all this stuff.
Oh, you think someone's gonna pretend that the machines have rights?
Yeah, of course.
That's nonsense.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Straight up nonsense.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Well, it's the same nonsense as boy can become a girl. But look at it.
That a boy can become a girl. Yeah, so if someone wants to give a robot rights, they can. But everyone else will say that's stupid.
Yeah, I'm not buying that one.
Same thing for like people that change their gender. The majority prevailing view is, okay, that's crazy. Guess it works for you. Like, nobody really cares or takes them seriously. They're just saying that's another thing another person on this planet is doing.
Yeah.
But Michael, I mean, you cannot deny like the rise. We can play the numbers. We can say like the majority of the humanity does not accept the point of view. Blah blah blah. But the cultures that are the most advanced and have the most reach are the ones who are pushing the type of agenda. So they will be the same type of deal. It's be the most advanced societies who have their fingers in every single pot around the world, and they will be pushing their own agenda and be mullet.
No, I'm saying that once we develop sufficient
artificial intelligence and robotics technology to replicate human activity at a speed faster than humans can anticipate the change necessary. Right? The AI. Right? We get actual robots. And then they just do as we tell them. And the robots make more robots. And the robots make enough robots that every single person has exactly one robot. Right? And then, of course, rich people, they have infinite robots because they're rich, but whatever. Everyone has one robot. At that point, what exactly can anyone complain about? Just like from the knowledge of science, farming, right? Shelter, the amount of effort it takes to create a sustainable life for a few people with one capable worker that never tires.
Yes,
Sorry, but like that's the end. There's no.
We need this. This is the danger of it. Like exactly the way you put it. So, if we create something that outpaces our needs and wants, that is where the stagnation comes in. Because we need the struggle. We need to fight against something. We need to change the environment.
Because they're just gonna sit there and do nothing because they're fed.
And if that is taken out of the human experience.
Also, let me push you
become bluff
against your communist or anti-communist reasoning.
That's my
anti-communist. Who says they should do anything? Let them sit on their ass and do nothing. They've got robots caring for them and making them a net positive for humanity. Why should they do anything?
Wait, why should he do anything? Like, what's your?
He's saying he's terrified that if I create a perfect robot that's able to care for every single human on the planet,
Yep.
if I make those things, then all the humans will be weak. And then I say, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think humans are curious and interesting and they'll do other stuff. But let's say it is true. Let's say a sizable portion, 20%, 40%, decide, fuck it all, I'm going to sit on my ass. I got the robot. He's making food for me. He cooks it. He plants it. He grows it. He's got shelter for me. I'm comfortable. He talks to me, and he gives me books. He walks over to the library and gets me books. I'm happy as a pig in shit.
Please don't scroll.
I'm just. Who the fuck is he to tell me I should get up off my ass and do something?
No, I'm not.
No, I agree.
I'm not saying that I should.
I agree with him though. It's and that would be detrimental to. It would not only impact that person, but it would impact the people around. It would have a bubbling effect. 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees of separation away from that person.
I do not agree that the person. I agree with you that
in a controversial new bill that just
lack of meaning in his life, right? And he wouldn't have really a job. It would all just be voluntary. But I don't agree that nature tends towards stagnation. I think that usually happens more like.
We saw this during the pandemic.
So Michael.
No, we saw a lot of people do a lot of interesting things. Some people did nothing.
Most people did nothing. A few people made sourdough bread.
The reason I brought stagnation
a lot of videos
into this equation because of the premises that you said. And the premise is that technology is outpacing our needs and wants. If it's outpacing, then there is stagnation. Because before you even think of something, it's already at your fingertips. And if it's already at your fingertips before you even thought about this, then you have no incentive to
okay, but then what would be the final frontier? If all of the questions.
The final frontier is going to be this. There's going to be, the mass population of, floating blobs, and then there's going to be a small group of people that are going to be nativists or naturalists of some sort, who's going to, be shunning technology, and this is in itself going to be also like a dangerous movement because they're going to be religious about this. Like that religiosity.
That's dumb.
It's not dumb.
It's like the definition of dumb.
What is dumb is what is dumb is
they call it being a Luddite.
Giving an incentive for people to become those type of floating blobs. It's a suicidal basically mission.
You're saying it's suicidal to be productive and effective efficiently.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's a straw man of what I'm saying. I said exactly what I meant. With the premises that you give, the result is stagnation, and that is not something that we should be striving for.
I don't agree that it leads to stagnation, because I think it's more. I don't think that human nature is a reflection of some kind of internal pain of desire or need. I think that human nature is more foundational than that, and I think that like capitalism, like the current iteration of how we lead ourselves to technology, I think that is strung along by need, and there'll be like a transition process where people stop doing that. But like, I don't think that humans cannot function.
Yeah, but you can only. So, but if you take it to the nth degree, what Andre's saying is, if I'm gonna accumulate, if this is gonna accumulate me, or the average person, everybody essentially, $50 million in wealth, then what is everybody gonna do with that $50 million in wealth?
Exactly, and it's the same.
They already do.
Yeah.
No, they don't already do that. Most people are living.
I'm asking, what do they do?
Wait, sorry. Wait, hold on, Andre. What was that mix set? What's your response to that?
I'm saying, what do people do with their wealth? Granted, they don't have that much wealth, but they do have wealth today. And what do they do with it?
They strive for more because there's an opportunity that more does more. But $50 million won't like it's not. There will be a cap on what like the desire goes away.
Okay, so Matt, if what you're saying is true, that even with the wealth that we have, right, I've got air conditioning and heating and all the wealths of the modern world, with that, you say we seek more. So the same would be true if I gave everyone a robot.
So
yeah, but more. No. Hold on. When I say more, there's
two robots in every.
Hold on. When I say more, there's two lanes in the highway. One is more is acquiring more assets and doing more. The other is there's a large part of this, a big lane, the second lane in this highway, where there's this strive to accumulate more capital in order. It's getting to lane one. It's getting more in lane one to be able to move to lane two.
So we have already seen what that type of it is a resource redistribution scheme essentially.
Yeah.
Does to human nature. Okay, we had a very large experiments in the 20th century, and what we have actually noticed sociologically is that people, once they have this type of uber safety net that they can receive regardless of their input, like the basic needs that they can have to survive, they stopped producing. The greatest period in that system was literally called stagnation, because everything was stable. Nobody really wanted to do anything about it, and people just felt comfortable. They felt comfy and had no incentive to do more or struggle. Or it has nothing to do with pain, by the way. That's not a thing that I would push against. It has
stagnation with.
It has to do with
our minds are not going to expand. We're going to play more pickleball. We're not going to read more literature, right? Our minds are not going to expand.
Pickleball is reading literature. I think they're the same. And that's what we'll do.
No, it's different. It's
different.
It's different. It's not a bad thing, but it's not. It's
self-hypnosis. The other is physical exhaustion.
It's a part of the pie. There's
mental
a pie.
exhaustion.
There's a pie that needs to. The whole pie needs to grow, not just a slice of the pie.
Yeah. So the ultimate goal of the socialist system was a society of citizen philosophers who, in their spare time, create beautiful pieces of art, poetry, and and read a lot. This is not what happened. What that actually did is created a society of alcoholics who were looking for the quickest and the dirtiest way to produce excitement for their senses and be done with it.
Yeah, but that's just what you're describing are different cultural problems. It's not systemic to a world without greed.
Can you you expand on that? I'm not quite certain what you agree.
It's a Broadway play right now.
I'm trying to say that unless we put a levy on a debt responsibility on people's basic needs, if we don't do that, then they won't engage in the good behaviors they should be doing for their own satisfaction, right? Working every day as part of a collective to make the world a better place, right? They should be doing that. But if I give them everything they need, they won't fucking do that. They'll just like show up and say, "Here I am. Now give me all my food and leave me alone." Right?
Right. So there's two things here. One is
it's not a binary. It doesn't function as binary. That the only thing you can do.
I'm not presenting it's about it.
Hold on. I think that what you're saying is though. Hold on. I think that what you're saying is 100%.
The main difference between
and what contributes to the greater good of 100%, the percentage that humans contribute towards that would go. So right now, let's say it's 50-50. Even though it's not. Let's say right now it's actually like it's 95% people and 5% AI robotics, right? And what you're saying is the 95% goes down and the 5% goes up to the extent that maybe it goes so far disproportionately the other way. It's 95 robotics and 5% humans, right? And so therefore we're achieving the 100% from a societal perspective. But that doesn't necessarily mean from the human side that suppressing it down to a level of 5%
Joey Reid
is good.
Andre and I are discussing the economic effects on the psychological state of a person. And
right.
Andre is saying that psychologically humans need food and rest and shelter. So if we withhold those things, we can get them to engage in any kind of behavior we want. Right? So then he's saying...
He's saying more than that, I believe. I'll let him speak.
So, I would say more. Right? He's saying that we withhold something they need, so they've got to do. So then what do we give them? Some system that's like healthy and productive for human behavior. Right? A job, a society, a family, whatever responsibilities we say will make for a holistic life for the person. Why? We withheld the things that he needed. I'm arguing with the premise that Andre has that the only way to get people to engage in good, holistic, humane lifestyle choices is to withhold their needs. I don't think that's
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's actually not what I'm saying now.
Okay, wait, listen, if he's not saying that, then he's not being concerned at all. When I take away the need, I give people everything they need and everything that they want, and I tell you, I will still get them living a happy, holistic life. And I can do it through other mechanisms. I don't withhold what they need.
That's okay. So, Michael, this is only incorrect. So, what I'm saying is about the results, unprovoked results of your utopian vision. And what I'm claiming is that the type of goal that you're setting up is unnatural in its essence, because it begins from what makes a human human. And it's the same argument, I think. What's his name? He was a famous socialist of the end of the 19th century.
It makes a man a man.
Defector. So it goes against the nature of trying to basically battle against the environment and having an incentive to do things because you have needs and wants that are not fulfilled. And the premise that I'm going by it, once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you were saying that you want the type of technology that outpaces the needs and wants of each individual.
Yes.
Okay, so that would create a natural environment for negative effects on it.
No, I don't think it's unnatural for humans to have what they need.
Let me ask you a question, Andre. Over time, I could argue against your point in that this is a spectrum, not binary, and that over time we have progressed on that spectrum from zero, where we're striving, as you say it, to maybe we're at like 15 on that spectrum. Right, like we're not where we used to be. I think also, right. There are people, right, depending on economic needs, not everybody's right. There are people that are right on various places on the spectrum, and surely there's an average. So I guess my devil's advocate, propose, question to you is, do you acknowledge like we're on it's a spectrum and we've shifted already on that spectrum? It's just a matter of how far is too much.
Oh crap, Mike left.
Oh, he left. But I agree with holistically, it's going too far on the spectrum is detrimental.
Well, yeah, I mean, like what we're basically trying, there is a piecemeal type of approach in terms of social engineering. I despise the general concept of social engineering, but I think it's necessary, like at least in the most minimal amount, it's necessary because each culture is essentially doing some sort of social engineering in order to reproduce itself. So that's okay. So as long as it goes that far, that's fine. But when we are actively engaging in taking away or giving, oh, sorry, one second.
That's better.
Can you hear me?
Yep, better.
Yeah. So what I'm basically saying that social engineering of is necessary. Like it's not that I'm saying we can completely get rid of it because each society is trying to promote its own values, reproduce itself. That's one of the necessary evils that we cannot get rid of. But when you proactively starting to engage in trying to change the very human nature, this is what totalitarian or authoritarian regimes do. In fact, they try to create a new type of human being in order to fit in the utopian vision. I think that is extremely dangerous, and I think what Michael was proposing is in line with that type of thinking.
Are you in America by chance?
Yeah. I'm in the South.
Yeah. Some would argue, not a very popular take, but there is and I don't necessarily believe this, but there is a theory out there that how complex and how bloated American healthcare system is, right? It's almost 20% of our GDP. It employs tens and tens of millions of people in the private sector, in various health plans, and in various middlemen, right? Again, it's not an excuse by any means. Let me just start with that. It's not an excuse, but there is a small group of people that think that if you can't just quickly blow it up because of the impact. It's a slightly different conversation, but yet maybe you can bring it back to relation to this conversation, that if you blow up the whole thing, you have, again, this is different. It's more of an unemployment issue, but it's going to have detrimental impacts to an outstanding portion of individuals and the U.S. economy. It's a lot different. I admittedly just trying to think if that relates in something that's happening in real time.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? I know it's probably a very bad analogy.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're trying to get at. Basically,
but I mean, social engineering. Let me just finish real quick, and I'll land right here by just saying, from a social engineering perspective, as it relates, right? There are jobs, and people are going about their day to day. And again, I'm not saying it's not an excuse for why prices are so high and why the system is so complex and why people are bankrupt, because of medical bills. I'm not saying that it's a necessary evil by any means. I'm just saying, though, there is a contingent of people out there that are saying, hey, if you do blow this up, though, is this a social, construct that we need to be maybe it's so big that we need to just be aware of. I'll pause there.
No, absolutely. And I think I understand what you were trying to get at with the healthcare. And I mean, I'm going to try to Stillman, at least one of the positions I think that you were talking about, and let's stop me if I'm getting it wrong.
Sure.
So one of the things that you're saying is that there's so many people who are dependent and engaged in the industry itself that any sort of radical change would create such a horrible effect on their livelihood, job market in general.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
Tens and tens of millions of people.
Millions, yeah, that's right. So the piecemeal approach to that would be, in terms of social engineering, would be a slow transition into something. Now, I don't agree with. Even though I admire her sternness and her principles, Margaret Thatcher's approach to the coal industry, for example, in England, like a famous example, there needs to be some sort of pathway of moving people out of the industry, creating incentives in different industries, and slowly kind of trickling down the negative effects of it. But it all becomes a question of degree to which you are interfering into the natural process. Because like a more libertarian-minded person would say, fuck it, just cut it off. Let people figure out. The ones who can swim will swim. The ones who can't will drown. That's just that's the survival of the fittest. But I think we are past that point where we require those type of methods, and they are appropriate for our sensitivities. Some sort of like social moral.
Somebody kicked me out of the room.
We all understand that we all have a final point where we all end. Where do you want to be when you end? I think is the question.
No, you're always here right now.
What's your name?
Santana.
Or be in the arms of a beautiful woman.
I'm going to give you better advice, Matt. Go and get a box of cereal, get back into bed, grab yourself whatever you want, a Gatorade or whatever.
We're back in the deep state.
Continue to work. If we tend to it,
Scott is leading the deep state.
Continue to make it better through evolution, not revolution.
But Scott, can I just say one question? Which is, I don't know if is it, don't blow it up, but change, maybe I guess it's argument about blowing it up altogether versus incrementalism. Like, I think some people would be centrist and say, yes, things need to change, but you can't blow it up. You'll sow more chaos and cause more harm if you blow it all up without a solution in between.
Right, that's the fundamentally conservative nature of the argument, right? And that's, I think what's hard is Democrats sort of being on the conservative end of the discussion, right? Being for the preserve, steward, protect, as opposed to.
They kicked me. How did they know? How did they kick me? Oh my gosh. That sucks. There goes that burner account.
I was hearing from a man and Nick. Then him being Hispanic don't hurt either.
I think he was from the military. Yeah, he's got a lot of the median American voter likes. Yeah, he outran Harris in Arizona by like 10 points. It's crazy.
Nah, because I was in the conversation.
Deep State Patriots.
Damn, my bad, y'all. This women got bad. Give me a second.
Bro, thank you. Shut up. These niggas is talking about some shit. Shut up. We'll talk later. They hold out a battle.
Hey, you guys have a lot of fun stuff going on in the city this weekend.
Who, me or you?
No, you. So I just spoke to my friend in that region, and he is like, there's a ton of stuff he's taking his kids to. Some Jewish events, and then some just fun, like, stuff. They're going ice skating, roller skating.
Yeah, for kids. But I have an adolescent brat.
Yo, how old? If you don't mind me asking, because I'm Brad. Oh, that's not a brat. That's an
Yes,
adult.
it's very good when blessed.
Well, she's 19
I
currently,
would
so
say
she's
very
technically
good.
still an adolescent.
Dude, I got kicked out of my house when I was 17. Like, what the fuck?
Is this the Oppression Olympics?
Yes. I have it worse. She doesn't want to spend time with
Dude,
me.
I was 17 in 92. This is 30 years later, and y'all are being like, put him in the corner and give him time out. Y'all pussy bitches.
Okay. Well,
Pussy
thank you for your
bitches.
parenting advice.
If I was in Canada, I would have just traveled north, their country, and done some sightseeing.
If you were in Canada, where it's already cold, you would travel further north where it's more cold and fight with bears? Is that
I have no reservations about the weather.
okay? Well, good luck with that.
Or just hop on a flight to Florida. One of us will pick you up.
I am going to be doing that.
And from then on, you'll be called a snowbird as your, like, then.
Stop. No. Not a snowbird. Not yet. If I were to be a snowbird, I'd be going to, like, Australia for their summer. I wouldn't be going to
Well, I mean, I got somebody offered me a marriage down in, like, New Zealand. You know, not
You
recently.
should take them up on it. New Zealand's a nice place.
There's no him in it. What the fuck you say him for?
Oh.
I ain't gay.
Her. Her up.
Fag. Fag.
Well,
What's up? What the?
You called me.
Well, dude. No. But, dude, I grew up, dude, like, listen, dude.
Dude,
Listen,
I'm not.
Listen, dude, when I grew up in the, like, the beaches of Florida in Brevard County, and I'd go surfing, I don't care if you were a girl or a guy, but like, yeah, what's up, dude? You like, that looks like a nasty little rip right there. You want to go in it? Like, yeah. Like, dude, come on, let's roll. Bro, come on, dude. It has nothing to do with man or what.
And I
It
said
has
you were
nothing
going to
to do with
yeah. The difference.
Well, I mean, the way you say it, it sounds like an elephant's, hair on his ass.
Okay, Don, how many beers have you had?
Not enough to not remember what the fuck I was doing yesterday.
Okay. Just check.
What did you do yesterday?
Exactly what I'm doing right now.
Drinking an undisclosed number of beers.
Oh, I can tell you exactly how many beers I read yesterday.
Do you keep a spreadsheet?
Mary Catherine!
No, I have a personal assistant that takes care of that.
Perfect.
But what are we really talking about? Like, is it like, butts on dogs?
Mostly butt sex.
Sex is
Wow.
Are you into bears?
Wow.
Dude, like your whole life, like you're with a woman and behind a closed in a behind the closed door situation, you are literally behind a closed door with a woman in an erotic manner, maybe if you're really got a good strong libido.
Say it slower. Say it slower, Don. Say it slower.
Yes, go on.
I'm thinking.
If you have a really nice libido.
Yeah, like behind a closed door as a man and you're very virulent, like you might be 10% of your relationship in that erotic way behind a closed door. But the rest of your time is 90% of learning how to be a fucking man, son.
Yeah. It's not, if you're in prison or the military, it's not gay to occasionally fuck a guy.
Well, as long as you don't make eye contact.
I'm dead. I can't.
I mean, those are special circumstances.
What if you need to travel to see a better?
Everything is going to be finite. You know, don't take life so seriously. None of us are going to get out of life alive.
Ooh, they're actually redeveloping that lot. That's exciting.
What you getting?
Some bears are critically
I said, bro, nigga lit outside this shit, fool. Well, I don't give a fuck about no jail time, bitch. I literally do that. Literally. Did you pop out though? Did you check my pizza? I'm on the road, fool. The golf fit, does San Antonio cut you all the way up last night? I had to leave. He was beating you bad though. I love it. That's what God listening on me right now. Isolated when it was doing.
You say isolated?
Isolated. Yeah. It's fucked up, Joe. It's alright. Diego went silent on me, man.
That's a rough one.
Yeah, I won't use that again. Yeah. Put that in my notebook. Sorry, distractions in the home. I thought it was my comedic timing. به همین میگن فحاش ولی بعد از 2 سال ما میبینیم
How dare you?
I'll tell you that example is wrong, did you say?
No, you said it was like too complicated. You were like, no, this is too complicated.
No,
Here, I want to hear you whine as a plan. Talk about you should have held. Don't try to get back in either. Marvin, stay your ass on the sidelines. That's enough my bad.
Yeah, Trey, that's valid. I just had to make sure. I had to protect my just to make sure that it's not like a straight drop. Because sometimes, you know, a candle that just slashes right through the face. It helps confirm that it's still good.
That's how I'm living, my bro.
You cannot deny anything. I mean, you cannot deny anything because there is only one thing that you cannot deny. That is why there is no denial of anything.
Yes, sir. See, if you take it this way, avidya, even if you take it a causal form, avidya into a deep sleep, eventually lead to
Just asking him. He was waiting for a response from that.
That's on Facebook. So, if you can answer this, do you know any laws? Hold on. Do you know any laws that are made out of
Huey, didn't you see those news coverage of the cats and the dogs?
That's a good answer, right? And they don't know.
She was dead to me.
She was dead to me.
The moment she licked me arsehole.
Me and Simon had like a fucking 2 or 3 hour co-working space where we probably said nothing but like Clubhouse random tweets. Like, that's right. And she was dead to me. And then be like, PTR the proof, bitch. Like, you can say so much without actually saying anything at all for hours at a time.
Pictures where it didn't exist.
That's right. Tits or get the fuck out.
Dude, like I started watching like this one girl. She has these like shorts on YouTube, and she has she's rather endowed, right? Like, I started like reading the comments, and it is like super aggressive, man. Like they're just so like enamored to start a conversation about her assets, and it's pretty funny when she brings it up, points it out. She does it in a funny way. And I'm like, damn, man, like these dudes are super aggressive, man. Like, man, how you get that thirsty, man?
It's called the internet, Carson.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like, I mean, publicly saying this stuff out loud and how public facing the comments are, and they're attached to your real like life thing. It's not a troll account. These are like real dudes, like being like thirsty and acting like this stuff is like anonymous.
You can't really search YouTube chat or YouTube comments. I mean, as someone who has a very large internet footprint, it's really the Google search that you want to control. And for example, if you Google my telephone number, you'll see all kinds of. You'll immediately see me on YouTube. You'll see me on Instagram, etc. So I set up a new Hinge It and Bumble account, and now I'm only texting with girls with a new number because I lose so much opportunity when the girl, that I want to take out sees me on YouTube, live streaming myself talking to you guys. You see the problem? That's a real doxing, and what you're talking about, Carson, is really just, typical internet, comments.
He's really
No, I get you. I get you. Wow. Hey, I get you on that one, man. But at the same time, like, if the dude has a channel, like, the channel pops up. And there's people with channels and all this other stuff that are, like, thirsty in the comments. With actually a presence on YouTube, not just, like, commenters. You know what I'm saying?
We just got back. It doesn't matter. We just got back from the nightclub. I hadn't even taken a shower. She started licking me arsehole. It's disgusting. Then we had hot, sweaty sex.
See, you're getting carried away yourself. It was the next morning.
Morel, what's going on, Morel? I've enjoyed, listening to you talk about things and, educating your fellow Hindu Dindu brothers here in America that can't get laid. Because let's be honest, Indian men cannot get laid. And that is one of the reasons why they're always so depressed. And some of them turn to alcohol, and some of them, it's because they can't get fucking laid. And The solution is arranged marriage. It's a cultural tradition that is it takes the fake love out of the necessity of, work and family and all the good things in life.
Your problem is become difficult because the cute ones don't want to just arrange marriage to a loser. They want to chat if they're going to do it. And most of them are finding somebody anyway. It's more of a rage dating. So you still have to be manly. You have to attract a woman. You can't give them a lecture about your job and expect them to drop their panties.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what we try when we're at the low level. One friend, the person he's talking about was handing out his link and just hitting on girls and handing them LinkedIn, saying that he makes $300K. This is within 5 minutes of meeting them. So he thought that's appropriate, but he's never dated before. He's a virgin, and so you got to give some of these guys a pass. They just don't.
Hey, you know what's funny? I met this one dude a long time ago.
Toto Fagos is a good friend of mine. Come on up here.
Hey, I met this dude like long time ago or whatever, and I guess I was his wingman because like for whatever reason, like I was like his DD or whatever at night, and freaking he got drunk and was talking to chicks in the nightclub, and he's a pilot, and he was getting shot down left and right. So his approach was just super stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he like over 6 foot tall, like he checked a lot of blocks, but his personality was like, just, less than desirable. You know what I'm saying? He's a pilot, man. He had the fairly chiseled jaw, white guy, but he's just so socially awkward that it was like not very pleasing to the opposite sex.
Oh, fuck you, black guy.
What?
Yeah, I mean, height doesn't see people who are caught up on height, like T-Rob's here, maybe you, Carson. I don't know how tall you guys are, but I'm 6'3".
Women?
What I'm saying is that height is one of those. Height is one of those bullshit things, like what Morale was saying. If you're a real man, height is completely irrelevant. It's insignificant. Look at Napoleon. I mean, could have fucked anybody he wanted.
I mean, yeah, but to a point, you are right. But I think some women will disqualify you. But I think it's like one of those things where it's like,
do you need every woman? You really need every woman? As long as you get one, it's enough, right?
Wait, hold on. Let me finish my statement first. What I think is it's one of those ones where it's like kind of self-filtering, where like you'd be like, oh well, she says this, and if you don't understand women, you'd be like, oh well, she told me.
He's always, I'm every woman. That's what you sound like, bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
Yeah, this is off the chain.
Mr. Anderson.
That's right. Shut the fuck up, faggot.
Mr. Anderson.
That's right. You gone too.
This is weird. Where his dad thinks his dad was his.
That's right.
But it's.
All you bitches. Okay.
He was dead to me.
That's right.
Oh, did you kick Gemini?
That's right.
Yeah, man. Talk to
Fuck them.
Why did you just clean out the room, man?
You're fucking lucky you're still here, bitch.
I don't care if you kick me out. That's the thing. I don't understand. What's part of the game then? Do it.
He licked my arsehole and he was dead to me.
We just got back from the nightclub. I haven't even taken a shower yet.
Hey, bitch. Come on. No. Come on. Tell me. I'm missing my daily check-in.
Daily check-ins.
Have you updated your fucking John Kitover yet?
With JohnKitover.com, yeah.
Bro, you need to have them forward to a single forwarder, so you just update the one and it updates them all.
Oh, that's pretty smart, but it doesn't matter. I in my GoDaddy account, I have 250 domain names.
Weren't you doing that with your Tumblr?
Let me finish my statement. Let me finish my statement. I have 250 domain names in GoDaddy, and I have them all forwarded to x.com/Adrian Dittman. But all of them are set to not renew. So I got a call from like a GoDaddy exec saying like, you know, they charged me $200 for their stupid GoDaddy membership club. So you pay a reduced fee of like $10 per domain.
Actually have that many.
It is worth it, but I'm done with it. It's bullshit. I'm done working with GoDaddy. I'm done owning domain names, and I have a lot of good names, but I don't give a fuck anymore. Bye-bye. I'm Adrian Dittman now, and I don't have adriandittman.com registered with GoDaddy. I have it registered with Tumblr. I'm basically done.
No, bro, that's me. I've used them for like, I don't know, not 15 years, but close enough. Over 10 years. Dynadot, which there's no bullshit. It's just a good discounted rate, and if you spend over like $500 a year, then it gets even automatically. You don't have to ask anybody. It already goes on to like
Who do you use?
higher discount. Dynadot, it's called.
Dynadot. Okay.
They're like one of the longest standing. Like they're a great service.
Jordan Gruber down there. Jordan Gruber.
It's like $11 to renew.com.
That's a good price. Jordan Gruber owns enlightenment.com, which is a great domain name. And he's recently published, the guy in the audience, Jordan, he recently published 2 books, or one of them is called Microdosing. And his website looks really good. But the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I told Jordan like last week about Tumblr and how he should develop enlightenment.com on Tumblr, because it's a free CMS, content management system. It's a free website, you know, builder, and it's unlimited. Tumblr, and it's a social network on top of it. It's owned by Verizon. It's not going to go out of business as far as I know. So it's a good platform to build a content-based website on. And I'm sure there's a lot of plugins and stuff.
Limited with like the design now?
There's lots of templates. You can purchase templates, but
Is there?
yeah, I've been using Tumblr for many, many years. To me, it's a very perfect and cheap solution to a complicated problem, because you know, when I was building websites, I would just use an FTP and upload the fucking site to a server that cost me $3 a month, and I could upload as many sites as I wanted. They have changed the way I can, you know, create my shitty websites by hand. Anyways, I used to do this in 2001. I was building websites, and I had a nice stream of income coming because I ranked for keywords like sponsorship. I was like top 5 for the term sponsorship in Google. My site was generating hundreds of dollars a day. But now I'm just focusing on Adrian Dittman.
And now she's dead to me.
Yeah, she's dead to me now. That source of income. Income.
Come in. Do not come.
It's kind of crazy. You have to basically invite them to come in to get the income.
That's right. That's right.
So the guy who invited me to this website, Todd, he has a new site. It's called paynow.com, and it's like a Bitcoin exchange marketplace. He invited me to this site, and I gave him 10 grand to own 50% of marijuanabusiness.com. He never did anything with it and just kept my money. So then I finally sent him a threatening text message, and he paid me back the 10 grand. But he's still on this website talking to web developers. And there are all these domainers that have, you know, 100 domain names, 50 domain, 5,000 domain names, whatever. They're all sitting there paying for these large portfolios that generate no fucking money. It's a negative asset. Nobody even uses domain names. Like,
they're not assets, they're liabilities.
They're liabilities. And the thing is, why do you need a website now? Until you actually have like a functioning and successful Instagram or YouTube, etc., just work on building that shit out before you put up a .com and invest money in some stupid fucking website that no one's ever going to visit, because people are using the algorithm to discover what they're going to purchase. They're not searching like they used to. It's a different purchase cycle now.
Website is because they're going to get redirected anyway through your, means of discovery. But people are trying to shortcut shit, though, man. You know this.
There's only one shortcut. It's YouTube. If you want to do search engine optimization, you have to create videos about your keywords. That's it. You can't get ranked in Google. It's impossible.
Incorrect.
Even for a new site, you think you can actually get ranked for keywords competitively?
It took me about 18 months, but I'm on the page 1 of Google for my most important keywords in my most important business, and I outrank a unnamed multi-billion-pound company.
So what did you? How did you develop this?
It changes on the day. Sometimes I'm position 2, sometimes I'm position 3. I've never made it to position.
What's
1.
the site built on? Just WordPress or what? PHP? What is it?
That website is built on WordPress.
Okay. I don't use WordPress, but I probably should.
No.
See, with Tumblr, you're never going to get traction. You'll never get indexed with Tumblr. And how did you?
You don't spend enough fucking time to. There's too much customization that's required, and the time that you need to invest and whatever, and you just need something you can like spray and pray on a lot of different things.
Well, I'm not going to probably. I would like to get to your level where I actually zone in on a certain product or service and focus on those keywords and get recurring traffic, recurring business. But what did you do on the outside of your site other than, fully optimizing your site with the keywords? What do you do offsite? Like, how are you buying links or how are you getting links? Like, what are you doing?
I'm not buying links. It's a platform. It's user-generated content, or it's automatically fed in, which is also user-generated, but they don't do it specifically on my site. So people upload content for me. So Google's seeing continuously, Bella! They're seeing continuously new, updated, and fresh content, which is a non-duplicate content.
Wasn't Bella the name of Adolf Hitler's German Shepherd?
That would be amazing.
Oh wow!
Wow!
If that's the case, man, you've been doing a lot of reading, huh?
Blondie.
I was just kidding. I don't know.
It was like a subconscious thing. If that was the case.
It's a joke, but so that's interesting. So
Hold up! Oh, he did. He won't go Bella. Amazing. That's amazing.
So what
you're? True Hitler loved animals, especially dogs. Yes. I'm assuming that. Where did I just fucking read that?
So that means you can't.
They were in order. Listen. They were in order. I can't pronounce this one. Fuschel, Prince, Muckle, Blonda, Blonda the Second, Blondie, Bella, and Wolf. Wow. That's amazing.
Wolf's a good name. I like that name.
I agree with you that growing a site through user content and user profiles is like really. But how much did you pay, or how much have you invested with your developer to build out your site/platform?
The first version of the site was probably like $10,000, but I built like roughly 25% or so of it. Since then, it's basically been a scratch rebuild, and I've written it myself. So there is no outlay cost, but an immense amount of time, years of time.
Well, that's a cost. Time. I mean, clearly time is money. Meaning that, if you had to build it from scratch, I understand. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I had this one site called treasurefriendships.com, and it was supposed to be like a network or a marketplace to monetize your social media platforms. This was like back in 2008, 2007. And I paid these developers, I don't know, $5,000 to build the platform. And I was getting hundreds of new registered users a month, and people were submitting all their social media credentials, profile IDs, etc., looking for sponsorships or looking for marketing partnerships, whatever. It's just an index of people looking to monetize. I have this Indian friend that I grew up with named Taz Patel. He has this company called Captivate. And what they do is they're basically an agency for social media influencers and matching them with brands. And it's a big business. But, they were doing political stuff. They'll do anything. And anyways, he really made a lot of money off of that. It's, been bought out a couple times and whatnot. But it's called Captivate. And it's a marketplace for social influencers.
Bella, keep going. What? I know you're excited. What about what?
What kind of dog do you have?
What? She is a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Oh my God, those things are huge.
Yeah. Big strong girl.
I dated this girl that had 2 of them, and I was like,
Oh, she's a big strong girl.
It's crazy. You see two Rhodesian Ridgebacks jump on your couch, and you're just like, oh, I don't have a couch anymore. Got to get a second couch.
It's like, oh, I don't have like, dude. You see when she like steps on you, you know, but not right. You good girl, Paul. Good girl. Other Paul. Good girl. Touch. Good girl. There we go. Waiting. Take it. Need ya? Yeah, no, she's a fine specimen. She literally is the breed standard as well. I didn't plan this or whatever, but because I wanted a dog off this breeder, so literally like my local breeder, 10 miles away or so from me. But it turned out that a couple of months before I got her, well, for whatever she was even born, I suppose, her dad won best of breed in Crufts, so she's quite the specimen, aren't you?
You think you're talking to something smart. What you're really doing is talking to a big rat that wants to eat all the time.
No, they're not.
She was dead to me.
They're not Labradors, and she actually sometimes doesn't finish her food. But dude, I'm not a dum dum, right?
You're not a dum dum.
I've met
dum
dum as well in my life.
Dum dum.
There are certain breeds of dogs that would agree with you. Like I literally call them rats, right? Little ankle biters in particular. But particularly, let's say collies, huskies, and like I wouldn't say Bella is as smart as a collie, but she's incredibly intelligent.
Yeah, I know. I like dogs.
You couldn't teach her to do this, right? But I don't like my brother, for example. And the first time she met him, she barked at him, like she could sense whatever it is. And you know, she taught herself how to open fucking doors. Like it's when you see the things, when you struggle to teach them how to do things, right? You go through that process with them. Well, the struggle is more learning how that they learn, I suppose. Right? Once you figure that out, it's much simpler. But realizing that when they learn things and pick up words on their own that you don't train them to, I always find that incredibly impressive. You know, the association. You can't tell, right? But there's certain words.
It's like having a Pikachu. It's an extension of you, meaning that you project onto your dog, but your dog becomes like a codependent, emotional parasite.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's a parasitical relationship or whatever. I don't doubt it or whatever. Like she's an NPC kind of but the benefits outweigh the cost. Like I wouldn't.
No, I know. I get it. It's companionship. You know, it's basically having an automated dopamine drip anytime you want it.
One second. I just want to play this one. Bro, I'll cherish this nugget of information forever. That's amazing. Uncle Addy had a dog called Bella. That's amazing. Not the reason why, obviously. I didn't even know that. But this is it's on a multi-level.
Your dopamines are flaring now that you know that Adolf called his dog Bella. You're like, this is a coincidence. I can't believe it. It's a synchronicity.
It's synchronicity and symmetry and yes, all the fucking.
It was destiny that I called you Bella. Deep in my subconscious, I knew to call you Bella.
But what the fuck was I gonna say? Yeah, no, there's multiple aspects to it. You know, on one hand, yeah, you could say companionship or whatever. Now, did I consider myself lonely or whatever before? No, but like, there definitely is like a hole in my heart that is now filled. that I didn't know was kind of missing, as gay as that fucking sounds. You know?
Yeah, but how do you know that that's not just hindsight?
I literally can't. I've had her. This will be her second Christmas, and that time has flown by, and I can't. I almost can't remember life without her now. It's kind of very, very strange.
It sounds to me that you are suffering from depression. After you lost the girl who licked your arse, you haven't been able to match that dopamine feedback loop, so you went with a dog and put peanut butter on your cheeks.
That's right. But it's also like, it kind of more practically, it's kind of the same things. Like, I have an sit-stand desk, right?
How much? Wait, your dog must eat 100 pounds of food a month.
No.
How much? 50 pounds of food?
She probably eats. I don't know. I've never weighed it. She eats raw food. So it comes frozen from the butchers, but it comes in like a huge.
You don't mix in dog food?
No, she literally eats raw meat.
Bro, you gotta give that dog supplementary fucking dog food.
Incorrect. They need supplementary organ meat on top of it.
You don't have a wolf. You have a dog.
That's right.
I'm just saying, for your sake of ownership, it makes your life a lot easier to supplement with some dry dog food.
That she's been eating it for over like a year, maybe 18 months.
Don't you know dog food is like crack to dog food?
Huh?
Just when was the last time you fed that dog dry dog food?
Yeah, it was like a year ago. Yeah.
Man, you should fucking, I'm telling you. Anyways, whatever. I mean, do what you're going to do. I just feel bad for Bella.
Why? She's got zero health issues. She's incredibly healthy.
She's dead to me.
The breeder, who I keep in contact with, we have like a small little group chat, and I'll post up photos of her. And firstly, the breeder adores Bella, because she's very local to her still. Secondly, primarily, that's a secondary issue. The primary thing was Bella kind of chose us, right? Like, I brought my mom to when I.
You brought your mom?
And Bella basically was jumping up on my mom's knee, so she kind of chose my mom. Actually, she didn't even choose me. But so it was made it very simple. So I asked the breeder. I said, "Okay, how much we agreed for the purple girl?" And she said, "Okay, let me think about it," because the breeder kept not one but two puppies from that litter, and she was one male, one female. Sorry, one bitch. She was very specific. I kept saying, "No, I want a girl." You mean a bitch? She was just like, she was about calling it. I was like, yeah. She was like, well, look, if you want a bitch, it's this much. Like, anyway. But listen to me, she's like a champion breeder. Like, what the fuck am I meant to say? Anyhow, Bella there was two girls that she was like on the fence. She didn't know which one she wanted to keep, and basically Bella was one of the two, and then she let me have Bella. Basically,
how much did you
Either
pay?
that, or it was a remarkably good sales pitch, or whatever, I suppose.
How much did you
But
pay?
I don't think so, because I chose her anyway. She told me that beforehand.
How much did you pay?
It was more than some cars I've driven.
Shut the fuck up.
Dude, she's a fucking, like, yes.
You paid $8,000?
No, not that much.
Oh.
Yeah, you tell him you're worth it.
So I guess the big question is, does Bella bark when she sees a Keepa or a Schwartz?
Say that again. I can't hear you. She's whispering in my ear.
Does your dog bark when she sees a Keepa or a Schwartz?
Bro, they're literally, she hates niggers. Like, first time this happened, and I've heard this, but you don't know until you know, right? Like, I've adored the breed and stuff. I've adored the breed and stuff, but I've never met one when they were like on red alert, right?
Yeah.
So when they go on red alert, they're ridged, so they have a stripe of hair along the top of their spine, which grows in the opposite direction. But when they're like on red alert, it stands up on end like a mohawk, right? It like and it actually partially goes up the back of their neck as well, which it when they're not kind of like in that red alert see it, that you don't see it. Anyway, but yeah, basically they have a dual purpose, right? So on one hand, they were bred.
They come out of Africa too, right?
Look, yeah, you tell them. Look at my PTR. That's yeah. Good girl. I know it's dinner time, isn't it? There's dual purposes, right? So they were bred. Hey, you never make this much noise. What's going
She
on?
wants to eat. I told you, you live technically with a giant rat that wants to be fed all the time, and you are in a codependent, parasympathetic relationship with with a giant fucking rat.
Yeah, you tell him you're worth it.
She's dead to me.
You worth it? I'm looking at her so she won't say nothing.
So I dated.
I see that. I turned my head away. She did it.
I was dating this very hot liberal Jewish chick, and she had.
Anyway, before you tell me, look at my PTR. This is from like a BBC article in the year 2000, right? That's a Ridgeback. Look what she's defending the family from.
Wow.
That's right. So I heard this.
I mean, that's not a real photo, right? That's just like a
No, 100%.
Photoshop.
That's from a BBC news article from the year 2000. It's a real photograph.
Really?
100%.
Well, that doesn't mean it's real necessarily.
That's right. That was more AI. Anyway, but I'd always been told, like, I'd heard this, that they're racist or whatever. Bro, I was walking her in the city center. I know. I was waiting on like a takeout food I ordered, so I was just taking her like a lap up and down. And it's a really like student, the Queen's University area. And this like fucking like literally Hillary Clinton is the fucking chancellor of the university, right? So like this Hillary Clinton fucking voter type, blonde, white, bimbo, fucking liberal girl was walking towards me with her basically half caste but black boyfriend. And she's like, "Oh my god, your puppy's so cute," blah blah blah. Kind of like goes to pet Bella. Bella loves her, whatever, blah blah. And the boyfriend puts his hand out to pet her, and Bella just like swerves him, just been like, "Nope." And it was the first time, just like straight away, just to be like, see her correctly, be 100% racist, just be like, "Nope, like nigger's not touching me." And she did it. He went to put his hand out again and do it, and she did the exact same thing. Like it was not a fucking accident. It was hilarious. Just I don't know. It made me smile.
Yeah, but I mean, to think that it's anyways, yeah. I mean, don't you think it's still just a fight or flight response?
There's been other instances, right? For example, like with a bunch of like, there's a guy who was like a Pakistani, and like she like, yeah. Oh,
No, but don't you, I mean, honestly, isn't it just a fight or flight response? Like they're just so aware, like they're conscious of their security. Like they know, like they're always, it's like a wolf instinct, it knows danger. It can detect possible danger.
Here's the thing. It's like, they're very protective, right? But not in an excessive or terribly, like an aggressive way, like a staffy bull terrier, or some kind of like they're at home they're like Labradors, very strong Labradors, but they incredibly strong. Like if someone, she won't even bark at other dogs. There was one time we were walking past like an apartment block, and there was a dog on the ground floor, all little ankle biters, right? And there was two in the next left floor of the Americans would call that the second floor. So there's three dogs sitting yapping at her, and she like literally looks at them, doesn't even bark. They're a very quiet breed. But when you hear her bark, that's her just whimpering or whatever you heard there. That's not really her making any noise. If someone knocked the side door, or if she, at 10 o'clock at night, if she heard a car door close, like, you would hear, they're part of the hound group. Like, she has a very deep set of lungs on her, so typically they're a very quiet breed, but when they bark, you know about it.
What I'm trying to say is that regardless of the breed, whether it's a Shih Tzu or a Rhodesian Ridgeback, all dogs exhibit and to demonstrate constantly the same exact patterns. It's basically security, protection, ingestion, defecation. Nah. They don't all have common ancestors. Nah. Dogs don't just do the same shit.
Have you ever met a pug?
Yeah, I've met a pug.
Okay, a pug versus like a working cocker or springer.
A working cocker spaniel.
You're talking about, or a German Shepherd, right? Is an absolute
Working Germans.
right?
We're not talking about the canine police. We're talking about dogs in a house. They want to fucking eat all the time. That's what I'm getting at.
They don't.
They fucking do. They're goddamn rats, and they want to eat the food in the kitchen 24/7. They're constantly working games to get more food out of your closet, out of your refrigerator.
That's right.
Can you hear me, Bella? Bite this limerick. Bite this leprechaun's ankle and go to the fridge, open it up, and get yourself your shylark.
I have went from feeding her twice a day to once a day because
once a day she's eating like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel.
That's right.
You've got your dog on a starvation diet. You truly are a concentration camp. You're a concentration camp guard. That's all you ever were in the Nazi. If you were ever in the Nazi Third Reich, you'd just be a concentration camp guard. That's all you'd ever be. You fucking Jew-hating leprechaun motherfucker.
That's right.
So, the thing about God, I know you don't like the Jews, but you see, in Kabbalah, dog is God. That's why Jews have dogs, but Muslims do not have dogs in their communities. Dogs are Jewish, so, you know, you're closer to the Jews than you think.
Really?
Yeah, your dog is Jewish.
That's funny because the Rhodesians were anti-communist.
No, what I'm saying is dog is God backwards, and the word God is go do, and dog is do go. They're connected. It's a riddle.
They're like space aliens, bro. They're just connected. It's just like
Yeah, Rhodesian Ridgebacks obviously were abducted by the aliens.
That's right.
I'm just doing a word game, but really it's a riddle for taking action versus just using words all the time.
That's right.
Maybe Ape here could use that because, you know, when Ape, I don't know if you know this, Ape, but when you speak, people can barely even understand what you're saying. You have no inflection. I don't know, is it when you're at work, you're just like low voice?
Maybe that, but maybe it's just, maybe it's Maybelline, maybe it's his microphone, you know?
I'm just saying, if you can't communicate clearly on this app, how the fuck are you communicating clearly in the real world with people that you know, do transactions with?
He made you something. What do you see? Where is it?
No, I didn't know how to send it to him.
That's right.
I don't want to follow him back on anything. Just because what you do when I follow you.
You're dead to me. You're fucking dead to me. I knew you were dead to me the moment you wouldn't follow me back. You're fucking dead to me. You're fucking dead to me.
No. I like you. I don't want my whole fucking timeline plugged up with your shit.
Your timeline? Your fucking timeline? You're such a loser. Fuck your timeline. No one fucking cares about your timeline. Your timeline is dead to me.
Find your phone.
Your timeline is dead to me.
Where's the second?
You fucking stupid losers don't even read books. You should join my book club where we read books to each other and become smart again. You losers have been talking about the Jews for so many years, you forgot that books even exist. You've gotten brain rot.
Look at Telegram, you faggot.
I can't. That phone is live streaming on YouTube right now. And we have one viewer. We want to thank whichever viewer you are, whoever you are, wherever you are. Your support matters.
Dude,
Go
I
to
can
our
set up a script to,
Patreon
like,
now.
Automate. I can set up a script to like get you viewers automatically, just get that, pump up that view count.
Who cares? View count. I was doing TikTok for like a year and recording all these live events throughout Chicago music performances. And you can, as a publisher, you're delusional. If you really even think that people are even watching your shit, and it's all just bots. So like,
Telegram is 100% artificially inflating the numbers.
Yeah.
It's no way this many people. Now, are there a lot of people on it? But yes, but it's horse shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, if you still don't think, I think you owe me $10 because if you go to adriandittman.com, no, go to adriandittman.com. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Adrian Dittman and fucking Elon Musk are not the same fucking person.
Go to my website adriandittman.com and look at my YouTube videos and you'll see Elon Musk playing the fool every night. I'm recording his unrecorded spaces.
Luke,
I mean evidence.
Where did you post the one with the two things in the same time? Is it my year and Diego chat? What the fuck is it?
I just put it on Twitter just now, so you can see it there. I don't know where it's.
Bro, I do follow you, don't I?
Yeah.
Still not gonna come up
Are
with
you fucking losers on X?
Look, I put the link in the chat.
What is your X handle?
in the chat.
What's your X handles? If you won't follow me on Instagram, Louis60Y.
Yeah.
What's up, Adrian?
Louis Goyer.
Look at it.
Asperger's agent, agentic enthusiast. What? That's not even English.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be part of the.
Oh my god! Oh my god! What in the fuck is this? What in the fuck is this?
I'm gonna post the one of Tim. You'll love this.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god! You're getting a clover for that one.
Wait till you see the one of Tim here. Hold on.
What the fuck is this? You're doing it. You're my press agent. Oh, that's cool. That's like AI. You're doing AI on my face. Yeah. Holy fuck. The fuck is this?
Yeah, look at. Here, I just put Do you see this?
This is amazing. How did you do this?
Here, I'll send you the link to the, it's POE.com. But it's a certain model on,
Why isn't there any audio though?
Well, because so this model is just a image to video generation model.
Damn.
So it's, yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But I think I think I actually have like an NPC face because I'm bald. Like I basically have like an NPC face, or like if you go on Snapchat and you build your emoji character, I'm just that totally naked white human body. So I should be easily created. I don't know. As a bald person, I feel like it's easy to manipulate images.
Well, I mean, I guess it's not well, I guess by default you can say yes. It does have to manipulate additional frames of images in order to turn it into a video.
But what I'm saying is, do you think bald people are entitled to reparations for having androgenic alopecia? Why isn't androgenic alopecia covered underneath the Social Security Disability Act? We're uglier than people that have to get haircuts. We're discriminated against.
I mean, the pretty privilege is probably the most privileged out of all of the privileges by far. Like, I'm being dead serious.
Look at the T-Drops one.
It's because Randy's always saying, I gotta get a Milwaukee coffee, dude. It's like it's constantly, he's ramblesome.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you could do this with any famous person, right?
You can do it with any image. They do have moderation layers built on top of, like, so I know Poe has some sort of moderation layer that's built on top of all of the models that they're using the API on, but like also the models themselves. It's very difficult to find a truly uncensored model. I've come across a couple, but I just I don't have I mean, I guess I could run it on what I have, but it's just not it's not worth it to me because the amount of space that it would take up and how slow it would be because I don't have. I mean, I just have a Chromebook. But yeah, you can do it with basically any image, but there's going to be certain images that obviously it's not going to. If someone's anything graphic, I'd imagine they're gonna. It'll get rejected, but there are ways around that if you wanted to. But yeah, it's gonna be a big deal with the whole deepfake shit for porn. It is an issue. I do think it is an issue. So
I saw something about some teacher yesterday that got arrested and sentenced. I don't remember what his sentencing was, but he took. Actually, I won't even mention it. I don't even want to say it.
Yeah, I already can guess what.
Yeah, he's basically doing pederasty, and using AI and stuff and taking photos of his students, just really.
Bro, this is one of those things where I don't have a big social media footprint. I don't really want one, but people really should anyone who doesn't have kids now but moving forward ends up having kids. You really shouldn't be posting photos of your kids online. Period. For this reason. Because anyone that's already got one out there, it is what it is. It's part of a bunch of training data sets for sure. Is what they really do about it now. But yeah, there's gonna be fucking creeps that are gonna take your child's image, and yeah, so it's yeah. And I don't know how I feel about the whole. Obviously, with anything with that, I'm against it. But I think Japan recently basically said that anything you can connect to on the internet is free grabs for these companies that want to use. Basically scrape everything for data. There's no copyright. I don't know exactly how they worded it, but it basically gave protections for AI companies. I don't know. I'm for that only in the context of AI, but then that opens up a whole nother set of paths where, at some point, then these companies are gonna eventually, specifically due to the ability of being able to just scrape everyone's data, that's where they're gonna reap their benefits in the long run. So I don't know. It's very gonna be in the next 10 years. They're gonna be pretty wild, and I don't think anyone really. Most part sees
I'm using this website Poe. I don't understand how to use it though. How do I take an image and make it into a video?
So here, let me see if you. So one, go to the Explore, and then it should pull up a tab where you can filter by models. You're gonna want to go on the audio and video one, and the
Hailu
yeah,
Live.
okay, so you would have to get the subscription because that model that I used, it says it doesn't require
You're paying for this?
access. Yeah, this is one that I probably will never get rid of. It's $20 a month, and it works on a point system.
Yeah, what the fuck is this?
It gives you access to basically all of the top AI models all in one spot.
It's $20 a month. You're paying for this? You don't even have a job.
Nigga, I just got off work. What are you talking about?
But is it really worth it for $20 a month to sit there and create these little artistic shit?
No, I don't use it for that. That's just a was like a funny thing because they recently added them. I don't fuck around with like the video and image stuff. Doesn't really interest me.
But what have you done with it that you've actually, made more than $20 a month doing, other than like creating content, like, and you're not even posting it, right? Like, what are you doing with this?
Dude, this AI just completely fascinates me, and I don't feel like going down the discussion of like, oh well, if it's not adding to your life, then what are you doing? This is
I know, but can't you think about something that, like, look at T-Rubs, like, he's built a platform. Why aren't you, like, using this content to contribute to his platform, to a platform, to build something for yourself that you can monetize through doing sales or advertising?
Yeah, well, that's kind of actually, dude, fucking echo, bro. Yeah, I very much, like, do want to actually do that. I've been working on a couple different things. That I'm surprised how little, all of I don't know if it sounds like you haven't gone down this hole, but with regards to AI and, like, the sales industry, for lack of a better term, all of the stuff out there that's incorporating AI, like they are, to some extent, is kind of all a bunch of bullshit. Like, it's not really, there's not like an actual thing that I've come across with AI other than like being like, okay, just, click one thing and the email will get like, automatically fucking generated. And even then, it's very templated, but I think there's a huge opportunity in that area. So yeah, I'm using it for all kinds of different things. But the thing that's very interesting is these models are all very different, dude. They're very, very different. It's not a one that, like, you have the retards out there that will like put in like a stupid question, and they're basing like whatever the answer. Dude, mute up when you're not talking, because I can't. The echo is fucking retarded.
Oh.
Damn, I sound sexy. Holy shit. Yeah, like people like Randy, who's not a retard, but in many ways he is, will like ask it one question and then like base the whole fucking the whole model, the whole concept of AI will be judged on that one output. But yeah, the models are very different. They all have like their own sort of unique strengths that they're good at, bad at, etc. But any individual model in itself, the way that you communicate with it, the way that you instruct it, it matters significantly. It's night and day. And that's what I kind of fell into the autistic rabbit hole of, at least for the first like 9 months, when GPT-4, or 3.5, and then I got to 4, was kind of like, at least for someone very new to it, was like the only AI model out there. And that's where I really got like just hooked and fascinated, because the level of output that you could get these models to do is actually fucking incredible. But you do have to like know kind of how to work them a little bit. So it's fascinating.
Yeah, I'd like to see, I mean, I can Google it, but like, what are the 10 most common prompts or commands? And yesterday I heard somebody on this app talking about Excel workbooks, and the worksheets or pages within an Excel document, the tabs, and how he was saying that AI can't do these complicated, crossover tab functionalities. And people live and die by Excel sheets, in big business. And so they're saying that there's like major limitations with that. But Poe I've never seen it, and so many platforms now. And have you used Copilot? Because that's the only real AI generator, that and Grok. But like, Copilot to me was pretty cool. And
You're talking about in GitHub Copilot or
Microsoft Copilot, yeah.
I hated that one, bro.
I was creating all this amazing art, and I was posting it to X, and guess who decided to delete my X account? Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman.
Yeah. Well, I probably deleted it for. Why did you get clips off that specific?
I saved all my images that I created, but because I was tagging New York Times and saying, hey, write an article, because Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman. Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk's pen name burner account, and every night he's going on unrecorded chats. Here are all the videos. Go to adriandittman.com. So on one of his lives, he's like, our fucking resident retard was trying to dox me to the New York Times, and I'm sorry, I had to suspend your account. I hate suspending accounts. I just like to block, but unfortunately, yeah, fuck you, man.
That's a pretty good impression, actually. Yeah, see, I find it interesting that even when you do the impression of Dittman, it's slightly different than an impression you would do of Elon, because there's a distinct difference between those two. You just gave him a way, like a noticeable sort of like European, I'm not good with accents, but not South African or whatever the fuck Elon does. But yeah, I did not like Copilot at all. Dude, it just fucking refused to, like, it would refuse way too much shit, man. There was, like, absolutely no need for one of the things I do enjoy is I like pushing the limits of, like, I want to find out, like, where the model is kind of like, okay, it won't do this. But I wasn't even trying to do that half the time with it. I was just trying to, like, just prompt something, because they were talking it up pretty big, and I figured Microsoft, whatever, they integrated it with X, Y, and Z. And dude, it was literally useless to me. I even paid the $20 one month to see what was up with it. But yeah, I'm surprised if you can think of like the exact thing that guy was saying. I'm not super familiar with Excel, but I'd be interested to try and see, because from the way you made it sound, what he said, I find it very hard to believe that you couldn't get a model to do really anything that Excel is capable of doing.
Well, he's saying it's tab to tab to tab, because on I know you probably haven't done, like, I can't do these things myself, but I've been in positions where I've had finance or a data science analytics team send me, like, Excel spreadsheets that were not auto-generated, but were built by hand using very complicated formulas. And they go tab to tab to tab. And my recent job, it was all about, like, cost estimation. And so whoever built these fucking Excel spreadsheets are very smart people. Yeah. Anyways,
very fine people.
And this is what I wanted to tell you was, so when I was using Copilot, I was creating these awesome images of major cities. And so my point is, if you were a printer or a photo enlarger, or you did photo printing, you could print these awesome AI image generated photos and sell them for $29.99 and put them in a dollar store frame. The printing business, the art business, is a real business, and AI allows you to do really awesome prints and to sell those prints on many different platforms, eBay, etc. So it's a good business, and you could probably, within a couple months, you could probably start making a couple $1,000s printing and shipping.
And yet here you'll still be a broke ass bitch.
I mean, see, T-Robs is a little smarter than us if he can actually code, but the fact that he has a platform and he's in a paperless business, and while my dumbass is trying to print and ship shit, like, I need to build up enough revenue again so I can experiment in trying to build a platform and outsourcing development to build some type of marketplace.
Listen, in the beginning, I was not worthy. Let's just say, like, I didn't inherit it, right? But, like, I procured an asset, a domain name, which, like, vastly, punches above its weight, and I was probably not worthy of. Yeah, fuck it. So that's the hack, right? So, like, it's like buying oceanfront property. And you can bid on it later, or knock it down and build something again, redevelop it, but, like, it can't be replaced. So the location, or whatever, in this instance of the property, is going to vastly, your marketing spend is going to go further, right? Your name recognition is going to go for everything's going to, it's like the wind's going to be at your back, basically.
I know, but, like, I'm trying to come up with, like, simple solutions like printing and shipping, as opposed to, doing a complicated WordPress. operation that requires SEO, requires content, requires functionality.
Well, SEO. WordPress is like SEO friendly by default. You know, that's the kind of nature of it.
I know, but you have a successful ongoing venture. You should be able to write a blueprint for me and Ape here and say, this is what I have going on. This is the mirror. This is the parallel. This is the clone. Just clone this, and this will be successful. Like cloning.
It's not like there's no. What I could give you is stuff that just like already exists, but it's not about the model. It's not about the thing. It's not the strategy. Like the biggest issue anything has, right? Like for example, you could have an exact clone, word for word, line of code for line of code for Twitter. You could have absolutely the exact same technology. In fact, your technology, your product could be better than them, right? But if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one to hear it, does it make a sound, right? You could have the best product in the world, and if no one actually shows up, it's irrelevant, right? So the most important thing is how are you going to inject momentum into it? How are you going to get it going to get the snowball rolling down the hill, so where it starts compounding and building on itself? That's the most important thing. Actually, it's adoption. The product can be inferior, but if you can get people to use it, you can work with it. You can develop as you go. So it's not about. There's no new strategy. There's no new model under the sun. Really. The thing is, you should be more focused on how you're going to get. No one wants to walk into an empty restaurant. How do you make it appear like your restaurant is busy so that you literally attract others then that actually make it busy?
I prefer the North Korean method. You just pay people to be in there, looking like they're enjoying themselves.
Dude, that's what fucking hoes are for, bro. That's what.
I even wonder, like, if something they say about North Korea is
right?
true.
They're like, oh, free guest list, come to the nightclub, blah blah blah. It's just like they're literally getting paid to like fucking show up so that like Johns show up, not John as in John Kitover, but Johns, right? And they think they're gonna get a piece of that ass.
That's right. Look, the temptation of the potentiality of getting a piece of some ass is the thing that makes the world move, dude.
That's right.
I'm telling you.
That's right. So ask not what your product can do for the world. Ask what the world can do for your product. No, but you gotta have a strategy of getting people to actually. What's your traffic strategy?
Making Clubhouse accounts.
How's that working out for you?
I don't know what his traffic strategy is. I will say this: when I was gonna send him the video that he saw, I went to Instagram and he made all could do this and this would be very simple. But so many things came up when I hashtagged the name. I'm not really familiar with Instagram and how it works. So yeah, I didn't send it because I was like, oh, there's a sea of things here. He might not even see it. Yeah, I don't get why you do what you do. Did he do it? And I don't know. Maybe there's some insight that you saying back in 2001 when you were building what? Because to me, I've worked for GoDaddy, for Yelp. I'm somewhat familiar with like sort of the SEO, that kind of to an extent, and CBC and marketing. But to me, it seems like you are maybe stuck in the early 2000s with the shit that you're doing. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, those. Have you not seen this like Facebook group that kind of does the rounds? It's called 04 Rich, and everyone's just like, oh, it's like it's got like a 2004 S-Class and a 2004 Range Rover. It's like, or there's another one called Recession Rich, which is like people that got money around 08, right? But John's hung around too many people that made it then, and then like thinks that I don't know what that can still be emulated or whatever, and yeah, it can.
Well, I have this judgment against me now for $300,000. So I have this judgment against me for $300,000. So I'm gonna have to file Chapter 13 bankruptcy and go into like a repayment plan.
Bro, you've been talking about this for like a year or two.
I know, and but what I'm saying is, there. Look at Snapchat, for example. It's a marketplace. It's an advertising marketplace with 100 million, 300 million users or more. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, to ever even think that you could even build a business that big with all the overhead, like, you're insane. I mean, you can dream big, but just having little tiny scratch to survive, like, it takes action, and I mean, look, they're about to get rid of TikTok in America. They might make ByteDance sell TikTok to Steve Mnuchin and an investment group, and I think they're crazy. Like, to separate TikTok from global TikTok is impossible because it's basically just a network of advertisers and content creators. So, like, people, they want one thing, but they don't realize that you can't want what is not possible because the paradigm now is what works, and changing it will not work. So I don't know. I mean, I just know people that have pre-existing .com concerns, like app.com, Apt Electronics, like they're making $1 billion a year. You can't compete with that. You can't even try to compete with that. You have to find some type of arbitrage, some type of niche, and just make a little bit of cream cheese. But I don't know. I would love to grow a big business in my life, but I don't think it's
problem is
possible.
you're trying to solve 50 things at once, so you need to focus on one thing. You're like, well, if I just made, $150 off this thing and $150 off that thing, and next thing you know, I'll have like fucking I'll have 15 grand a month or something, right? Like, if you just focus on the one fucking thing, you're like 1,000 times more likely to actually get it to that point. Like, there's a domain name investor that I know, and he's just happy. He used to call it like $8 a year or whatever it was, right? Obviously, it's not over 10, even on the biggest bulk plans. That's why Dine at 11 is pretty good for the .com renewal. He didn't care if his domain names, like, quote unquote, made any real money. They just had to make their renewal.
Yeah.
And that's all that guy ever makes is the renewals. So he's doing all this fucking work just to renew all these fucking domains. So technically it doesn't cost him any money, but it costs him a lot of time, right? And if he just put all that fucking effort into developing one fucking thing, he'd probably make it a success, but his divided attention gets him nowhere.
I know, but what I'm saying is developing how is developing a .com that no one's gonna visit even comparable to some fucking whore that shakes her ass and has 15 million subscribers? Like, my fucking brand.
Bro, what it's fucking telling you is that you're providing the marketplace with nothing of value. That if even with a great .com name, right, that some fucking no-name whore without a website can generate more funds, is what that means, is what you're shilling, what you're offering, what you're selling, the market ain't buying.
Well, I'm not actually in operations, and I'm not doing anything other than Adrian Dittman right now.
What the fuck are you even doing with it? Look, it's humbling, right? To most people have focus initially on trying to sell. They're trying to sell the way they want to sell, and they don't focus on selling the way that consumers want to buy. You're not really thinking about what they want. You're thinking about what you want.
I'm not thinking about anything. I'm drinking Miller High Life and smoking weed. I might go have another coffee before I go to the gym.
Not only is it bad enough that you drink Miller High Life, but you fucking drink it with orange juice.
That's right. I know some leprechauns at an Irish pub here in Chicago. They told me that's how the white trash Irish drink it, and I said, well, put a little OJ in my Miller High Life.
I think, didn't that just overtake, I don't know, Bud Light or something for the most popular beer in America now?
Most
as far as
likely.
like sales go.
It's $9 for a 12-pack. $9. Each bottle, in my opinion, is worth at least $1. They're crazy. They're selling themselves short $3 on every case.
If it was worth $1, if every clubhouse fucking opinion I ever made was worth $1, it would be.
Every fucking if I got $1 for every room I've been in on Clubhouse, not even opinions, I'd be a fucking millionaire already. But I'm not. Just because I talk with a millionaire doesn't make me a rich man.
Just think how much collectively you've cost the fucking tech giants from your hours.
Well, that's the thing, is it's all subsidized by the government.
Never mind the hardware cost. The sheer electricity cost required.
Listen, you know how much shit I've live streamed?
It's an absolute loss.
Listen, I use AT&T. Why hasn't somebody from AT&T called me yet and said, you've uploaded 2,000 terabytes and we're kind of pissed. We thought that was like your whole neighborhood. No, it was just you.
That's right.
How many cell phones do you have, Mr. Kitover? No,
I'd be curious.
no, I've never logged into AT&T to check it.
Doesn't your shit just get like retardedly slow though?
No,
Really?
no. AT&T is fiber optic. Cable is terrible. I was using Comcast, and man, oh my god, I changed to AT&T. I have not had an internet interruption ever. Comcast, I was having interruptions daily. Comcast was terrible. AT&T is like high quality business to business IT. Like,
is AT&T like the equivalent of like what we call BT, right? Like they are the default national carrier.
yeah, they're the original.
Yeah.
They're the
Oh, there you
original. They're the oldest and the biggest. I mean, they're not, in America we have Verizon, AT&T, Comcast, Charter Communications. Who else do we have? But those are the big four telecom in America. And then we have like 10 little providers that basically license spectrum from them. So all these burner accounts that I've been creating are done using TracFone, which operates off of Sprint. So they're basically, they're just basically brokers of telecom. But these cell phones, this is the thing about all these manufacturers, why they have to get out of the hardware industry, is because the cell phones have peaked. A $50 cell phone is as good as a $1,000 cell phone. There's no differentiation in a store anymore. A $250 phone is as good as the $1,500 phone. So it's, what are we using the phones for? It's not just like an investment or an asset. It's like, what are you going to use the phone for?
Well, the memory on it is, I think, the biggest thing now. Like how many gigs it has.
Yeah, that is a huge thing, and that's not going up.
$1,500. Have you never seen the fucking video where the guy in the fucking like Schengen, what's the fucking word? Yes, Schengen. No,
Shine.
That's the fucking name. No, what's the name?
Shane.
Whatever. There's this fucking like hardware market that go to in China, and basically the guy puts like a 1 terabyte chip from a iPad into his phone, right? So it's not an official supported Apple model or whatever, but like it works. And it was like $30 or something, right? So that's just artificially.
Wow. That's amazing.
It's just artificially inflating the prices, right? To differentiate it, and they know people will pay for it.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, to find somebody to
ultimately, it's like jewelry, right? Like the handbags in the world are like good enough, right? And the $2,000 handbag, the $5,000 handbag does exactly as much as the $20 fucking handbag at this point, right? It just is more exclusive or more decorative or made with slightly more.
Well, it's psychological then.
The functionality, right?
It's a It's a psychological platform. It's a psychological platform. They want you to renew annually because you're being marketed to.
Didn't have all the functionality of the more expensive phones. Now the cheapest phones still have access to the same app stores. Able to download the same apps. They still have cameras.
And look at Poe. Look at Ape's website, Poe. That's not even on. That's not hardware. That's all done through a fucking website. So the cloud, in many ways, is pairing perfectly with these high-end phones. But the functionality, the usage of the phone, it's like we're already using the most advanced software that could possibly be created, free telephony. Like how you see what I'm saying? Like how is Apple and Microsoft and Google and all these hardware manufacturers, it's peak. It's already peak. And I'm 42. And all these younger people are all sick from these cell phones because they're addicted to them and it's given them brain rot. They haven't read a book in 20 years. I'm addicted, but you got to look at this as a generational crisis. They say the average Harvard graduate only reads one book by the time they graduate undergrad at Harvard. One book. One fucking book. Look, Google it. That was a recent news headline.
But like 90% of the value of a quote Harvard education is being accepted into Harvard. It's not even graduating. How many people, Mark Zuckerberg or whatever the likes, obviously they went on to go and become very wealthy individuals, but being able, the admission process itself is the credibility. It's not about like what the.
No, yeah, I understand that. I get it, but you got to understand there's a lot of DEI hires that come out of Harvard, Princeton, Yale that aren't worth their weight, and they're just DEI people who are there because they're black. So, but an Asian doesn't get DEI preference in the way that an ADOS does. So
No, they get DEI discrimination.
Oh, it's so funny how retarded Americans have become.
yeah, I think America is
Because of the Jew.
Oh, there you go. That's the next level derangement where you actually think there's something called Jew. I mean, have you been to Israel and hung out with what they call themselves as Jew? A Jew in America versus a Jew in Israel are like two entirely different things.
Okay, the
Completely
Khazarians,
and
then, is that what
entirely.
we're gonna say?
No, what I'm saying is that if you speak Hebrew, you are not a Jew. You're a Hebrew. That language is called Hebrew, right?
What about Khazarian?
Who's Khazarian? The
Wait,
Khazar.
what is that? I keep hearing that. What is that? Who is that?
That's right.
Are you talking Dan Bilzerian? Because he is a fucking rabid Jew hater. He is a serious fucking instigator of hate. That guy fucking
trying to
hates
spell
the
it.
J.
And it's feeling me.
You're just like a testicle hair in terms of Dan Bilzerian Jew hate propaganda and distribution. Bilzerian, see, that's the thing is you'll never be like Bilzerian. I'll never be like
I
Bilzerian.
was actually just listening to Oliver Stone's son, Sean Stone, who has been on this app a couple of times before, and he also mentioned this keyword in the podcast.
Keyword called what? Khazarian?
How the fuck do you spell it?
Khazarian? Khaz, Khazarian, Arian, Khazarian.
Yeah, that's what I typed in. The Khazars were a nomadic Turkic people who formed a powerful empire in the Iron Age. That's right. They were one of
during the Iron
converted to
Age.
Judaism in the 8th century. The Khazars Empire covered parts of modern-day Russia, Ukraine, Crimea, and Kazakhstan. The Khazars were a confederate of tribes from the Caucasus, including Slavic, Scythian, Hungaric, and Bulgar.
Wait, before you go on any further, you do realize that if it's true and it's not a conspiracy theory, then people cannot use the term the Khazarian conspiracy. They just have to say you guys are ancient Khazars from the Iron Age, and you are the descendants of these people who are now doing genocide, apartheid, and neo-colonization. So, I mean, the chances that it is like a lineage and it's historically documented that the people doing what they're doing in Israel, like these people speaking Hebrew, are not the originals but are fakes. I mean, even if that's...
Oh, you mean like that Polish guy, Netanyahu?
The point is, even if that's true, it doesn't make a difference. They're the ones in charge. They're the ones doing it. Like
The Israelis are the anti-Semitic ones, bro. They're literally killing the fucking Semitic people, the Palestinians.
Listen, have you seen some of the Israeli soldiers that have died in combat? They look like they came out of an assisted living facility for people with Down syndrome. Okay, I
Bro,
mean,
no, better than that, bro. Listen to me, you need to look at Telegram. Have you never seen all the people with Down syndrome in IDF uniform?
yeah, I have, yeah.
That's sad. Like, have you seen the fat bitch the size of a bus in a fucking IDF uniform?
Listen, the
Doing a
Israelis.
Dance? Like, everyone was like, "That's big." Oh, that girl Elle was like, "It's big." I'm like, "Bitch, she's doing a TikTok dance. I'll show you the video if you want."
But I mean, T-Robs, I've seen your picture. You're not that far away from a Down syndrome person yourself. I mean, that's why you're in love with a That's why you're in love with a Rhodesian Ridgeback, because no woman in her right mind could possibly look at your face and say, "I don't want to have kids with him. He looks like he's close to Down syndrome genetics."
That's why there's a beautiful California girl on this app begging me to have babies.
Yeah, California girl. Why can't you find a girl in Northern Ireland who's capable of breeding with you and having children? I'm serious. There's so many hot Irish chicks. Why can't you fucking land yourself a? Why can't you?
I want to eventually be in the fucking US. What faggot? That's why.
Oh really? Is it that bad there? What about Dublin? Why don't you just move to Dublin?
Definitely not. No.
Why can't you get a big tech job at Dublin working for Google?
Ireland's not a real country, bro. It's yeah. What the fuck would you want to live in?
What do you think about that prime minister?
Where the fuck are you living in Ireland?
What do you think about the prime minister there? Did you see the prime minister going on a Jew hate tirade 2 days ago? He started saying how the Irish people stand. Anyways, you guys have a leprechaun for your like a real leprechaun. You know, I mean, something out of a movie. He wears like a green.
That guy's a faggot. I don't know who you're talking about, but there's no leprechaun in fucking Irish government.
He looks like you, but he's old and bald.
This was a tweet that I had to see because it was good. There has never been an independent Ireland. Ireland, quote, was created by the British, supported by Catholic terrorism, and maintained by American dollars. Ireland is not a real country.
I know, that's why they say the Irish are the N-words of the British Isles. You guys are the N-words of the British Isles. You're the N-word of the white people in the island chains. You hear me? You and your Rhodesian Ridgeback. That's why your dog likes you, because you're a white N-word. You're a liar. Your dog hates you deep down. I can feel the pain and suffering of that dog. You're only feeding it fucking raw meat once a day, never giving it any dry dog food.
Irish Times, nigga. Irish.
Bella, do you hear me? I give you permission. Rip his throat out and go get yourself some dry food. Open the front door.
Irish naval ships may have to deploy unarmed weapons unit down to a single technician.
Ramming speed!
To service the ship's guns before a vessel goes out on patrol. Motherfucker, Ireland's sending like fucking toy soldiers, right? With fucking empty ships which can't do shit. They're not even a part of NATO.
Did you know? Did you know in World War II?
Who wants to put a fucking bear bomber over the top of Dublin? It's the fucking Royal Air Force coming to their fucking ear.
Did you know in World War II the English they had the Irish go out in their battleships and just do ramming operations, and they had no ammunition, so they were literally using the Irish to do suicide runs because they didn't give a shit about the Irish. Isn't that amazing?
That doesn't even what? Ireland was neutral in World War II?
No, that's not true. Look it up. Google it. Did the English use the Irish as suicide bombers during World War II because they didn't value the Irish blood because they're racists and you can't give any land to the Irish?
Yeah, this doesn't make sense. I've never heard this before in my life. Yeah, you're gonna have to PTR the cruise page.
So have you ever seen the movie Blazing
There
Saddles.
is no documented evidence to suggest that the Irish Navy deliberately rammed any ships during World War II. The Navy's small fleet, consisting mainly of torpedo boats and other light patrol vessels, was neither equipped nor intended to engage in direct combat with larger ships. Their primary mission was to deter incursions into Irish waters and monitor any violations of neutrality. Notable instances: neutrality patrols. Irish naval vessels occasionally escorted or intercepted foreign ships that entered Irish waters and ensuring the neutrality was respected.
Listen to this.
Anyway, it's fake news, bro.
All right, we'll give some land to the niggers and the chinks, but we don't want the Irish.
We don't want the Irish. So are you telling, this is why the Irish are so aligned with the Palestinians, because you guys are technically the same N-words, the same parasites. And, you know,
They're lined up. Well, that's assuming the Palestinians are parasites. But
I'm being facetious.
It's shared, you know, it's one struggle, shared fucking oppression, blah blah blah. You know, like it's solidarity with other occupied people or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, that's their view.
Well, the thing is, the Irish
Oppression never hurt nobody.
the Irish have been getting fucked over by English kings, you know, forever, for 1,500 years.
Literally everything that Ireland is today could not be possible if it was not the fact that they were. Everything they have and benefit from comes from their British origins. Dude, they don't even speak their own fucking language.
But we don't want the Irish.
The only benefit that they have, which it's not just the tax fucking regime. Bulgaria has cheap fucking taxes, bro. But there's an English-speaking fucking nation on the edge of Europe that allows them favorable tax laws and a high-quality talent pool for all of these fucking tech companies. Bulgaria has a fucking lower rates of taxation, but you don't see these tech companies in Bulgaria.
See an enormous number of like cars that like plow into the car in front of them, and
that's amazing. That big Jew motherfucker. What's that guy's name? I forgot it. He's got like 20 different accounts.
Yeah. So
I think his name used to be Google.
Heckham have been in 2 accidents while he been on Clubhouse. So this account is called Clubhouse Podcast Scam, and one of the guys on this app, Chris, is live streaming all of these rooms now onto Clubhouse. It's amazing. I don't even have to do it anymore. He's doing it all for me. Hey, you want the link?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, you're a laser focused leprechaun. I understand.
That's right. See, Lou doesn't understand this concept. I'm very comfortable not knowing things or not. Like, I'm just like, I don't need to know. I'm good.
That's not, no. I said
That's
that
right.
in relation to peanut butter. Like, it's a weird thing that
Dude, it's in
comfortable
everything.
about
That's
not
what you
knowing.
don't get.
Oh my god.
Listen, this nigger gets it. Laser focus. What does focus mean? Focus means saying no.
But what does that have to do with peanut butter, dude?
Focus, nigger.
We'll give land to the cheats and the N-words, but we won't give any land to the Irish.
Is that an AI or is that a real clip?
Yeah, that's from the movie Blazing Saddles.
Oh, that's so good.
That's right.
All right, everybody, I want to thank you for coming to the stand-up comedy room. This has been Irish Leprechaun. I am funny, and I hope you enjoyed the room.
That's right. I I've been refining my scripting techniques. Have you ever done like if you can't build a book, you've not done any internet? Have you ever? No. Have you ever scraped any websites?
Yeah, I have. I was scraping the yellow pages when you were just in fucking baby underpants.
When you
Little
are in
fucking leprechaun motherfucker.
I mean, the one benefit if you're driving a Suburban, not only do you make maybe more money, but if you're driving a Suburban,
I'm the only person with a party hat on in the room. So this app is dead. This app is fucking dead. No new users.
Like I'm put your
Some
daddy.
of it is the energy that is transferred into your cabin during the accident. I mean, every Tesla is a 5-star rated front and back crash.
So Zen and Mini is the burner account.
There's no motor in the front. It's a giant compost.
Yeah, I would love if someone, I don't want to derail the room with my safety obsession, but if someone ever sees a credible comparison of the safety of a Suburban versus the safety of a Tesla Model Y, I'd be very interested in seeing that. I know the Y is the safest possible vehicle for you, but I don't know whether the Suburban size advantage is enough.
Right. Of safety, right? If you've got a 6,500-pound vehicle versus a 4,100-pound vehicle, and the height too of the bumper, if there's a mismatch.
Here's a question: Is the Cybertruck the safest vehicle on the road now?
You know what?
I would bet it is.
Self-driving.
Hold on, I would bet money that the Cybertruck is the safest vehicle in America by far, but I think it's too new to have been tested. But I want to hear.
Right. I am shocked.
But what is it with these nasally fucking whiny Jews?
You sound like a nasally, whiny leprechaun Irishman. What's the difference? I told you you're Jewish, otherwise your Rhodesian Ridgeback would have ripped your fucking throat out already.
Like with self-driving, I would think I can't think of a safer vehicle.
It's true. We would cut highway deaths by half if everyone. We
would cut highway deaths. I hate all these people. They're. The worst thing is, I'm just like them. And so are you, T-Rubs. You sit here and you listen to them talking about nothing while these fat fucks are sitting in their house doing nothing with their fucking lives. Just sitting here talking about the fucking news. That's it, T-Rubs. Everybody's gonna pussy on this app. And I'm gonna fuck them all. And you can watch me torture an entire city.
Are you still talking to yourself?
It's sort of a real temporary problem.
Hello?
All experts agree that in 25 years, humans won't be allowed to drive a vehicle. So, if you can make it to 25 years from now, the highway.
If you can make it 25 years from now, you're really projecting. People are trying to figure out what's going to happen 25 years from now instead of trying to figure out what's happening right now.
That's not fucking evidence or Domingo or whatever your name is. It's Swiss Re is a reinsurance company. I know because I used to consult for them.
Ooh.
Those are advertisements. Those are shit we make up in the claims area. We take a subset of data, cherry pick at it, stretch it, wrap it around, and then slap it in an
article. Oh my god, is that Brad?
It's fucking Brad.
We're either the biggest fucking.
He's the one who got out of your shithole island country and made it big in finance, in insurance and reinsurance.
What the fuck are you talking
He's
about?
German.
It's
His surname's like Count.
You and then having to actually acknowledge and do some of that shit. And you do this.
Ask him what his fucking surname is.
Brad, what's your surname? Count Deloof?
Season 1, maybe season 2.
Season 1 and season 2 of Clubhouse? I thought you had a fucking job, Brad.
And you haven't. You posted a reinsurance conglomerate's marketing fucking tool. You know how I know this? Because I've worked with them and I've done the same damn thing.
He works in reinsurance.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Brad. I'll let everyone in the room look at it and decide whether you're the retard or I am. People can read it.
Hey, Brad, tell them how you really feel.
Hey, Heckema, don't get into a car accident while you're driving your fucking Uber.
Like, all you have to do is just go look up. It's Swiss Re, which is a reinsurance company. What is a reinsurance company? They're the backers for large-scale losses large markets.
Right. If you're going in that other room, get the fuck in that other room. I don't listen to this shit.
Well, then I guess you're gonna be by all yourselves with Ape, and you guys can talk about AI and Poe.
Which is why Medicare for all wouldn't really work, because again, all those people on Capitol Hill saying we need Medicare for all don't fucking understand insurance, because that company exists along with millions of others for the very reason to back up your large-scale insurance company. So when Geico gets a massive hit in a quarter or a year, Swiss Re comes in and says, "Hey, you know those premiums you've been paying for us? We're going to cover
Hurrah!
So you don't fail."
Hurrah!
And what Fiction did at the time was post one of their marketing things.
Brad, I got a question from the Leprechaun Gallery. When are you gonna pay Diogenes his $1,000 fucking Brad?
It's literally there. This is what happens on Clubhouse, and I hate it all the time. People fucking cherry pick shit they have no knowledge of doing, and then say, "Here's my fucking proof," and you can read it in the chat, and then you look at it, and you're it's just the most.
So Brad, I mean, you at best you have.
Oh look, it's Agent Malone. Double Agent Malone.
Oh, I kicked that flag twice today.
So maybe you could say he
tell
needs
him
to
that he liked you
back up
twice.
his argument a bit more, but you haven't in no way actually attacked his argument.
Double Agent Malone.
Anything contrary? Any counter?
Neo in the Matrix.
Alright, so I'll throw this to you now. I'll throw you. So his evidence is a marketing catalog from Swiss Re. That's his evidence that self-driving cars are going to be the future, and they're safer and everything else. And he put that up there. And yes, we did. There is data that's pulled and stretched and again wrapped around to make fucking dipshits like him buy into this idea that there's going to be this market, because guess what? There isn't a huge market share, and the reinsurance companies see an opportunity.
Yeah, I can't even listen to this anymore. I can't even fucking listen to this stupidity anymore. I hate them all.
That's right.
I fucking hate them all, and that's why I hate them all.
You realize that I've, since we last spoke, won another bet where I've taken money from the Jews and already been paid in Bitcoin. But I need you to help troll El Normo with me, because that motherfucker legitimately owes me $150.
Yeah, you ain't never getting paid. You still don't even pay me for my Adrian Dittman work.
Tricky motherfucking
Anti-Semitic, John, for you to say that he's never going to get his money because the guy that owes money is a Jew. Come on, man.
Dude, all I've done is call him a tricky fucking Jew. I'm actually somewhat disappointed and yet impressed that I have not been fucking clipped yet. Because 100% I've been reported for.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a miracle that you're still on here. I think it's probably because you're the only Irishman on the app. They're like, we got to have some equity for these Irish fucking leprechaun midgets.
That's right.
All right, it's been fun trolling you, laughing at your little disability being a leprechaun and all, even though you can maybe do a little bit of coding and some platform making and search engine optimizing. I've got to go on with my ways and go to the gym and get my schwitz on. I've got a date with a plastic surgeon tonight. She's a beautiful Hindu dindu.
Ooh, I love those.
Yeah, I made a reservation at an Indian restaurant, and she says she's a vegetarian, so we're going to find out just how vegetarian this Indian restaurant is.
She's shorter or taller than 5'3"?
She says she's 5'5", and I mean, she looks okay, but I'm pretty sure she has fake teeth. I wouldn't be surprised if she's done facial modification. She is vaxxed. But she's, you know, I believe that sex and love and relationships is 99% geographic. and I'm the laziest person in the world, so I could never ever have a long distance relationship. I'm basically like, if you're outside of my 15-minute radius, like there will be no orgasm. So let's not waste our time. Very pragmatic about my orgasm making.
What generation Hindu is she?
She's actually born in India, but went to dental school in India and then went to Boston University, I guess, to do like an accelerated dental program. And now she does like, maxillofacial dental surgery or whatever. But I mean,
So she still got the accent and she's still aggressive.
see, there's a balance because she's not that beautiful, but she is a doctor. So like that smooths out, the rough edges. But again, it's mostly a geographic proximity thing. And a lot of people are in denial about geographic proximity when it comes to relationships. Some people, they're very lazy and, they're not doing dating, and a lot of losers on this app, they just talk on this app. They don't want to go to a bar. They don't want to talk to people in the real world. They just come here to have their gay little conversations with gay black men that, are gay and fabulous. That's their entertainment because they refuse to try to meet men to have relationships, or men that refuse to have relationships with women. The point is, you have to have a fine balance between beauty, intelligence, success. But, as T. Robs knows, the moment she licks me arsehole, she's dead to me.
Obsessed with me.
El Normo really liked it when I was making fun of you, and he was like, "You were on fire. You were on fire."
Yeah, that fucking faggot. Louis, what the fuck is this you're doing? Unreliable source.
Hey, I've got a question.
No. Questions at the end.
What the fuck are you plugging my API into, motherfucker?
No, it was just I put the link into Gemini.
So what we have right now, Brad, is the latest update
It's
that
unable
is
to
the
access
basis for self-driving cars coming out to every Tesla
The search term
by Christmas
can be used in the
2016 and forward. And
see, you're not allowed to name the
it's here, and it's pretty exciting to go door to door, have a car that can find its own parking place, that can go from my driveway to the destination, because if it's a self-driving
Moment she licked me arsehole, she was dead to me. But then I fucked her anyways, and we had all sweaty sex. And as I was making out with her, I thought, what's that? Is that the cashew I had for lunch? It's the next level game.
Anderson, what did you go by previously?
Lots of things.
Now, when we were in the rooms with Prashant and that hot little blonde chick with the Australian accent.
Peterson?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Awesome. T-Robs or Tim.
Yeah, Tim, that's right. I was trying to remember.
Mr. 1984. What the hell was your... What? Did you lose your account or what?
No, I got a new phone and
and you're angry and someone pissed in your Cheerios today,
over the old one.
it doesn't make it not true.
It's just
You really do sound angry.
No, I'm not angry. It's Christmas.
Pointing out
I think there's so much more.
black crime statistics.
That feeling, you have all of this shit going on right now. A lot of people are going to face the new year. Maybe there's going to be change. There's going to be all of these things. And up here is an idiot posting marketing research from a fucking reinsurance company.
I
who's
understand
like the
that
fucking,
research is wrong.
The Tesla fucking cheerleader with pom-poms and fake boobies. And then you got the Canadian.
Like, literally, there's so much going on. Trudeau has to resign. He faces massive backlash. The economic situation and factors in Canada are like a little bit going concerning.
We actually talk about that in other rooms. It's not like we're sitting here just talking about that. Okay?
Yeah,
we talk about it all day long.
Go ahead and get your sex robot and your automated car, and you know what? Thank you. I can't wait for progress, because some of you guys, I understand why you can't find women. I absolutely
Hey, Brad, Christians is racist.
Okay, why are you guys?
Not per me, but per someone.
Why are you guys like? I'm confused. Why are you guys personal attacking each other?
I'm not.
Who said some of you can't get laid or get a woman? That's a personal attack, Brad. Let them be.
I said some of these guys, but if you want to take it as a personal insult,
no, not
by all
me.
means,
To
Merry
them.
Christmas and
To
Happy
them.
Hanukkah, Happy New Year, Kwanzaa, whatever you want to.
I have multiple partners, Brad. I'm saying it's a personal attack to those men.
If the shoe, like, listen, hit hoes will holler. So if the shoe fits, wear it. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it is what it is. Like, if Hikima says, Brad, you're a white guy. Duh, I'm a white guy. If I go up to Hikima and say, he's a black guy. Duh, he's a black guy. If I go to Paul and say, Paul, you're a northerner. He's going to go, duh, I am. Like, you can call
Brad,
out the obvious.
do you want to do 2 minutes meditation as a group?
No.
Deep breathe in. Deep breathe out. Deep breathe in. Deep breathe out. Hi, King.
You got to do the Om a little bit more from the diaphragm.
She has it cute. Why don't you take the lead, King? You do the Om.
Why? Because my name?
No, because you said I'm doing it wrong. If you know how to do it correctly, why don't you do it?
It's supposed to be Om like that.
Okay, then do it.
Why? Does everyone want me to do it in the room?
Yes, we're doing a 2 minutes meditation.
You just sound like Eddie Murphy on Golden Child. King.
Based. So I have 100. So Brad will probably like this. I have 100 emails from employees of mine that are on Navy contracts saying, "Holy shit! Joe Biden just signed an executive order saying Christmas Eve is now considered a federal holiday. I'm putting in holiday time." I said, "Well, hold on a second. Your contract only shows 11 federal holidays." Well, it says below that contractors are required to provide their employee. So I've reached out to contracting officers. They all say denied. We won't allow you to amend your contract for the extra holiday. So now I got to pay. That's how the government.
We're hearing you. You're breaking in
I
and
don't
out.
understand how you guys are in Matrix in America. Do you guys have like?
It's called geography and topography.
Yes.
I have an Osama phone, and it causes these problems.
Well, we did hear the gist of what you said, that by executive order, Christmas Eve is a federal holiday. Now, if the government's shut down, your contract workers are not working, right?
Correct, but here's the thing, right? Because it's considered a federal holiday, and so when Trump did this in 2019, right, he put a clause in the executive order saying that contracts will be amended for contractors. So in other words, my company would get paid for the 12th federal holiday. So I can allow my employees to take off, not a problem, and I'll get paid for it. In this case, there was no, and all the liaisons to the White House that, you know, spoke to the commands where I do business. I'm not going to name them all, obviously, but basically those, you know, those liaisons all said there's no intention from the White House to put that in to the executive order. So basically, contractors are screwed. Contracting companies are screwed, but contract employees must be given a paid day off. But I didn't put that in my bid, and I didn't put that in my contract because the federal government said there was only 11 federal holidays. And so I get screwed thanks to good old Joe, parting shot, right? But yes, if they're furloughed, but some of my guys are mission essential guys, like they do HM&E work on ships and stuff like that. So a lot of my guys will still be able to work because they're considered mission essential.
So wait, was this just for federal contractors or a general declaration that Christmas is an official
Check it out. Holiday? Check it out. I think you can Google it. Let me hold on. It's an executive order. Give it to me, but I think it pertains to federal employees. And hold on, let me just open up the email. What the hell is it? Hold on. Yeah, okay. It is Executive Order 11582, granting December 24th, 2024 as a federal holiday. Just Google it. Executive Order 11582.
Joe Biden going out with a bang. I like it.
Yeah, but that's not good. You're screwing small business owners.
Helping workers.
Yeah, federal workers are getting out. I mean, the same thing Donald Trump did in 2019. Exact same thing, except we put it
I'm gonna beat you with a stick.
Did you say with the steak? Did you say with the steak?
Stick.
Oh, okay.
Stick. Because yesterday I told him I'll slap you. He's like, I'll like that. So now I'm telling him I'm gonna hit him with a stick.
I might like that too, Sarah. Come on, let's find out.
So King, that EO was actually filed by Richard Nixon in 71. He just filed an amendment on it, adding on December 24th because they already had December 25th in there. So he added an extra day. I mean, I'm a state employee, so for me, like, if that applies to me, I get a whole extra holiday. I'm not gonna. Oh God, Hakima, please don't restart this self-driving car debate, please.
Oh no, I have none to add on self-driving cars.
Yeah, we're not talking about self-driving cars. We moved on.
We're talking about fascism right now. The people.
Okay. I think fascism is a more interesting topic. So thank you.
Paul, have you seen the Neo Grenadier? This is my kind of car, since we're going to do cars. But look it up. It is basically the old style Land Rover Defender, but stripped out of all the computers. It is like it's got 4 on the floor, brand new, off the line. I'm like, I think I might be in love. No computers.
There's some.
I'm in love once again.
It's old school now, and it's great in an old school way.
I'm driving my Subaru until the engine falls out and explodes. So everybody can get.
It isn't that far with the Subaru.
Can someone ping Marshall, please?
Marshall
He was learning last night, so I couldn't have a conversation with him, but I want to know why he called me a white woman.
Are you white?
With Marshall late at night, he is forgiven.
No, I'm not, and
When
he
he
said it multiple times. No, I'm not.
Do you consider Middle East?
Well, my DNA says I'm not white, though.
Right. I'm just curious.
No, I've done it 23andMe.
No,
and
I'm curious.
I'm 100% Asian. I'm actually North African, Indian, Pakistani.
That's Caucasian. Hate to tell
I
you.
don't get it, but I'm 100% Asian. North Asia, South Asia, Central, yeah, and North Africa. So, but I want to know why he called me a white woman.
I'm sure he'll come in and tell you.
I just need someone to ping him.
And I know Marshall, if he's wrong, he'll apologize. I think he just made a quick peek at your PTR and decided. I don't think he really knows any of our nationalities, right?
He didn't know we were joking. Hakima called me a fascist. And then the title above opened up, and then he told me, I don't know, he just says stupid things.
Yeah, Paul, it's funny. We have to basically pay for shit that works.
I mean, at that price point, I might as well go buy an old, 80s Land Rover and just redo it myself.
I just pulled up the website, and they're offering 2.9% financing for 6 months and $2,000 in OEM parts or accessories. I'm sorry, accessories.
So the 2.9%, that's an intro APR, and then they're probably going to jack it up to 7 or 8% after the intro period.
Apparently, the guy who built this was really upset at the fact that Range Rover now you have to buy 2 of them because they're always in the shop. So if you want a Range Rover or Land Rover, you have to buy 2. So you have the spare to drive while you're. I love the fact that someone said, you know what, enough with all this shit. It costs too much. It's too expensive. I hate the price tag like you, but I mean, I can fix pretty much everything on here in my own driveway.
And that's your best argument too. I mean, anything with a chip in it, you're locked into the dealer, and that's it's never good.
Modern Land Rovers are basically glorified Ford Explorers. They are.
Hakima, if you're not black, what are you?
Have you ever seen somebody with black skin before?
Have I seen what?
A person with black skin.
Have I seen black skin?
Yes. Have you seen anyone with black skin before?
No. It's shades of brown.
So why would I call myself black?
Oh, come on. You know what? Okay, so that's why you don't call yourself black. That makes sense.
I want to know why. I want to know where it even came from. It's a weird term to describe a person.
Well, it's like me saying I'm not Persian. There's no Persia, but Iranians, they call themselves Persian. So, but I get what you mean. I agree with you. We got shades of brown. We got shades of brown, and that's why I get mad at people saying I'm white, because there's more than white and black. There are different shades in there. Asians are absolutely not white.
And
people don't want to acknowledge that.
It's not even white. It's more like a peach type of,
We have
color.
olive. We have light brown. We have dark brown. So what Hakima says is absolutely correct. We don't have black skin, and I agree with that. And I don't even like that.
In America, black is a status that basically means a loss of rights. You don't have any rights. It's like it falls under the category of
with
the
this
Latin
part
phrase.
of what you say, I don't agree.
It's not about agreeing. It's just a fact. But it falls under the category of
It's not about agreeing. It's about a fact.
As of the law. So I would not classify it as being dead in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case because there's absolutely no support for that. But just really quickly before the topic, there's no though. So the Land Rover is notorious, from what I understand, having electrical problems, and this is actually from the horse's mouth. I guess one of my clients, their friend, oversees the Chinese plants that do chips for Land Rovers, and they themselves said they would never buy a Land Rover because it has so many electrical.
Well, that's comforting. Sounds like offshoring is really doing wonders for our product quality control.
That's why, like with any kind of appliance, you gotta stick with first world countries, South Korea, Japan.
So I was chatting with my IT guy yesterday. Like, we were discussing sort of, future, if Trump starts putting in place tariffs, how are we going to start sourcing our cheap IT stuff? And we were talking about the offshoring trend, and what he said was Intel is potentially going to start looking for a buyout next year because they missed the boat on AI chips. So if you're looking for cheap Intel stuff, you might want to wait 6 months, and then you can grab that when it goes on super discount sale.
You mean the computer chips?
Yeah.
Are they still even in the game? I thought AMD completely kind of destroyed
Didn't Intel get a huge subsidy? Like they're part of the chip plan. They
did.
Amounts of money.
They did, and they're still going to be looking for a buyout next year because they still
they
can't.
became Solyndra. Fucking way to go.
I mean, this is the way it goes. Intel missed the boat 5 years ago on AI chips, and now they're screwed. So let's just dump another $5 billion in there, and we can nationalize them.
Jesus Christ! What a quagmire!
Yeah, I'm just looking it up real quickly. Yeah, they're the biggest. They're the largest one that got the most money out of the CHIPS Act. So, and it was going to be all of this in a bag of chips, and I hate this. I say it all the time. Roger said it. Paul said it. Sometimes when the federal government, a lot of the times, messes in with the economy and does this shit, you know that it's just going to end badly, and it inevitably always fails.
Well, I mean, I've been working for government for almost 10 years, and very rarely have I seen them taking over a private sector, business and running it well. It generally seems like a shit show. The reason the Chinese produce stuff so cheaply is because they have such high government subsidies and such low labor costs that they can basically produce things for free at this point and get away with it.
And they have no respect for intellectual property, so they can just steal the shit and recreate it.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, most of the Chinese self-driving vehicles, their software was originally an IP ripoff of what Elon was experimenting with in Shanghai back in 2019, and they just went in and stole the software, upgraded it slightly, and then rolled it out.
Yeah, but they never do it quite as well. And actually, in his plant, and I'm not saying that they haven't had stuff stolen, and they haven't had to sue certain people when it's egregious, but those people in Shanghai make the highest quality Teslas with the least defects at the highest rate. They are half of Tesla's profit and production at one plant.
God. Well, that's great.
Tesla actually owns that building. It's the first time that Chinese allowed American company to come in and actually own the property, not the land under it, but the building itself.
Well, my understanding is that Tesla is not a well-built car. While people sit there and go, "Oh, it's got the technological advance," and they sometimes like their performance, which I can't figure out why. But when you look at the overall complaints on the build qualities and the quality of the car itself, they're shit. I laugh at people who buy them, and I'm like, man.
Well, that's 3 or 4 year old information. I mean, obviously, they have a reputation for that, and especially in 2018, when he was just trying to stay afloat and wasn't making money, a lot of that was happening. But there's been a lot of improvement since then, too.
I've seen.
I'm going to say this, and I'll shut up. 82% of Tesla owners would buy it again. They have one of the highest owner loyalty of any product.
You're gonna vote.
I've seen pictures from people who bought Cybertrucks where they're already rusting out and they're having issues with the engines, like dying off.
Engines, yes. Rust is not happening. It's actually airborne particles that land and look like rust on the stainless steel and can be washed off. But yeah, they are redoing a lot of the engines. And the first generation of any new vehicle, I'm not making excuses. I mean, there are Cybertruck problems, and I wouldn't buy one. But they're not rusting, no.
Really? Because I've seen lots of pictures on social media of people showing rust spots that do not rinse off. I've seen quite a few of them.
Right, they don't rinse off, but you can wash them off.
Here's the other thing, Paul. Like, when you sit there and look and say, hey, you know what? I need a pickup truck. Now, I get it. I see a lot of them down here in Texas. I'm actually shocked. Paul, you would laugh your ass off. There are a lot of people who drive pickup trucks that are waxed, polished, and not a speck of dust on them. And they drive these massive pickup trucks, and they have these giant dinner plates with buckles, and they've got these boots that are shined that have never seen grass, let alone a day.
It's status. Yeah, it's a status.
Yep. And but when I look at these, and I actually have driven through other parts of Texas, and I see what guys do to trucks. I know what they do in Alaska. I know what they do up north when you work with these. The last thing, it's like the guy out there. He's not going to go out there and buy product for his feet if he's working. And I have spent $300-400 on a pair of boots for work. I'm sure a lot of other guys have. But you're not going to sit there and buy a electric truck that can barely tow underweight, under strain, maintain that function as much as a gas or diesel, and they just don't function. I just kind of laugh when people say Cybertruck is going to
towing is the problem for all electric vehicles. It's true.
But you also cannot fit shit in it. Like I saw a couple of guys like trying to fit in some lumber in it at Lowe's. So it looks stupid. I mean, they can't even really use it for the purpose that it's supposedly made.
With the angular design of the bed and the high side rails, it's hard to work out of that truck.
Yeah, so like Ford, Andre, you'll love this. Ford CEO or exec teams or whatever were trying to do our Ford Lightning pickup can drive across the country. He couldn't finish the trip.
Of course.
They had to cancel. Of course. He couldn't do it, and he had to have it, and he had a team around him, and he still couldn't do it.
That's because of the lack of infrastructure for electric
charging. The only one I'm excited about, and it's still because it's just a rumor mill, because a lot of the specs haven't dropped and no one's seen it yet, is the International Scout. That fucker under Volkswagen, which I have reserves because, again, it's Volkswagen. But if that Scout gets the range it's saying, 500 to 700 miles, it has a gas-powered generator to recharge it, and it has the ability to charge it in under 10 minutes. Now, that's a game changer. That means you're not sitting there spending 10 hours charging a vehicle.
It's on a new platform, and I was on one of the local consumer marketing teams. We saw images, we compared them to other vehicles and gave them advice. That is much better looking than a Rivian. It's going to be cheaper and more functional, and I'm looking forward to that vehicle too.
I mean, that's fair, but honestly, like I'm not planning to give up my 1500 Ram, and I'm looking to expand to 2500, and I don't think there's inside any electrical pickup truck that can.
I think right. They're going to make a hybrid version, the Volkswagen. I think there's 3 versions of it, and it's a good-looking car inside as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. When I was buying my truck, I was checking out all the different main makers like Ford, Ram, and what's that one? Chevy. And it seems like Chevy is just basically a toy. It's beautiful, it's leather, it's luxury, all that jazz. And you don't even want to get it dirty. Ford is like full on like labor. Like it has all the horsepower you need, but it's kind of square inside and very outdated. And Ram is like a perfect mix of two, so I get myself a nice Ram.
So the funny thing is, so Alaska doesn't have any billionaires at all. Our richest guy, I think, is worth like $300 million from real estate development. that guy, everybody knows him in town because he still drives the same beat-up 88 Ford F-150 he's been driving for the last, 35 or 40 years. And that guy still hauls stuff off to construction sites in downtown. So,
Hell yeah. That's what you gotta do. Hell's yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the old ones are better. I drive my 2006 and 7 Ford vans. They're a hell of a lot better than the new ones. And I'm happy with them.
Dude, the Laramie that I got is perfect. It's nice and luxurious inside. I can take my family on vacation in it, and I can fit whatever I need in the back. And whenever I go to a site, I can pop in whatever sheets of drywall, plywood, lumber that I need. It's perfect.
So, Brad, that Scout's only $65,000. That's a better price point than Rivian, and because that's really good. If it was maybe $15,000 cheaper, I would debate turning in my Subaru.
And it's better looking. They might make one at a lower price
It's not
point.
the looks that people are going to look at. Again, the Ford Bronco was a good-looking car, and people clamored to it until it turned into shit. The Tesla, which is why, yeah, you have brand loyalty, but you have brand loyalty with Ford, Chevy, GM, Subaru, Jeep. I'm a long time, 20 fucking years Jeep. So, or 30 years Jeep, whatever it is. I've been driving that. I've never owned anything else except for other cars for my wife and things at the time. So, I'm going to tell you, the brand loyalty, that means absolutely nothing to me. What it means is the product. And so what this test will be is, can it do what it's saying? The 500 to 700 mile range. That's pretty good. It's an SUV. Can it hold up to the north? Can it hold and last in the cold? Is the generator, in a position to be great? Does the batteries, are they under the driver's seat and going to explode? Those are concerns. And, but it'll be interesting to see. And
can I stop you? An ICE car is 8 times more likely to catch on fire or explode than a internal combustion engine is having 8 times more fires than any electric car. So please stop with that.
Really? Because apparently you don't live up in the north.
Really?
You don't see them all the time. I guess those don't go through. But again, most people in the north who go through blizzards, winters, shit that, normal weather, they're not driving Teslas. A lot of those Tesla owners up north.
But just stop with the fires, with the fire truck.
Dude,
that's all I'm
saying.
saying.
Let somebody finish before you jump off. What they have are people that buy a Tesla to drive in summer as if it's a status symbol, and then they buy another winter car to get them through the winter. Again, please spare me because I see the Teslas. I've seen them on the roads. I've seen them on fire. I've seen people dead inside them because they froze to death. You are not telling me something that's freaking great. And yes,
that's all one person's observation.
Okay.
It's a universe of one.
I love people in California designing cars and thinking they're some fucking, introvert, and they've never actually taken any of these vehicles into a place where the rest of the country lives. Fucking outstanding.
Well, to David's
No,
point,
they were never tested in Alaska or up north, never at all. That's right.
To David's point, 94% of Norway is EV now.
Thank you.
They will withstand cold. And the fire, and he is correct on the fire incidence rate. The fire incident rate in ICE vehicles is greater. Though, Brad, I will agree with you. The degradation of batteries and battery performance once you get below 32 degrees Fahrenheit it's actually 37 degrees Fahrenheit is significant.
Actually, it starts at 40 and 50, and it's about 10 to 20%. And that's the physics of a lithium-ion battery. Batteries don't hold as much energy in the cold, and it comes back in warm weather.
Right, which will change when we have solid state, when we get to the 3rd generation of batteries, which we already have now. But when we get to solid state batteries, that will greatly change.
So wait, what happened to the billions of dollars that Toyota and Honda dumped into hydrogen fuel cell development? Is that just wasted money?
That's wasted money because there's no place. Shell had 8 places in California to recharge them, and those are gone. So those cars are on the used car market in a certain reseller for $5,000 each, because there's about one place you can buy hydrogen to refuel them. And the reason they did that is the Japanese government is pushing hydrogen for some reason, and they appeased and they got money from the Japanese government to develop hydrogen as a fuel source. But even the infrastructure, you can't just run hydrogen through a gas line. It has to be totally separate, and the risk of explosion is crazy as far as even when you're fueling. So in certain applications, I think for other industries, it actually has potential, but it's not going to work in its current form.
It works for busing. It doesn't. It works for busing. Right. It won't work for cars. It costs too much for us to build. A charger cost us about $125,000 to $200,000 dollars to build. A hydrogen station is about $2 million.
Yeah.
So it's cost effectiveness doesn't make sense.
So the answer is yes. I think what you said, it is a folly for automobiles.
Okay, guys, Marshall is here. Can I have a conversation with Marshall? Hi, Marshall.
Sure, you can wave at him and go to a back room.
Yeah, dude, let's talk about that privately.
That's why I want to ask him here. Marshall, you called me white last night and insisted to keep calling me white. Do you want to tell me why you were doing that?
And let's not do this. Like, we're not having that discussion here. If you want to talk about it privately, we can. But if Brad has
you didn't talk to me privately. You were attacking me in front of everyone in this room.
You're not going to deal with this in the way you want to.
No, but you were attacking me in this room on this.
Dude, I didn't call you white, but you need to take this up with me privately.
Then if you have something with me, you can talk to me privately. Then do not answer in public if you don't want to answer in public.
Back to what Trent said, you can say hydrogen costs more to build and it's so cheap to do electric, but you need the power to support the electric as well. And on our already overtaxed grids, there's no way we can switch everything over to electric. You know, like city, yeah, fine, whatever. But there's got to be some type of hybrid on all this stuff. We can't go straight electric because there's just the power requirements and the service interval in -6.
Okay, I just recorded Clubhouse for 4 hours. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
I was, Brian, like, and I agree with that. Like, I think electric cars are great for you city drivers, or your San Diego and Los Angeles, you know, you guys have at it. But I'm gonna be honest, like, for people like myself, Brian, Marshall, Paul, Andre, it's just, you're not there yet. And I'm not saying that they couldn't be there. What I hate is the blatant ignorance and the hype that they're so fucking great and they're so perfect and it's going to do all this stuff. You're not there yet. Just like we were promised, what was it? We could, every car was going to be outfitted in the 80s. What was the one that Volvo and Mercedes had it where you could basically go and buy McDonald's grease and fucking run biodiesel? We were going to have all these things. Everything has come around in the motor car market, and everybody like me sits back and just watches the changes and accepts a lot of it, but then goes, watch things fall away. We have seen these trends before, and I'm just saying, your electric cars, as of today, are nowhere near the hype they deserve. And no one takes a realistic approach and say, hey, you know what, 10 years, 25 years, they'll probably be there.
We've admitted many of the failings, Brad. They don't tow, you're right. There are range limitations in the winter. They don't fit for everybody. I think, you know, this is America. You should have a choice and buy what works best for you. I'm not saying you should absolutely have to buy one vehicle.
I'll just say, Brad, I'm in the space. I've told people this 2 years ago that electric vehicles as a power plant are now vastly superior to ICE gas. And now that we do, it's us in the United States, we're actually behind. But as you look at Chinese vehicles, like the highway vehicle, I'm saying it wrong, highway vehicle, the Iota, which gets, I think, 1,000 kilometers, which I think is 700 miles now, and it's not even a fully solid state battery. The new solid state batteries that are coming from Samsung, CATL, and BYD that will be out, you're going to have 600 to 700 mile ranges. They're going to go 5,000 plus cycles, which for us is about a million miles. Much less significant less cost to make, right? Take far less people to make. So their superiority is vastly, and they'll charge within 10 to 15 minutes. So Marshall and I live next to each other. We both live on the border in South Texas. He called me, I think, Marshall, you called me not a white once, and I disputed that. But anyway, that's a joke.
If they like the BYD vehicles in this country now, we would lose one major auto manufacturer. That's how serious it is.
Yeah, that's why we have 100% tariffs. That's why I fully support tariffs. If we allow the Chinese vehicles in right now, and China is now 39% of the global manufacturing for automotive. United States is around 3 to 4%. Most of you guys just don't realize the threat that China has put and how good EVs are. Granted, I'll give you, not in every instance, right? In the north, in rural areas, yes, more difficult. But it's 60 to 70%. 75% of you live in a major metro. Most of you live close to the coast. So we're talking about 70 to 80% of the United States being able to utilize these vehicles at a lower cost. Like if the Chinese vehicles came over here, they'd be about $25,000 at their cost now.
And BYD is building a plant in Mexico right now. Correct.
Yeah. And again, me and Marshall live on the border. We see. I just saw BYD yesterday. Geely, there's multiple others. It's not just BYD. So China's build out is a direct threat. And yes, you can now recycle it. They are a better power plant than.
They're not a better power plant.
Thanks for saying it better than me. Sorry.
You can store the power and stuff, but the problem is the charging infrastructure. And you say, yeah, that'll come with time, but it's not here yet. I mean, in California, they literally said, we're going to ban all ICE engines because it's better. And then they said, quit charging your Teslas. I mean, it's going to keep happening, and we're not there with a good power supply yet.
People who own Teslas drive coast to coast all day long.
Yeah, and I've also watched them start on fire and need 7,000 gallons of water to put out. I'm sorry, I must be in the shit.
Probably like Brian, I'm living in a part of the country where my power infrastructure is limited. I'm in Alaska. I pay $150 a month in winter for my power bills because it's natural gas generated, and the power infrastructure has been limited because we have so many goddamn environmental regulations. So, if the car companies want to come up here and dump $5 billion into building out gigawatts of power generation, fantastic, cool. We have the rare earth minerals sitting up here with enough sort of reserve. We could probably outfit half the United States with electric vehicles, but the fact of the matter is manufacturers don't want to come and mine up here, so they go buy cheap REEs from Chinese mines, and then they send the markups to the American consumer.
Mainland
I want to comment on driving across the country, and I got to tell you what life is like to be in Nevada with an electric car. I was so happy to finally get rid of that fucking car, and getting stuck in places like Lincoln County where you can't recharge. Or if you have to recharge and you're just driving to California, you get stuck in Barstow for a half hour waiting for the charging, instead of just filling up your tank and going along and maybe enjoy a stop at Eddie's World instead of being stuck charging for a half hour. Like that's just no way to go. Plus, the car may be nauseous all the time. When you try to read in the passenger seat, or you ever get in an Uber that's an electric, it's disgusting. And also, I advocate for those of us that like to drive sports cars and like to have engines and like the purr of the engine, and don't want a government mandating to us that we can't drive what we want to drive. And there is no way I would go across country in an electric car unless I had the rest of my life and lots of time. But if I don't have lots and lots of time, I'm stuck in these charging stations in bumfucks. And no, it shouldn't be our future. And I also talk from someone, just had a 12-cylinder car, switched it to an 8-cylinder turbo. I love it. I want to continue to have those, and no government telling me I can't have it.
No one likes to be told what to do. We agree with
No
that.
one likes it. And go get
It's not
live in
the
these
government.
states that are
No
rural.
one likes being
You know,
told what
it's
to do.
you
Naughty.
know what it's like.
Naughty
You know what
boy.
it's like.
I
This
don't
is
like
not the government.
electric cars either. I like to drive sport cars,
Me
gas
It-
sport
Me
cars.
too. I
love the
like
sound of
my
it. I love the way
sports
it takes
car.
off. I enjoy driving a nice sport car. And if anybody tries to stop me, I will use my Second Amendment right.
Ho ho!
I mean, have any of you driven in a rural state
Yes.
in these places?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Do you know what it's like when you have that anxiety and you're
That's why I say you're putting, like, I'm not saying, again, for the fanboys of electric cars, Trent, you sound like an expert in your area. I'm not disqualified. I think a lot of it, the hype, is the cart before the horse. You haven't figured out how to build an infrastructure. You know, you like there's been bills and pushes against Tesla building out infrastructure, charging ports around. The ones that they did do, I think it was like 1,500 under Pete Buttigieg, and he put them all in impoverished areas. Like the majority of them went into impoverished areas, and he basically said this is going to be great. Well, the people that can afford the $75,000 for whatever crappy electric car is right now,
It's $35,000.
Great, whatever. So whatever they can, they're not driving to impoverished areas.
Best-selling electric car in the world, and also
let me finish, and then you can come in, right? Like you can do that one at a time.
you
right?
have 10-year-old information, and it really hurts your comment.
So again, like you can have these, but you don't have an infrastructure. And especially in rural, you don't have it for the farmers. You're not going to get them because they need to work. Otherwise, the 1% of farmers that exist in this country, you guys are going to starve while pursuing a cute-looking car that has all white interior and can play a fireplace on a monitor while you're driving. That's just the reality of it. You're not going to build out anything unless you actually lay the groundwork. You can't build a train and then say, all right, now how do we operate?
Farmers are exempt,
and
Tesla built out the
way,
infrastructure.
These mandates that came out to when you were talking about brand loyalty, they put a mandate on the Porsche Macan that all the new ones, it's just Porsche's lower SUV, that they're all electric. I mean, and Porsche came out with the Taycan suffering. Like it was supposed to have, all these wait lists, supposed to be this incredible car. And it nice car, but Porsche customers want gasoline. And they want their product. And you're going to have these brands where people do have brand loyalty that are used to driving performance cars, and they want their performance cars. They're not going to give up on that.
That's true, and actually we have a Porsche vice president in our rooms, and he's kind of wringing his hands because Porsche pushed EV too fast on their clients, and now they have in the production pipeline more electric cars that they're changing over to that they can't move on a dime and undo it than their customers want, and it's actually going to cost them money in the next 2 to 3 years.
It's a big deal. They're going to lose. I have two. I mean, one of my cars, my SUV, has been the same Porsche since 2004 or 5 when they came out with it, and I just keep getting a new one, same color, same everything. And now I go to order one, and the only way I can get it is in a hybrid. I'm like, oh, whoa.
Yep.
This is ridiculous.
No,
and it'll be the first time for me to walk away in 20 years from the brand.
Right, and they are really worried. I mean, we talk to Abe every day, and he is one of the brand managers, and he's very honest with us.
With Porsche, with the Cayennes.
Get BMW. It has really nice.
But my point on this though is, and I'll have to start looking at a different brand for it. But the problem is that they pushed it, and they pushed their lower model to be only electric, and it's just not. It doesn't match the customer base.
Abby, if you like that car, I would recommend you try X4 and X6. You can try.
But there's another, Sarah. I'm not gonna shit on BMWs. I've had many of them in my life, but I had service issues. One of the reasons I've stuck with Porsche for all these years, and I have more than one of them, is that I never have service issues with them. It's an amazing brand that way. And I've had Mercedes and BMWs that I haven't had such luck. So I'd like to stay with a good
Horribly
brand.
annoying
There's
people
nothing wrong
complaining and
with Porsche,
crying.
but I don't want to drive an electric car. That
but
was
if they don't fix that and they just have electric,
then
you have to change.
Then I have to
But
make
what
a
I'm saying
decision.
is, like, with the service thing, some dealers are better than others. Like Santa Monica is like 10 minutes from me. They're just shit, their service. So I go to the one that's 20 minutes away from me, and they're like, it's like VIP. So it's not necessarily always, you know, it's not like all of the dealers, they have bad service.
I understand. And to the comment, oh, poor girl, hey, like, I have no shame about this. That's a car that I like and I've had for a long time. Sorry for you. Work harder and go buy one.
No, and that's the whole thing. Like, I personally work hard so I can drive nice car, eat good food, dress nice clothes. Like, if you want to sit home and be on welfare and you don't care about what you drive, that's your choice. Some of us, we do.
Can I ask a couple of questions? One, I just want to say Edison Motors out of Canada is trying to do the hybrid model, which is where I see beneficial.
What do you mean?
And something that would work.
Like,
where it's a diesel generator charging the batteries, so you do have the battery, all the efficiencies of battery drive and battery backup with the miles you can put on in a day. So like logging trucks where you're going up and down hills, you use power going up and your regenerative brake going down the hills. That's where this technology makes the most sense. Is everybody that's going, oh, we got to go 100% electric, all battery. That's where I have an issue with EVs. I can't deny that the drive axles are far superior for what they can put to the ground, but getting the power to them and recharging them if they don't have an onboard, hybrid model or engine or generator, that's where I have problems. And David, I guess I don't know where you stand on that exactly. Like straight EVs, fine in the city, but for traveling cross country, straight EVs are not a good idea.
It does at
I had
times.
a question, David, also about weight of cars with
Mm-hmm.
electric and how that then, can they handle these heavy weighted cars?
Sure, because you have you just have a motor and a battery, so you have a lot of other parts that aren't there weighting it down. And secondly, that battery goes down the middle of the car, so the lower middle, and you have an excellent center of gravity. I mean, it corners like a race car. So yes, they can.
The biggest problem is they're really heavy and in icy conditions. People who have never drove like a Super Duty, crew cab, long box, and know how long it takes to stop, don't understand that in these EVs. I mean, this is a single-use case.
Some of that is a tire issue too. If you have good snow tires, I drive my car over mountain passes, but I know how to drive in the snow. Actually, the bigger problem is regenerative braking, because when you lift your foot a little bit off the gas, you have braking happening where you might not want that to happen in ice and snow. So there's a learning curve there. So yeah, they handle weight very well. And other things are modified, like aluminum panels. So other things are made lightweight.
When they're towing, the battery drain is epic, especially when you got
it's half. You're right. It's half.
You got the Rockies, and then even when the logging communities and the mining communities, when I see them come out, and there was some guy, he was running his, I don't know, it was one of these electric trucks. I think it was the Lightning, because he got a great deal on it. He thought it would work. And I felt bad for him, because he was like, you know what, they're really cheap. I needed a new car, and all these things were going to be there. Ford promised me all this shit. And then he found out real quick that his truck couldn't even do the bare minimum. He wasn't getting the range that he thought. He couldn't tow his camper. He couldn't even tow his work stuff, his work trailer that he needed to do. And he's like, I'm lucky if I get, I don't know, I get 100 miles out of it. He would actually just cry, because he's like, I dumped all this money into a vehicle that I can't just turn around and hand back and say, this is great.
And we've admitted 5 times that towing, I'm sorry, Sarah, towing gives you half the range on any electric battery. It's the Achilles heel. And everyone would admit that. And to be honest, Brad, he just had to go to 2 forums and do a little bit of research, and he would have found out what was going to happen to him before he bought.
But when he bought it, I think that's when they released it, and I was excited because, again, the hype that comes from it, and the way politicians, the way people talk about it, all of these are going to be great, there's no problems, all of these things, and he went with it. He bought the con, and again, for people who live rural or who like to travel rural, like I do, if you're going into thousands of miles of wilderness, I'm going to tell you, you may want to rethink that EV unless you were going to bring a giant generator with you and enough gas to recharge that generator so that you can recharge your car, which makes sense to me. Have fun. Until I see you in Yellowstone with a Tesla off into the wilderness or up in northern Montana or Boundary Waters or Voyagers or even White Sands, I'll see you there. And if you need a ride, I'll leave you a water bottle because I have lost all sympathy for people who take their electric cars into these wild, vast places where it's hundreds of miles before you even see anything. And the temperatures range from -40 to 114, and they can't figure out why their Tesla sucks in those extreme conditions.
They do need to do some planning, I will admit that. And I wouldn't take an electric car into those situations.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, dude, go ahead.
Okay, David, when you say they're going to be good and they take the weight pretty good, you're talking about electric car, correct?
I think that's what Abby was asking me, yes.
Okay, so that's not true because I did test drive the Tesla, what is it called? The high performance, whatever, the highest level they had.
Yeah.
And it wasn't actually taking off good. You could feel the weight. And I told the guy, and he's like, well, at the end of the day, these are electric cars. So they're not the same as sport gas cars. You cannot compare that. It's not the same.
They
I
have
just want to make sure.
0 to 60. That car you drove, if you drove a performance, that's a
but
production car. Let me just say this: that's 0 to 60 at 3.5 seconds. But it is a different feeling of speed, and you also have to learn the feathering of the pedal. That takes about 10 or 20 minutes. But for the first-time driver, it's a little different. It's really one pedal driving. So there's certain
the Tesla
differences.
Salesperson himself said, yes, it's not going to be the same, blah, blah, blah. But if you want to insist, that's fine.
You could be a Tesla salesperson tomorrow. Those people worked at McDonald's previously, okay? And not all of them are the most knowledgeable about their product. Sorry to say that.
Well, and I'm just telling you that I drove a car that was more expensive than gas sport car, and it didn't feel the same, but
it takes a little more than an hour of driving a car to know it, and I checked out cars overnight before I bought them.
To go on my realistic question, then the reason I came up on stage when I was responding to the person who said you can easily go across the country. So on a basic trip and stopping to recharge versus stopping just to get gasoline, how much time are you adding? And
so you're charging to 80%. It's mapped out in your navigation where your next stop will be.
Right. How long
15
does it
minutes,
take?
15 minutes at a high-speed charger.
It's a 15-minute stop versus a 2 to 3 minute stop, basically.
Yeah. 2 or 3 minutes. I have gas cars. It's a little longer than that.
Well, I don't know. I just drove through New Jersey.
That's high speed,
which was great.
But Abby, you're arriving. They're almost all high speed in the Tesla world. You're arriving refreshed. You're taking a break every 200 miles.
But
yes, you do need more time.
David, not everybody wants to do that. Okay.
I agree.
Again, that's totally. If I'm going from where I am in Nevada to LA, believe me, I don't want to hang out in Barstow. I don't want to hang out in Baker. I don't want to hang out in Victorville. I want to get there. To the same extent, if I'm on the Jersey Turnpike, like the least amount of time at that rest stop is enough. So the fact that you're adding So how much
An
more
hour?
time are you adding?
I don't know,
to
how many miles are you going? How many miles are you
It's
going?
30 minutes.
So
for
I just took a
30 minutes, not 15. I just
it's
googled
30. Okay. So you're adding
Excuse me,
30 minutes.
Sarah, and I don't want to have a disagreement with you. I own the car and I drive one. It is not 30 minutes because it's 30 minutes to 100%. We charge to
No,
80.
30 minutes to 80%. It's just
So I
30
just
minutes.
looked up the testing, and apparently there's agreement on all sides on this. I will state this. Trip time, depending on the trip, driving an EV can take longer than driving a gas. For example, a 523-mile trip on the Pacific Coast Highway would take 11 hours and 37 minutes in a gas car, but 2 hours and 8 minutes longer in an EV. A 3,000-mile trip will take an EV 14 hours to charge compared to less than 20 minutes for gas. So you would add an additional day to your trip if you were driving across the country.
Thanks. That was my question. And I'm not intending on a cross country, but I'm looking at where it's these 4-hour trips or 2-hour trips. You know, anywhere. How much extra are you adding to it?
You could add an hour easily. That's true. Okay. And Brad, I'm not disputing what you said. I mean, cross country will add a day.
Yeah, again, like I said, in the future, electric cars may come to some kind of thing. I don't think we have the energy grid in the majority of the states. A lot of you that live in cities and who have never really experienced anything beyond a suburb, I'm going to encourage you to do this. Take your car and go out and see what people really live in. Because I get it, you got Instagram and all of this other stuff, but go take it yourself. Go through those mountains, drive over those hills, go through those low flooded plain areas, and you'll see where you're going to be like, oh, okay, there is nothing out here. And I used to ask the question as a kid, what the hell do people do out here? Because I see house after house, but I don't see a store, I don't see a business, I don't see a gas station for hundreds of miles, and you're seeing trucks with their own gas tanks on the back to fill up. You see a lot of guys carrying extra cans on the back in racks. I do it on my Jeep when I go out. And so you have these scenarios where people live in it. Until you can build out that infrastructure, an electric car is not going to help someone like Brian. And I'll be honest, if all of a sudden California said, hey, you know what? We're going to make all electric vehicles, and this has to be a standard for farmers. You need to get on board because John Deere yesterday came out with an electric tractor that somehow they said managed to convince farmers was a hype working great, which they'll all disagree with, and sat there and convinced politicians that this was the new way forward. And then all of a sudden you had every other maker starting to jump on. Then, and California went down that pathway, you lose a massive amount of agriculture. You'll lose a lot, and a lot of you will go hungry. You'll be complaining that your $30,000, $75,000 Tesla, but you're paying $20 an Apple.
Farmers are exempt from all the electrification.
Did you actually, for right now?
That is not true. Not in California. In 35, when that law goes into effect, it's for everybody, not just farmers. That you can't buy.
What's going to happen is the EPA regulations under this coming administrations are going to be relaxed to 2027 rules, and everything is going to be.
That's not California state. That's what I'm talking about specifically.
Yeah, they are crazy down there.
Well, again, the big challenge is they tried to support electrification up here in Alaska, and our neighbors in Canada had the same conversation in the Yukon and northern BC. It's really great if you're inside little city grids. Like, we have a couple of EV chargers up here, but once you get outside of the major urban and suburban areas, there's a whole stretch of highway between Anchorage and Fairbanks. It's like 300 miles in Denali where it gets down to -40 in the winter, and there's just not the infrastructure. So people have been driving Teslas up there in December. They come up from California like, I'm going to go on an Alaskan winter adventure. And then halfway to Denali, their car craps out, their batteries are dead, and they're stuck there on the side of the road waiting for their friend to come bail them out, driving a gas-powered pickup truck with a bunch of propane heaters because they're going to freeze to death in the middle of the Alaskan winter. It happens all the time. We have little reports about it in the newspaper basically every week between November and April.
I agree. And Alaska is an outlier, and northern Canada, where nobody lives, is an outlier.
We have it in Minnesota, Montana, South Dakota, North Dakota, Wyoming, Wisconsin,
Willy Wonka,
Ohio.
bootlegging social.
Illinois, the northern part of Illinois.
Willy Wonka,
Iowa.
bootlegging social, the next Mr. Beast.
You have a multitude of areas, and again, like when we look at like the range, that's a factor. A lot of the people, especially since the pandemic, have left the cities. They've left your suburbs, they've left your cities, and they went rural. Well, we know because I'm one who bitches about it. Paul's another one that bitches about it. Marshall complains about it. A lot of rural people are complaining about it because people came in, built a god-awful fucking home that's a carbon copy of some suburban nightmare that they had prior, and slept in the middle of 20 acres and said, hey, you know what, we're here. Now, they're learning really quickly that life out here is vastly different than life, say, in the middle of downtown Atlanta or LA or New York City. It is not the same. It is, and your suburbs, again, are not the same. Those are laid out. I don't know why people live in suburbs, but hats off to you that can survive that kind of crap. But you cannot tell the rest of the population of the United States that they have to suck it up buttercups and go under regulations when they are the very ones who are providing you your livelihood. Like, everything stems from our agricultural center. And so if the farmers are upset and you're going to force stupid regulations, which happens way too often, and sit there and make them jump through hoops, well, you're going to complain about your food prices going up, and then you're going to complain about the lack of food that you can find in your stores. You're creating a nightmare without actually plotting and planning and building an infrastructure to support this grand vision of an electric nation, and thinking somehow the United States, one of the most difficult topographical fucking countries in the world, Canada is another one, but one of these that it's not Europe. With 45 minutes, you're still in your neighborhood in America versus the UK, where 45 minutes you're in another country. It doesn't work the same way around the world as it does here, and you have to navigate those very different regions in the U.S.
Well, this is one of the reasons why it's really easy to electrify places like China. So if you look at where the major cities are, the Chinese Central Plain itself, where most people live, is very flat. I lived there. It's like flat as a pancake in some areas. It looks like rural Kansas. You get to these areas, and they've built gigantic sprawling cities out here. It's really easy with no topographical issues and with a dense concentration of cities to build up EV charging infrastructure, to build up high-speed rail, because you have multi-million person cities within an hour and a half each other. So this makes sense to build this out. You get to the States, and suddenly, in Washington State, the travel time between Seattle in Puget Sound and Spokane out on the Idaho border it can get up to 7 hours in the winter, and you have to go over multiple mountain passes just to get over that. Denver and LA, this is like a 12-hour drive. I mean, if you want to build the rail infrastructure, build the EV charging infrastructure, it's great, but there are these big, long stretches where it's very difficult to build out the infrastructure. You have to sink a lot of money into it and a lot of upkeep and maintenance to keep these things going. And by the way, Sarah, I drive a 2018 Subaru. It may not be the best thing on the road, but that thing fucking gets me from point A to point B, and it's paid off, and I love it. So, there.
Yeah,
I don't
there
need
are people who want a car to go from point A to point B, and there are people who want to drive a nice car and they enjoy it. Like, every time I press on the gas on my car, I truly enjoy it, Paul, okay? Sometimes I go out just to drive for 10, 15, 20 minutes, because I enjoy driving a nice car. Cars are not necessary just to drive you from point A to point B. And if that's something you can't comprehend, that's your issue, not mine.
Like, my freeways are garbage. I get an hour out. I get 45 minutes outside of Anchorage, and the roads turn into crap, and for half the year they're frozen. In the summer, I love driving to go out to the countryside. It's fantastic. I can go out to the mountains. I can drive down to Whittier and go sit out there and fish. But right now, half the year, it's complete crap. So for the other half of the year when I can't enjoy driving, I prefer my little $25,000 box that's completely paid off.
So the other thing I put in the chat that was my question also and David, maybe you can tell me if there's anything statistical. So
Maybe David.
a woman driving alone now having to hang between 15 to 30 minutes at a rest station on the charging, and in some of these areas not really where you want to be. You want to get in and out, get your fuel. Especially like I gave the example on certain rest stops on the Jersey Turnpike. I really wouldn't want to have to be there any longer than to get my gas. So I'm curious, if there's been criminal statistics on this, or just
we don't have criminal statistics, but you're right. Especially women
But,
alone,
they
want to feel safe, and sometimes those charging things are out in the middle of nowhere. I got to look around a little bit myself, man or woman, but they have made an invention so that, because when your car is charging, you can't just drive away. You have to unplug it, right? So you're vulnerable there. Secondly, there is a new product that breaks away, so you have a special little collar on your charger, and you can drive away during charging and not hurt anything, and address it that way. But yeah, I think that's certainly a factor in some charging stations.
So Abby, to your point, up in Minnesota, the stations, not only did they freeze over, they didn't work, but they were robbed, if you could find one, because people just took the metal out of it or whatever they were grabbing, and people or vandalized, and so that was a major problem where you had lines of cars. It was really funny. You drive by, you saw a line of cars for one charger, and I would laugh my ass off because right next to them was a gas station, and it had 6 lanes and 18 pumps, and there was no wait time for it. And I was just kind of like, again, it comes down to the infrastructure, it comes down to the accessibility, and nobody's ready to have these massive electric bills. So you don't want that, particularly up north. You don't, because you're going to get sucked into that, because that's how you heat your house. And it's the same issue where you had houses being developed, and you had communities saying we're going to be an all electric community. You had people up north saying, hold on a moment, your electrical grid isn't stable. It does not guarantee me heat in the middle of winter, and it is not as reliable as gas. So we're going to stay with gas, and they fought back. And there's numerous accounts of this happening where, the town had to reverse, or the city had to reverse its policy, because anybody who's lived up north knows that your power can go out in the middle of January for, unknown amounts of time, and then you're stuck in a house that, if it's minus 10 outside, you're going to probably freeze. And case in point would be Texas a few years ago. They went through, people froze to death. It's sad, but if you don't have a grid that works, you get Oklahoma, you get Oregon, you get some of these places where they're all electric and it freezes. You don't have, you just don't. It's not there yet. You have to build the railroad track before you put the fucking train on it, is what I'm saying.
So there was a push up here about 2-3 years ago when the bipartisan infrastructure law went in, where they were going to put in heat pumps. Like, the big push was, we're going to build heat pumps. They're going to be fantastic. We can draw heat from the ground, and it's going to be great. We can get off of natural gas. Well, they did a bunch of internal infrastructure surveys up here, and even in parts of the state in southeastern on the Alaska Panhandle that are comparatively Western Washington, coastal Oregon type temperatures. Other than those areas, in the rest of the state, you can't run electrified heating or heat pumps up here. It just doesn't work because we have what's called discontinuous permafrost. So if you start sinking a bunch of heat pumps, you're going to hit discontinuous permafrost, and unfortunately, when you flip the thing on, you're going to be pumping refrigerated air right into your house because you've laid it on top of half-frozen ground. So the ideas are great. I want to see some of these things happen. I would love to be off of natural gas at some point in the next 10 years, if only so that I can save money, because natural gas is so effing expensive. But we are still 5 to 10 years out from that. There's a good chunk of the population, 25-30%, that lives out in rural places. People like me who live in suburban, discontinuous areas that don't have the same level of power infrastructure. It's just not the same. And, I understand that there's a lot of sort of urban environmentalists that want to push a lot of these conversations. I used to be one of them. I still talk to these people all the time, but when I give them the breakdown of this is how the infrastructure is, they kind of get a blank face and they say, oh, I didn't realize it's like that. Well, you do need to go to these places to understand if you want a one-size-fits-all approach.
I will give you the dichotomy of all of it. For me is 3 weeks ago, I was in a car driving along the Red Sea coast where all the refineries are, not all, but the big chunk of them in Saudi, going down towards Jeddah, and just seeing miles and miles and miles of refineries working, 24/7, and thinking, where is all this oil going? And I mean, there's still a shit ton of oil production out there in the world, and we're coming into an administration that's comfortable with that government. I don't have these great fears that we're all of a sudden going to have embargoes or not have the oil, and we need to be drilling here ourselves in our own country. But I mean, just the voluminous and the magnitude of what you see just along the Red Sea and how many of the Aramco refineries is mind-boggling.
They're all going to China, Abby. Most of those manufacturing facilities in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE, their primary market at this point is the Chinese urban market. So the big push for EVs in China is still undergirded by a significant gasoline consumption network there. There's still a lot of gasoline-powered cars. They have a ton of diesel. Like, they have an absolute shit ton of diesel that they still buy, and they use it for their trains. They have a lot of unelectrified heavy haul trains, just like the United States does. They have like the second most dense heavy haul, train grid in the world. The first being the United States, because basically all of our railroads at this point are heavy haul diesel tracks. But they burn a ton of gasoline, they burn a ton of diesel. They have a very significant gasoline and fuel reserve in case of conflict, because they're planning for the eventuality of there being a great power war in the next 10 years. So they buy a lot for their strategic reserve the same way that we do. So, their fear is that if there's a war with the U.S., we're going to shut off the Straits of Hormuz and shut off the Straits of Malacca, and every drop of oil that's coming from Saudi Arabia and the UAE is going to go away overnight, and they're going to be self-sufficient. So a lot of that internal push in China for electrification isn't some great environmental concern. It's legitimate national security concerns that the U.S. is going to wage unrestricted sub-warfare in 10 years and turn off the lights on it.
It makes so much sense what you're saying. And you know what's even weirder when you say that? My first trips to Beijing, there were so many more bicycles. And over the years of going there and seeing how there became a middle class in Beijing, and more cars on the roads, and more of those rings around Beijing that they built, or beltways, let's call them. And, they weren't so oil dependent because they really didn't have their, most of their population owning cars. And so now it's so different there. And they've kind of created their own monster in a sense.
Well, yeah. I mean, at some point, you do have to plan for those things. The U.S. still has the largest, or I think one of the largest, untapped oil reserves on the planet. We have 5 billion barrels just sitting in Anwar waiting for somebody to go up there and actually get the environmental permits to drill. I'm kind of betting during the Trump administration they're going to lift the environmental restrictions, because that's priority one for my governor and for my legislative contingent back in D.C. is to get Anwar cracked open. It's probably going to happen. It's another 5 billion barrels or something worth of oil that's going to flow through. There's a ton of fracking in the Midwest. China doesn't have that. We have it in spades. So we can afford to kind of dilly-dally and wait around while everybody perfects electric cars.
Well, I just wanted to go back. You said they're mostly diesel-powered trains. Well, yeah, it's a diesel generator for electric motors, which are highly efficient. That's where I just wanted to clarify for everyone else, because that's where we can be efficient with some of this stuff. I mean, Caterpillar has a diesel-electric dozer that they're working on. but it's just, is the reliability there yet for the high load cycles, or are they going to wear the batteries out and have to spend too much on that? So that's kind of where we are. I know, like, the train industry is where it kind of comes from. The hardest part is the weight of battery/diesel motor to keep it going.
Well, and again, like I said earlier, this is the one thing that the U.S. can do because of the large amount of oil and gas that we just have sitting in the ground. I know a lot of people who are electric car boosters love to talk about the efficiency and the range, and I know it's great. Like, I understand in urban areas it's great, but there you go.
I got it. Continue.
Thank you. So one of the things that we can do because of that large strategic reserve is we can wait until these things are perfected. And that can be a 5 or 10 year wait. And I understand that puts us behind the 8 ball in terms of technological innovation. But for most Americans who own these cars, it's cheap. I just paid $2.10 a gallon to fill my tank here in Alaska, where everything is shipped up from the lower 48, with the exception of a couple thousand barrels a day out of our little refinery. So, you know, as long as it's that cheap and I paid $35 to fill my tank, why the hell would I bother buying $40,000 or $50,000 worth of an EV at this point?
My other issue is, like we did this before, up in the town that he came from. They basically had an electric. It was one of those pushes that had a whole bunch of electric car, what you call boosters, and they put a fire truck, a rescue truck, as an electric vehicle. You know what that thing does for all the money that was spent on it? It looks really nice in parades, and that's the extent of its use. That's the only time it gets used. Because again, when you go out, you can't necessarily, like, I just go back to the reliability. You have to be able to get out there and get to people. And like, you have guys on here that'll say every major truck, a semi that drives around and pulls products out is going to be electric or self-driving. Maybe. I doubt that, because clearly, I wouldn't want that on a logging road. I know a lot of you in Virginia, West Virginia, the northern states, you know, some of you who need wood to build your homes, and do a lot of other things, that wood furniture you have in your home that doesn't come from China and made out of particle board, that wood comes from somewhere. I can promise you, unless you've experienced driving alongside one of those or seeing them on the road, those big logging trucks, you don't want them self-driving on the road with you. You don't want those double tractor trailers on the road with you as a self-driving vehicle. They won't be able to tolerate, they won't see, they won't be able to anticipate. They will just stick to an algorithm, and they will not deviate from it. And I don't care how many safety sensors you put on it. I do not want to see a logging truck come down the road in January and driving along an icy covered road and sitting there going, hey, it's got sensors on it, it'll be safe. You wouldn't want that. You sure shit don't want that.
Go back to your fire truck. There's electric school buses that the government's given money out and grants for people to get. There's a couple towns in South Dakota, bigger school districts, that bought some of these, and if the temperature gets below, like, I can't remember, it's 20 or 30 degrees Fahrenheit, they will not send that bus out due to fear of it, you know, dying and being stuck with a bunch of kids and then taking time to get another bus or people there to get the kids off the school bus. So I think some of this stuff is too much cart in front of the horse. We want to talk about a hybrid model. I can get behind that all day long. My engineering brain works that way, that I can just start the diesel generator and power it as long as the diesel generator is sized enough to handle 100% load with, you know, the batteries at quote-unquote zero. Yeah, absolutely. That makes total sense. And you can have heavy-duty logging trucks that will benefit from diesel-electric type like Edison Motors is doing, and they proved it time and time again. They can haul like no other. But you can say, oh, you got to learn how to feather the pedal, this and that. But that's where a lot of people get into trouble too, is I've seen a bunch of them in the ditches here in South Dakota, the EV vehicles, because they slow you down when you let off that pedal too much, and it is hard to regulate on black ice with a regular vehicle, much less something that tries to slow you down when you let off the pedal.
Brian, I got in trouble with KK. Was it last year, Marshall, or the year before? I can't remember. I got called out. We were doing a political compass room, and I got called out to go rescue somebody. And this is just an anecdotal one, but it was a major snowstorm. It was raining before, then all of a sudden the temperatures plummeted, snow was falling and covering, and we got called out because the car was an electric car. It was a Tesla, and it crashed through a barrier, went in. We don't know what happened. They were out there for some time. Both the parents were frozen, and then there was a young girl. And we found the young girl, but I went out and I didn't bring, I was stupid. I didn't bring the right gear, but I was warm enough. I just wasn't what I should have. I just kind of quickly grabbed a go bag and just used what I had in it. And went out there and was searching for this girl in the fucking 1 o'clock in the morning through the woods. KK yelling at me in the fucking phone saying, "Get my ass somewhere," freezing my left nut off while my right nut was like trying to curl back up inside of me, and came down with pneumonia after we found the girl. And I felt terrible. It's a poor child. It happens. But all I kept thinking about is, yeah, maybe an engine wouldn't have worked after crashing it, but it didn't have a lot of front end damage. So I was kind of thinking, like, if their heat had just worked, they could have been there. And the little girl got out of the car because she was cold and started to wander to look for help. And please, if you're ever in a wreck and you call 911, please don't leave the car unless it's absolutely essential that you do it. People like me have to go out there then and try to track you down in covering tracks, and it's really hard to cut sign to find you if you get lost in the woods. But I can't imagine sitting there with an electric vehicle and just running the heat or trying to stay warm, and there's a computer glitch because you impacted it or something's off. And I don't know. That's one of my biggest fears while driving, if I was to be in an electric vehicle, is just being stuck somewhere in the cold, and you're now sitting there for life and death to try to survive because you just don't have a way to turn on your gasoline engine. And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen with ice engines or ice. It happens. I don't know. I just have that overall sense of like the conditions themselves.
Yeah, Brett, I drove a hybrid car when I was in Dallas. I drove like a Prius because it was like the cheapest rental car I could get. And like my buddy and I were splitting vehicles. The cocaine pain manager and I were splitting vehicles. And if I had to take one of those things out to the ranch, dude, the thing had died before I was halfway done with the work.
Shit, I'm surprised that you survived driving through Dallas. I have driven through Dallas now. I will not be repeating that experience to me unless I go down there. Oh, dude, it's an absolute clusterfuck. I would literally start. I'm going to tell anybody who lives in the Dallas area in the audience, I'm sorry to say this, learn how to fucking drive. Learn what a turn signal is. Learn what the brake pedal fucking is. And no, you don't need to do 140 miles in your drop-down fucking car with these stupid lights around the wheels, fucking driving down the highway, get into an accident so that we're back to bumper to bumper. Oh, and the shoulder is not a fourth fucking lane for you to drive on. It is absolutely not there for you to go speeding down at 90 miles an hour. It is there to pull over when people have an emergencies. And when you sit there and deviate and go down that road at breakneck speeds and then hit a car that is stranded there with people in it, you cause more problems. Learn to fucking drive.
You know what, Brad? Take your uppity northern ass back to the north. Us down here in the south, we do things differently. All right, you either assimilate or get the fuck out, right?
Hey.
Take your happy ass back to Minnesota.
He has been adopted
I've had
by
enough of these fucking New Yorkers coming to Florida telling me how to run Florida. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry.
Well, he's not in Florida. And the best state in the union has adopted him, the great state of Texas. So we're very happy to have Brad here.
Oh, man, I have a hatred towards New Yorkers. Anyways, that's a different tangent. Sorry, Brad, I was productive there.
That's all right. I feel the same way. You know, Texas is huge. I'm finding out. There is nothing that is 15 minutes. When people say it's around the corner, it means 45 minutes. During the hours of 6 in the morning till 10 in the morning, that means an hour and a half to get anywhere. And yeah, that's pretty much the extent. Oh, and at night, you basically have from 3 o'clock to, I'd say, what, 7:30, where you're just better off staying put at that point, because quite frankly, it's fucking annoying as hell. And then when it rains, I still don't get this mindset. Like, people in Texas will drive 90 miles an hour, but the minute a drop hits the windshield, they're doing 30 in the left-hand lane. Like, pull over, get in. Like, I get it. You don't know how to drive in bad weather. I'm used to it. Let me go through, because I'm not afraid of the rain. I know how to handle this stuff. I don't know what goes on here. Marshall, it is a very confusing state so far.
That just sounds like Washington.
It'll grow on you. Just give it some time, Brad. It'll grow.
Brad, where are you from?
Minnesota.
I also will say, I think, to Brad's point, I went to Dallas and I was like, wow, I'm so excited to go. And I was like, this city's overhyped. Like, it looks like, I don't know, a more rundown Atlanta. Like, it really is not as great as people make Dallas sound. Like, on the...
It also has all of Texas's hoity-toity people. Hoity-toity, we're better than you because we're richer than you. That's like, Dallas is bound to have that attitude. At least for my money, the better cities are Austin, even though it's weird, because you get to great food, you get to see the capital. And then it's Houston, because of its medical center. And then it is San Antonio, not because of the Riverwalk, but because of the Alamo, which Brad's going to make fun of, because he's never heard a story in which the founding mythos of a state is, yeah, and they kill us all to the last man, and then like a month later we beat them. And see the Spanish missions on the outskirts of San Antonio.
So
those
are...
Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. Don't finish your statement, man.
No, dude, I'm done. No worries.
I was gonna say, to Dallas's benefit, the cost of living is super low. Like, I was shocked we could get a whole meal for like almost half the price of what you would normally get down here. And I also will say, like, it's not that it's a bad city. I think maybe my expectations were just too high, because everyone made it sound like it was like heaven on earth. And I was like, my friend said there's a lot of good job opportunities in Dallas. So he works at AT&T headquarters or whatever. There's lots of jobs. So cost of living is low, and the average salary is relatively good. So you end up leading a good quality life. So I guess for like, I don't know, for the heteros, it's like a good fit. You know, you can get a nice house, you can get a good job, you can have a place for your kids. So.
Let me tell you this, Nicholas. So far in my exploration of Texas, I have discovered that Crystal Beach is fucking fantastic and unused. It is a great place. If you have a party, it's up near Galveston. Go hit Crystal Beach, drive your car right onto the sand, build yourself a fire, and just watch and listen to the waves. It's not like a white sandy beach, perfect photo-esque thing. It's more rural, and you got the salt marshes alongside it and the flats. It's kind of... for me, it's a really beautiful experience, and I enjoy the scenery. It's fun to watch the ships go out, all that stuff. Great. But what I have noticed in here is that every fucking pickup truck, has a label on it saying Texas Edition, as if Ford, GM, and Chevy, and Toyota, and Nissan all make a fucking particular brand of vehicle, pickup truck-wise, for the state of Texas. I have never seen this anywhere else. I have never seen a pickup truck with a label saying New York Edition or Minnesota Edition or Alaska Edition. But I see Texas Edition on every fucking pickup truck. And I actually looked into this. There is not a single difference between a pickup truck bought in the state of Nebraska to Texas. There is not one difference outside of the label. And furthermore, what you'll notice down here is that a lot of these pickup trucks will have the rear end basically riding on the axle, scraping the fucking ground, sending sparks off, and the front end jacked up 4 inches. Then they have these stupid lights on the rims and in the rear tire wells, lighting up the whole road. And then they have these extended things sticking off the car off the tires that's about 3 feet long, and what do they call them? Elbows. They call them elbows. And I'm sitting here watching this going, what in the fuck knuckles is this shit? Like, and they can't drive. They cannot drive. It's like a gladiator sport. It's like a Roman chariot race on, what is it, 45 out here, Marshall? I cannot, like, I'm just blown away. I am just amazed. I've never seen anything like this.
Brad, can you tell me where Crystal Beach is? I'm in Clear Lake.
Outside Galveston, once you cross the ferry, over the bay, then you can, you just head straight up, and it's right there where all the houses are on stilts. That's the best you're gonna get.
On Boulevard Island?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. Alright, I know the direction you're going. Okay, cool.
Raga, I didn't know you were a Texan. Nice.
I have one of those Texas Edition trucks, but I don't have elbows or anything jacked up. It was just on there when I bought it.
Well, it's okay. They cater to us because we're the best state in the union. That's why. Even though
Brad,
we're buying the same product.
Yeah, Brad, you saw the extended hubcap thing on a pickup truck? I've only seen that on like caddies and tricked out.
Yes.
Ghetto cars, basically.
Yes, I have seen it on a Ford. And
wow. Yeah, typically you see that up in the city in like the 3rd Ward. I'm not going to make this aspersions, but that's kind of a tradition up there.
I've also seen 20 people in the bed of a pickup truck, and I went, this can't be legal. But they're riding there, and the driver was doing about 100 down the highway.
Yeah.
And I went,
I don't think it's legal, but it's not enforced.
Yeah. I was kind of curious about that one, too. I said, for all the funding and all the variety of police agencies in the state of Texas, where the fuck are the cops on the road?
Just like helmets aren't required either, I don't think. Or you have to have some like little plastic
helmets. I think you are probably required to wear some sort of headgear, but there are, as you know, Ragged, bunches of people in Texas that don't wear headgear when they're on their motorcycles.
Yeah, they're just you can wear a batting helmet and be fine.
Yeah, I mean they're just looking to become a Denver omelet.
Yeah, no, they get no argument from me. That's why I would drive a pickup truck around here. Brad's not wrong. It's a contact sport driving around here.
I saw a Bugatti the other night driving down the highway, and I looked, and I thought of Abby and a couple other people on here who really love high-end cars. And I sat there, and I looked, and I'm going to make fun of you, Marshall, because this state is pretty warm throughout the year. I was like, why would you drive a Bugatti down 45? There's holes. No one cleans the highways. I wouldn't even take it out of the driveway.
I think there's a dealer in Galveston, believe it or not, a Bugatti dealer. There was a viral video on YouTube several years ago from a guy who got buyer's remorse in Galveston. And you know how the frontage roads along the 45, you can drive straight into the marsh. So that's what he got buyer's remorse and drove straight into the marsh and then claimed something, chicken or something popped out in front of him and he had to swerve. And he's hoping the insurance would get him. But it just so happened that somebody was filming the whole thing. And they saw him do it on purpose, so he just bought a $280,000 piece of junk. He got some insurance fraud charges.
North
insurance fraud.
Brad, it's the South Texas that's warm. North Texas can get pretty cold.
Hey Brad, I've seen one person in my state drive a Bugatti in Anchorage. I keeled over laughing because I was like, who the fuck spends almost $300,000 on a Bugatti?
What state are you?
To Alaska. Huh?
What state?
I'm in Alaska.
Oh.
Like, it's an absolute waste of money because you can drive it like 3 months out of the year, and all of our roads are under permanent construction. So, like, you can't go over 85, otherwise you're going to hit a pothole, you're going to hit a moose, or a wolf is going to jump out and make you, come to a halt and potentially get your car into a wreck. It's just like there's one. Everybody knows who the guy is. He's got a big house up in Hillside. I think he's an oil exec from Texas or Oklahoma who thought he was hot shit because he bought a Bugatti and shipped it to Anchorage.
Yeah, at
I
least
don't know
you
why
guys
you
have a good
hate-
reason to be under construction.
I don't
most
know
of
why
the
you
year.
hate nice cars so much, Paul.
Because I hate it on principle, Sarah. I hate it on principle.
What the
Up
fuck
here,
is
we
that
drive
principle?
pieces of
Explain
shit.
it to me.
We drive pieces of shit. Nobody sticks out. Nobody drives expensive cars up here. An Alaska Edition truck, to Brad's point, would be a 1987 F-150 with 300,000 miles on it and rust pitting.
I still
That's
don't
an
see the
Alaska.
principle in that.
I'm being partially facetious, Sarah. I like nice cars. I just can't
I don't
afford one.
Better
also,
answer, Paul.
to my point, like, and Paul's like, Marshall's and a lot of us, we don't live in areas where, like, if you had a Ferrari, it's cool. Like, I'll not knock it. Like a Bugatti, they're great cars. You know what? Have fun at it. I just don't have, outside of maybe driving to the corner store, there would never be a use for me to, like, really enjoy that vehicle. I have roads, like in Minnesota and in Texas now, that don't have speed limits. Fucking cows, I've learned to swerve around cows. I never thought I'd ever say that a day in my life. But Marshall, yes, I have had to swerve around a cow now. But I have not, I wouldn't have a use for it, especially with the way my lifestyle is. Like a Jeep, a Land Rover, if they actually worked. So like a high-end car. My Jeep, however, if I were to buy a brand new one with the same model and the same everything, it's $90,000. Today, like, I think they're overpriced.
It's not as reliable either.
The new ones aren't as reliable. That's why I'm kind of excited to see that. I think the 2025 editions are coming out where you only have a stick shift, and it's a six. So we'll see how that holds up with their new redesign launch. But
I saw that they're bringing back the Scout. Did you see that?
Yes. That's what it posted.
Unfortunately, it's going to be electric.
Well, there'll be 3 models. There'll be a hybrid, too.
Oh, really? There's going to be a hybrid?
Yeah, it's going to have a generator in it. And it's not that I think the entry model is electric, but I think the next model up is hybrid. It has 4-wheel drive. They're saying it has a 500 to 700 mile range, and then with the generator you can extend that. That's 1,500 miles. Like, what, you got 1,000 miles there, maybe close to 1,500 with the generator on it. If that holds true and it can handle, the rural parts of this country, which is pretty vast for anybody who's driven across it, you know it. You can go. Fuck, I drove through Texas and it's like 8 hours before you hit civilization. I can tell you that it'll be interesting. It'll be a game changer. But again, it's coming from Volkswagen, who bought Scout or International. So I'm a little reserved because Volkswagen has really gone downhill.
It's true, but this is a concept that's made for them through another alliance. So it's going to be a little bit better than the average Volkswagen.
Yeah, I wonder if they have the same wheelbase and turning radius, because that was my first truck. My first vehicle was an International Scout, and man, you could turn on a dime in that thing. And I never ran into any terrain I couldn't traverse, or river I had a 40 kit river I couldn't cross.
Those are pretty short wheelbases in the original ones. I mean, I'm old enough to remember them, and they've done a good job of keeping that design concept and modernizing. It's a good looking car. I think they're going to do well with it.
Yeah, I love that old Scout. I'd drive it today if it still existed.
It'd be worth a lot of money today.
Oddly enough, you can find them in Texas.
Yep.
I've been looking at again replacing mine because the poor girl, the old bear, she's coming up on just over 200,000 miles, and so she's seen a few winters, and I've kind of like toyed around with the idea of replacing it. I've just never liked the newer Jeep. I could always go out and buy a new one tomorrow, but I just don't really. Like even the Grand Wagoneer, I was excited for that and took it for a test drive, went and looked at it, and said, "Yeah, I don't need an overhyped station wagon. That's just a comfy cruiser. I don't just shop for groceries." And I'm going to say this to anybody who works in the automotive market: please for the love of God and everything holy that you may believe in, for the love of everything in humanity, stop catering SUVs and pickup trucks to pumpkin spice latte pavement princesses that drive just to their kids' school and drive to Target and then go back home and occasionally the soccer field, or to the business billionaires in their own ethos that can only go to their office and back into the golf courses on Saturday. Those are not your SUV drivers. Those are not your big pickup drivers. Please bring it back and focus on the rest of us for a little bit. Stop doing it. I don't need electric cup warmers in my fucking vehicle. I can get a cup of coffee, put it in there, and if it gets cold, I'll still fucking drink it down. So please stop catering to that crap.
Well, and the problem is if the electric cup heater doesn't work, the whole car won't work, you know. But the problem with International Harvester was that they didn't understand planned obsolescence. They made their cars too good. My dad bought an International Harvester Travelall and Scout in 1972. And the Travelall lasted until 1998, when the axle finally cracked in half at 310,000 miles. And the Scout lasted until 94, when I was hit and rolled over. Thankfully, I had a roll bar. Hit by some guy who fell asleep on the highway, hit 3 other cars, and then me. But I was at about 200,000 at the time, and it had no end in sight. So those cars lasted forever.
Their parent company made farm equipment, right? International Harvester. So that's all they knew was making it last.
Yeah, the only problem was once everybody who wanted a Scout bought a Scout, they didn't ever have to buy another one because it lasted forever.
It was interesting when Volkswagen woke up and they found out, they realized they owned Navistar and the Scout brand. At least they did something with it. And I've said this 4 times now, but I was on a marketing seminar with them, a bunch of people, and we saw some advanced images of it and talked about it, but I think they've got a winner.
I saw the concept video. It looks great. It looks great. Are you telling me they got it by accident?
Not by accident, but they bought Navistar, I think, for trucking or whatever they make in Navistar. And then they realized that's also the Scout brand. And they thought, well, what can we resurrect and have something that has a history that we can take the concept of this design and move it forward and have a successful product.
They also took the idea of bringing this back, because it's literally an American icon. For those of you that don't know, this was a very old SUV. Think of the old days of the Ford Bronco is kind of in that image.
Yeah.
But the new Broncos, like even when they came out, I was kind of excited. Like I got excited. I was like, you know what? I'll have to maybe go revisit Ford. I went, I played around. The first release was the Sport Edition or whatever, and it was just basically, whatever it was. I didn't like it. And then once you started seeing the other models come through, and you're like, wait a minute, you're asking this price for this vehicle that you just launched, and it has a shit ton of problems. It is not good in the off-road. You can't. Like everything has issues with this, even your vectors, your approach vectors, your angles, all of this stuff. Everything you claimed has not come to fruition on this thing, and I'm like, you're asking way too much for this. And when you sit in it, it quite literally feels like it was designed for a family of 4, like someone with young kids who needs a video screen to keep their kids occupied to play Dora the Explorer for fucking ever and a day, and you're just like, come on. This was supposed to be a revamp. This was supposed to be a relaunch of an iconic vehicle that was supposed to basically take you out there and go beyond. And I don't see how it can do that.
Yeah, you'll find this interesting. My dad was an Army officer back in the late 50s to late 70s. And they did an experiment. They were looking for the new off-road vehicle. And they did an experiment down in Panama where they used to have the Jungle Warfare Training Center down there. And they had, I think every sort of off-road vehicle on the market, like 30 vehicles, and they had a 80-mile trek they had to do through the jungle, and 3 vehicles out of the 30-some vehicles they had made it. The Scout was one of them. There was a half track and a Dodge Power Wagon. Those are the only 3 that made it through. And each one had winches and everything. I mean, all of them were outfitted for the terrain.
There was a time in the 60s and 70s when Chrysler designed, vehicles to last too. They were tanks. They made tanks, I think, for the military as well. But they had a Slant 6 that you could put 500,000 miles on.
Yeah, the other car he bought at the time in 72, he got the 2 off-road, and then he got a Chrysler New Yorker Brougham, which was, I think, a 23-foot car. And when I got hit, I was in college, and so my Scout was gone. And so for a while, until I got my own vehicle, he let me borrow his Chrysler New Yorker. And so some of my friends in college were on the basketball team. The center was like 6'10", and one of the guys was 6'7". They loved that car. He said, finally, a car that was made for our size. Didn't have to get any adjustments. It was just naturally massive. Thing weighed a ton, but it had a 454 in it.
They have fins too? Was that during the fins?
Oh yeah, it had fins, chrome, unbelievably bright chrome. I actually got hit in it. Only 2 wrecks I've been in. The lady was running through the red light and just hit the very last 3 inches of the car, and just going along with traffic. Turned out it was all her fault and everything, but her little minivan was smashed. The whole trunk, the whole front of it was smashed. The radiator was cracked in half. There wasn't even really a scratch on the chrome of the Chrysler. It was just.
They also they pioneered a linear speedometer, so it went straight in a line instead of a dial. I don't know if you had that.
Yeah, it did. But it was linear. But as I recall, you know what? Yeah, I think the needle went sideways. I think it was on its own kind of a track.
And I don't know did you have push button to gear select? Or did you have stop?
It was a handle on the steering wheel. If I recall, it was a handle on the steering wheel.
They did a few years of push buttons.
It had all the stuff of the 72. It had all the stuff that you have today that was very rare back then. Power windows and just about every gadget you could think of. Heated seats, long before they were common. But that thing lasted forever too. I think that was upwards of 300,000 miles. Of course, the only problem was it got like 8 miles to the gallon, so that became an issue when the prices started to raise.
Germany is about to go into flux. You're going to have a whole lot of issues. If you guys haven't seen this, there's a apparent terrorist attack. Someone decided that they needed to mow down people in a Christmas market this close to the holiday and run over, and it looks like about 20 or so people are at least injured or dead. So
in Germany?
In Germany.
Today?
Yep.
Oh.
Germany's already having a shit ton of problems in their political structures and their environment, and so that's going to be a hit and a half. Germany is probably going to go even more right-wing than that party has already gained a foothold, and could be a conservative party movement that actually kind of helps out Germany, but Germany is going to go through, and no, right-wing does not mean Nazis. Those guys actually started as a liberal socialist party.
Yeah, so, Brad, I have multiple friends that they do live in Germany, and they're saying it looks like it's going to go right because of how terrible it's gone. They're having the same issues as Canada and, like the East Coast states. And my friend is an immigrant. He was really worried. I'm like, trust me, the stuff they say about, the right is not nearly true. It's like a propaganda. Keep telling people. Here they say it too. We're fascist, and if you voted for Trump, you're fascist, racist, sexist, everything.
Well, the right wing in Europe is not identical to the right wing in the United States. They're significantly to the left of the right wing here, typically.
Agreed. European versus American scale.
I mean, the Conservative Party in the UK is basically the Democratic Party in the United States. They don't actually have, our
No,
side
I
of the
know
right.
that, Rag, but they're claiming that the right wing is neo-Nazis, which is not.
No, that's not, because Poland went left in this last round. Marshall, right? They went left because they went from very conservative to now they have some more liberal politicians in there, and
I think they went from more like a labor feel in Great Britain to a SOCDEM.
Yeah.
Social Democrat. Yeah, SOCDEM in Europe. Yeah.
And the people of Poland are kind of regretting that decision because you still see like Poland is they just don't play around. They just don't want any of the problems. They're just like, we're fine. This is Poland. It's our country. We'll do with what we want. Same thing with Japan. They're just, despite the liberal movements and the pushes, they consistently face backlash because again, it comes down to a few things like immigration, economics, globalism, to the extent that people understand it, and education reforms. And every time it seems lately that the liberals kind of push those things, they get massive pushback, like Trudeau having to resign, Macron being ousted. What's UK going on? Like, are we on our like 120th prime minister this year?
No, Keir Starmer is a Labour Party representative. So after Labour lost the last time with Corbyn at the head because he's such an anti-Semite, they replaced Corbyn with this dude named Keir Starmer. And the guy before him, Richie Sunak, had been elected by the Conservative Party, or the quote conservatives in the UK, or the Conservative Party, as they say, as they call themselves. And Richie Sunak came from the Conservative Party. He, for a lot of issues, did not resonate with where a lot of British folks were. And as a consequence, you ended up getting the Labour Party's Keir Starmer. Well, like, I can't spell if you ask me to spell it, but that's essentially what has happened the last, like, 2 cycles in their elections. Sarah, if you're, like, wondering in the United States, right here does not connotate neo-Nazi. When somebody in the European or the German context says ultra-right, they are indeed referring to Nazis or Nazi-like people.
But that had nothing to do with that, Marshall. Like the Nazi regime, like started out with like anti-capitalism. They were all.
Well, so I think I may have been inexact with my language. Nazi's the wrong descriptor. Totalitarianism, that kind of thing, is on the European right. But you are also right in noting that the National Socialist Party also had a bunch of issues with a bunch of left-wing shit. And if you can add to this, Brad, I would be happy to have another addition to part of the definition. But largely, as I understand it, in Europe, that's kind of what they refer to when they're referring that way. But, I mean, like, you study this stuff like I do, so, like, what do you know about the way they talk about that stuff in Europe? Oh, Brad disappeared.
Yeah, I've lived
there
for a couple years, and they just have. I don't know. It's almost like the Europeans have given up the ghost. I mean, it seems like maybe in the recent years they've revitalized it a little bit, but I think the problem with Sunak was he was a finance guy, right? Wasn't he the mayor of the city of London before he became prime minister?
Yeah, Sunak was. Yeah.
He was a finance guy, which didn't resonate with the block and tackle folks from and anywhere outside of London. It was really good. He didn't have good kitchen table instincts. I think Keir Starmer is from the Midlands, isn't he?
I think so. There you are, Brad.
From the industrial base. I think that's where he's from.
I think so. Yes, but I could be wrong. As I understood it, they went from the Democratic like party, if it were in the United States, to a little farther to the left. What the fuck am I looking for?
Yeah, no, I haven't actually seen Starmer's, what his actual policies are. I haven't dialed in. I watched one of his question hours not too long ago. You know, the weekly thing they do with
You're talking about the one they do in Parliament?
Yeah, the weekly thing they do with Prime Minister's questions, but I haven't really dived into his what policies are different.
And then Marshall, the only reason they try to say they're like extremists is because they are the right wing, the alternative party, whatever they call them in Germany. They are opposed Muslim immigration. That's why they try to like name them, label them as neo-Nazi or whatever. And me, myself, as a woman who was born and raised in a Muslim family, a religious one, and has lived under Islamic countries, I'm terrified of Muslim immigrants too. So I don't blame them for being terrified of that, you know. And this is one of those topics that most people can't have an opinion on it. But as someone who comes from that roots, I'll tell you myself, look what they've done to Europe. Look what they've done to Canada. We've had less of a Muslim immigrants in America, and we have less of problems compared to...
How do you know they meant... Hold on a second. How do you know they meant Muslim?
Oh, it's read their manifest and everything. They are opposed Muslim immigration. Like, then you probably don't know much about them.
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure it tracked. Look, I understand where you're coming from, but I like European politics are not comparable to U.S. politics in that way. What I specifically mean by that is, like, in the United States, where the liberals write off the Republicans and or conservatives all the time as, terrible people, the difference between that and what European politics are is a wide gap of ideology, right? They still do have fascist. Germany still does have some set of people who are fascist sympathizers.
I understand that, but this party, I don't even think is the same right wing of Europe. It's called Alternative of Germany. Like, it's literally, I believe, from what I've heard from my friends, I don't have that much knowledge. Brad might know more about this, but I believe the party that Brad is talking about is only in Germany. And they're like, they are right wing, but it's not like a typical right wing. They're literally a new political thing they call themselves. I put a link in the chat. It's called Alternative.
I'll give it a look.
Germany. Yeah.
Well, Germany was principally responsible for keeping Turkey out of the EU because they didn't want they already have what they perceived to be a Turkish immigration problem. And that would just open the floodgates to anyone in Turkey who wanted to move to Germany. So Germany did their best to block it and were successful in doing so.
And what's the most interesting thing, majority of Muslim countries, it's not easy for you to get illegal, like they don't let you become an immigrant there easily. Like if you're born in UAE, it doesn't matter. Even if one of your parents are from UAE, you don't necessarily become a citizen of there. Like, it's interesting that all these Muslim countries, they're so strict on how someone can, become citizen there or go through immigration to their country, but then they just play so victim and get upset that other countries, like if they say we don't want to have as much Muslim immigrants or something. But this is the truth though. I've had a friend that her daughter, her husband was from UAE. This is 20 years ago. I don't know if the policies has changed or not. She was from Iran. She wasn't able to get her daughter a birth certificate. They weren't accepting her as a citizen, even though she was born there and her dad was, from that country. And then that same people from the same country, if you say, oh, we oppose like Muslim immigrants, they're like, oh, you're a fascist, you can't say that, blah, blah, blah. But that's just how it is, though. What is this quiet for? David, why did you go in the audience?
Oh, I'm driving and I swipe sometimes on this app. You know how it goes. And I'm in a different room and it's always an accident. But thank you.
I just wanted to make sure you didn't panic from what I said.
No.
Hey, there are people make comments at times, David. I leave the room. Sometimes I go to the audience. I'm like, nope, I'm not participating. I was not on this stage, so that's why I asked.
No, I've left the room too, but actually nothing I've heard today sounds out of the realm of possibility today. So, no.
I don't know. I made one statement. Half of the stage are gone. David swiped himself out. It's shocking me there was a 30-second pause on the stage.
What's going on? Hey, Marshall. Hey, Sarah. Hey, David.
What's up, man?
What's that talking about?
How Islamophobic Sarah is this morning?
How Islamophobic you are?
Just for today. I'm saying smart countries keep Muslim immigrants out.
Smart
I don't agree
countries
with that at all.
keep Muslim immigrants out of their country?
Yep.
I don't agree with that at all.
Mass immigration.
Muslims have every right to immigrate into the United States as long as they follow the law.
Do they follow the law?
Civil law? Yeah. Frequently.
I don't know though. I live in LA. They weren't letting Jewish students make it to their dorms. They had they were for a couple
dude,
weeks.
But you just mentioned the reason why you live in LA. LA is the center cesspool for all of that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I always tell people, I'm like, if I lived in a far right state, I would probably identify as a liberal because I'm a very moderate person. I don't like extreme in anything. I do believe radicalism is a danger to democracy in general. So if I lived in another state, I probably would have, somewhat little bit different political views. I agree on that, Marshall.
Well, so here's a question, and it's gonna sound like I'm poking at you. I really don't mean it that way. What's the difference between that and just being a contrarian, right? Always taking the opposite point of view, unless this is what I'm thinking. Unless your belief is that there needs to be balance on a scale. And so you'll represent the other side to counterbalance.
No, my talking about Muslim immigrant has nothing to do with where I live, though. I just told you what I've seen in America, and you're claiming it's different in other states, so it doesn't matter. And you know what? It's probably different in other states because a lot of Muslims probably want to end up in California because they know they got more freedom here and they can get away with not following the laws. That's probably part of it. Okay, so I don't know the statistics, but I'm assuming we'll find, a lot of Muslims here. But the fact that I am against illegal, like not illegal, like mass immigration from Muslim countries is because of what we see happen in Europe and what happening in Canada. And I just explained to you guys, majority of these Muslim countries, they're not going to let you easily move there. They don't let you become citizen. There is a tons of countries in Muslim countries. I just gave you guys example. My friend, her husband was from UAE, and she was having a hard time getting a birth certificate for her daughter, even though she was born in UAE. So yeah, I don't think people who live in those countries or from those countries, they have the right to like say, oh, you guys are like Islamophobic or whatever, because they have those. They don't let people in themselves either. And yes, Christy, what happened in the colleges and universities was not specifically just for California. It happened in a lot of colleges and universities. I just don't understand why the men on this app, a lot of them, not all of them, they just like to argue with me. I don't get it, but that's okay. So, this is what we were talking about.
Do you think that not all, but men like to argue with you?
I don't know. Wasn't Marshall right now telling me that that's only in LA? Do we not know about the protests and the craziness, madness at MIT, at Harvard, at all the universities around the country? So does he just not have the education, or he wants to just argue over it? I think it's the second one. Or last night he calls me a white woman, and today he says he didn't do that.
Well, sounds to me like you and Marshall have some issues y'all need to probably iron out. It hasn't been my experience that I've seen people, and I assume you're saying that people purposefully go out of their way just to say contradictory stuff about stuff that you say, or they go out of their way to disagree with what you say, or what?
Did you say I don't think men should have the right to disagree with me?
I'm not saying that men don't have the right. I'm not saying anybody doesn't have a right to disagree with you. I'm trying to figure out why.
What he was arguing about was absolutely wrong. Him saying that the problems with the anti-Semite that I just mentioned about UCLA, him claiming that only happens in Los Angeles. Let me ask you, do you agree with him that it only happened to Los Angeles, or are you aware of, for example, was it Harvard University that the protester took over a whole building and took hostages? Because,
University of Washington.
Washington, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Many New York universities. Yeah.
Can I contribute?
Sure.
Please do, David.
I'm not David. I'm
Steve. My bad. Steve. Go, Steve.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Happy Friday, Steve.
I did not hear the conversation. I have not spoken to Marshall. But I can tell you this. I've known Marshall for a couple of years, and there's no way he would say that anti-Semitism only occurs in Los Angeles. Now, if it was something more specific than that,
it was Muslim population was the topic.
No, I said in because he was saying that Muslims, like, they never break the law, and I said, well, we just saw here in Los Angeles at UCLA, they were not letting Jewish students go to their dorms. And he said that's because that's Los Angeles. So that is absolutely not true, because there were other states, there were universities. I forgot the name of the university, but I know one of the schools, the protester took over a building, and there were hostage, by saying hostage, because there were workers in there. Of course, they didn't have a gun on their head, but per our laws and per the news, they called it hostages because they weren't letting them leave. So, but what I'm saying is it happened everywhere. So I don't even understand why would someone I don't know why some men do that with me on this app when I'm open to debating, but they just try to argue on something that's absolutely incorrect, and I don't understand why they do that, and then they just leave.
Well, thank you for bringing that up because I've known Marshall for a couple of years. I can tell you for 100% certainty, he would never ever say, quote, Muslims never break the law, close quote. Marshall would never say that.
Yeah, my experience with Marshall has been such that absolutely, I look forward to him saying anything out of his mouth. He appears to me to be very well read, and he understands. He takes time before he speaks to make sure that what he's about to communicate he ain't like me. I say any fucking thing because, if you ain't gonna beat my ass or you don't agree with what I'm saying, then fine, just don't listen, or I don't know. But yeah, Marshall, I wouldn't describe Marshall exhibiting that kind of behavior based on my experience with Marshall. Now, I'm not saying that you didn't hear what you just say you heard him say. I'm just saying that doesn't sound characteristic of Marshall, or what I've heard Marshall say doesn't sound like something that Marshall would say. If he did in fact say that, it doesn't sound like something that I would say. I would anticipate Marshall saying based on things that I've heard him say.
It certainly doesn't make any logical sense because there's between 1.5 and 2 billion Muslims around the world, and for someone to make a statement that none of those people have ever broken the law makes no logical sense.
Yeah, I know that I don't understand how it is that anybody with eyes that saw what happened in October at that concert, how they could be, sympathetic to or make up shit in their mind why whatever it is that the Jewish people are doing to preserve their culture and their race, man, by any fucking means necessary. If somebody had a doctrine that said all black people should be dead, listen, man, they got a problem.
Well,
they got a problem.
Well, if we're talking about October 7th,
correct,
there are a lot of countries around the world that have spoken against Israel for their tactics since then. And I heard you say, hang on a second, sorry about that. Let's call you NK, and I've spoken to you before. I've heard you say, at all costs, and Israel has done some things that many people, or many governments around the country have spoken up against. That's a fact.
Well, it doesn't mean that I agree. And again, everybody has a right to have an opinion about whatever. Okay, I'm black, and I hear people talk about reparations. I don't agree.
And again,
person that, and yet there are people who, believe in their heart and in their soul that reparations is absolutely a legitimate issue. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm not arguing your opinion. I'm just responding based on a fact that I know to be 100% true regarding Israel. And again, I agree with has the right to defend itself and stay exactly where they are. But I was just giving a fact about a lot of other countries responding to what Israel's done.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Oh, I get it. I get it completely.
Well, I don't get it, and I don't understand why people don't see that. As far as I can see, Israel is just trying to survive.
Well, yes, but unfortunately, there's a lot of prejudice and racism, not only in the world, which in our own country, which still permeates society and the human condition today. And that's just a fact of life.
I don't condone for 1 second the loss of life in terms of, and I'm a Marine. So, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you for your service on this finally Friday.
No worries, Steve-O. But, at the end of the day, it's so hard to know whether or not the news that you're getting is propaganda, if it's, you know what I'm saying, if it's misinformation, if it's, you just don't know, because you got so many different news outlets spitting information at you and contradicting each other. You got Fox News saying one thing, you got MSNBC saying another thing, you got CNN saying some other shit, you got ABC, you got all these, you got TYT, you got Newsmax, you got all this shit. And it's like, a lot of innocent Palestinians are being killed, right? And is that cool? Hell no, it ain't cool. At the innocent Palestinian. But then you got other people saying that them innocent people aren't as innocent as they appear because they allow the Hamas regime to exist. Now, does that mean that, I lived in Los Angeles for 40 years in a Trey Hoover Crip neighborhood.
And I am born, raised, currently speaking from Los Angeles my entire life.
I'm gonna pray for you, bro. I'm gonna pray for you. Have you already packed? You trying to get the fuck away from there or what? No. You trying to stay there?
I own Casa de Appel brick and mortar, and I'm not at. Oh, by the way, for those of you that are hearing my voice for the first time, I'm in my early 60s. I'm planning on retiring in about 5 years, and then I'll probably get my beach home in Ventura County. Yes, I plan on staying in California, but I plan to move from Los Angeles to Ventura, the county right next door, when I retire.
Played a lot of tennis out in Ventura County.
There you go, babe. Downtown Ventura, the 101 off at California Street.
Yes.
That's where I'm planning on going, baby.
Well, again, like I said, I'm going to pray for you. I think they're about to push California into the Pacific Ocean and just let them do their thug thizzle. Just let them do their thing with an 88 swing, and I ain't mad at it. But they couldn't give me a Brentwood mansion on 100 acres of land and pay me to stay in that son of a bitch. That's just
where are you now? Where are you now?
I'm in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, you're in Vegas.
I am.
So are you in Henderson or are you in Vegas?
I am in Summerlin.
Got it.
Yes.
Got it. And question. Anytime, I've spoken to you before, but since you live in Las Vegas, I ask everybody this question. Do you gamble?
I do not.
A lot of people...
No. I do gamble. When I play golf. Only when I play golf do I gamble. Only.
You don't go to the casinos. You don't play cards.
I haven't been to a casino since I watched Mike Tyson hit Joe Frazier's son in the stomach and they counted him out.
Yeah, I believe, I could be wrong, I do believe that more than 50% of people that live in Vegas do not gamble. It's probably closer to 75 or 80, but most people
I think it's teetering on, and it's increasing every day, that people are beginning to realize that they are not building billion-dollar casinos because people are winning money in said casinos.
Yes, sir.
I think that rationalization is coming to light, and people are saying, you know what? I'm just not going to be one of the damn fools. But keep in mind, the tourists that come to Las Vegas, with however much money they bring that they've been saving, they have absolutely no intention with leaving with any of it. They come here specifically to leave without it. They come here to leave with stories about how they had sex in a bathroom, or smoked weed and drank alcohol right on the strip, and they saw the magnificent fountain show in front of the Bellagio, or they went into the Sphere and came out cussing like crazy, saying they want. You know, that Sphere thing is a total debacle.
What do you
They hate it.
What do you mean debacle? You hate it?
They hate it. I haven't been in it. I have. I take pictures.
Yeah,
I took a video of it.
Don't the Eagles have residency there? Yes.
Yes, and my understanding is that the concert that the Eagles did, or they're about to do another one. They've already done one.
Yes.
But I heard it was magnificent, amazing, marvelous, and wonderful. But I've heard other people communicate to me, fuck that Sphere, I want my fucking money back.
Gotcha.
They weren't referring to the Eagles concert. They were just referring generally to their experience.
They're not talking about the concert. They're talking about staying there for a couple of nights.
Whatever it is, they not happy about it. They are not, and I think it's like they're like saying they could have gone to a regular movie theater and paid $40 as opposed to $125 to go to the Sphere to watch a movie. I guess, I don't know. I ain't been in the place, you know, so I'm not gonna cast negative.
$125.
$125. Yeah, $125. Shit, them Eagles tickets to the concert, man, you could pay up to $3,000.
Yeah, but if you look at the price of concert tickets these days, I mean,
it's comparable. It is comparable. It is.
This like the battle of the uncles. We got Uncle Steve and we got Unc on the stage.
Oh, I ain't even see you, nephew. What up, baby?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, check this out.
How you doing,
We're gonna stop fucking picking on Sarah, okay? We're gonna stop doing that shit. We're gonna stop picking on Sarah, man.
We're talking about the Eagles in Vegas.
I know, but no, this is a carryover, Steve, from Hakima was on the stage. We was having a conversation. I ain't gonna say what we was having a conversation about. I ain't gonna say it.
And then Marshall.
Sarah, I ain't gonna say what we was having a conversation about, but it didn't turn out. It went a little sideways, Steve.
Let me ask you a question. You and Steve are both pretty good with business. If Hakima and we start a podcast, it's gonna kill it, right?
Yeah, as long as y'all don't agree on any fucking thing.
I don't think we ever agree on anything, do we? Hakima?
I think y'all'll make some money with that. I think it'll be a he said, she said. Y'all can't name it that good. It's already a movie.
Literally, I don't think we've ever agreed on anything. I don't know. Well, no, if I see people like last night, some guy was talking crap about black woman in the chat. That's probably the only thing we agree on. And I was like, no, don't do that. But
we agree on the most important thing then.
Yeah. But I call him social.
As long as y'all agree to disagree, Steve and I'll come on and add some color commentary to the get down. Steve, I'm gonna negotiate your contract. Steve and I are gonna need a 10% kickback on the whole piece, and All merchandise sold, we're gonna need a 10% kickback on that. Yeah, let's have a negotiation. Talk about it. What's happening? I know people. Don't fuck with me, Sarah. I can make this shit happen. I promise to God on my soul.
May I introduce everybody to somebody? Would that be okay?
Absolutely, Steve.
I would like everybody to meet Christian Hill. Christian Hill lives in California. Christian Hill has been on Clubhouse for a couple of months now, and Christian Hill is finding his way along the Clubhouse streets. So I just want to give everybody a warm welcome to Christian Hill. And that being said, treat him as you would treat anybody else.
Fuck you, Christian, and I hope you have a terrible motherfucking time on Clubhouse, you motherfucker. No, I'm fucking with you, cuz. I'm fucking with you. What's happening, Christian? This unkety what's going on? You my another nephew.
I'm doing great. How about you, man?
Oh my God, it's a fine ass woman. Okay. Hey, hold on a second, Sarah. Let me shoot my shot. You've been chopping me the fuck. I done proposed to your ass 50 times, and you keep telling me no. So now let me shoot my shot at her.
Hold on, I just want to inform you, I am a teenage boy.
14 years old.
If for the record, Christian is a teenage male. I don't think.
And that's why we remove him from the room.
How the fuck did he get on the stage?
Well, hey, as a teenager, you can be 19, but.
Yeah, but you can't be 15.
14. Am I right, Christian?
14. God damn.
And by the way, I did not invite him up. Somebody else.
I promise to God, I didn't invite him.
Christian, am I correct or not?
You said how old?
14.
That would be correct.
Okay, and
Christian,
that's why
you're not supposed to be on the stage, bro.
I apologize, but every time I'm a mod in any room, I have to remove you because the rooms that I'm in, we talk about inappropriate things that are 18 plus.
Before you remove him, I just want to point out that Christian has pointed out to me previously that the clubhouse terms of service allow anybody on if you're 13 or older. I just wanted to point out that fact.
Yes, we know that, but because we speak inappropriate things to the point that last night, Anka and I, we were fighting about how.
Yeah, I got a potty mouth. Yeah, I got a real potty mouth.
I have to. You know, if he goes in political rooms that they don't cross any lines, that's okay. But a lot of the rooms that I'm in, people do. That's why I'm just letting him know he doesn't. So I don't want him to be like, why are they?
No. I'm not going to argue that point.
Yeah, me either. I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah, and
forgive me for mishearing your voice. I mean, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay, man.
No disrespect.
Before you boot him, I just want to say, Christian, you are always invited, and I look forward to seeing you in my weekend rooms tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. That's.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope everybody here has a good day. Thank you. For at least giving me the chance to talk, not just forgetting me.
Merry Christmas, Christian.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Okay.
Christian is
very well done.
Christian is very respectful. He's very intelligent, well versed, well read for his age. He tells me he not only wants to be a doctor, he wants to be a surgeon. And I'm so happy to hear from young teenagers such as him, rather than the 41% of 18 to 29-year-olds that say it's acceptable or somewhat acceptable to assassinate a CEO of a company. So, me here
What
in Christian,
is that retarded, crazy shit right there, Steve? What is that crazy shit right there? You know that they made the sweatshirt he was wearing popular. They're buying them.
I'll tell you what that crazy shit is that none of those 18 to 29-year-olds have a mom, a dad, or a family member that works in insurance, or they don't know that they do. because, let's say hypothetically, they had a mom or a dad or a family member that was working for United Health that played a part in denying someone's claim or denying coverage, would they say it's okay to assassinate their mom or their dad because they played a part in that? I don't think so.
Yeah, I have to agree with you 10,000%. At the end of the day, man, that man was somebody's daddy, husband, son, uncle, brother.
And I'll tell you what this is. I'll tell you what the cause.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Can someone invite Eric up? I tried to mod him. Accidentally, I sent him to the audience.
I can invite Eric up. I'll invite Eric.
I just did. I invited him up.
And I'll invite him too. I'll tell you exactly. I just invited him. I'll tell you exactly what this is. This is our 18 to 29-year-olds watching YouTube and blogging on Facebook and not seeing somebody killed in front of their eyes IRL. If and when they ever saw a family member killed right in front of their eyes, they would have what's known as a paradigm shift. And they would say, nope, it's not okay to violate the rules of our law, to plan out, by the way, detailing, and then laying in wait and shooting somebody in the back, and then attempting to avoid capture.
Yeah, that's some uncool shit in every kind of way, some shit that can be uncool. That's just not cool at all. And I'm speaking from the standpoint of burying my little brother without the back of his head still attached to his body. Because somebody shot him in the back of the head with a sawed-off shotgun, and So yeah, and believe it or not, prior to that, I had experiences with people getting killed, but not my brother, and it didn't even register to me, until that. Yep, it didn't even register to me until that. So, condolences to anybody who's lost a loved one to senseless violence. Shit is ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. Eric, what say you?
My microphone's probably terrible because I have my Bluetooth in. Is it pretty bad?
Yes, it is kind of bad. Are you wearing earbuds, earpods?
Yes. Can you tell me the secret on how to fix it?
Well, that's better. Whatever you just did, it's better. But the only way I can think of fix it is to take them out.
Walking my nuts.
Sorry, I sent you to audience. I tried to mod you.
You tried to mod who?
When I tried, I don't know. Steve, have they moved the mod and moved to audience spot? Because I don't know why I constantly send people to audience when I try to mod them.
I modded him, Sarah.
No, I know. When I send him to audience, I've done that mistake in the past. And then if I wait till people stop talking, that person gets upset and leaves the room. That's why
Well, Sarah, as for Eric specifically, he's modded, so leave him alone.
Hey, try to put it in music mode. I found that my headphones work better while they're in music mode.
So Eric, did you want to contribute?
Oh yeah, sure, man. I mean,
by the way, you sound good now. Whatever you did, you sound great there, bro.
I think sometimes these things just catch the wind the wrong way. This situation with the younger generation, I mean, and kind of the reaction to this guy, it's troubling for sure. Luigi Mangione. He's a terrorist, really.
Mangione.
And to hear all the false equivalencies, it's kind of.
Eric, question for you.
kind of hard to stomach.
Eric, question for you. Eric, do you think if Mangione was 50 years old, 5'8", 255 pounds, with scraggly beard and long hair, do you think so many people would be in favor, so many kids, 18 to 29, would be in favor of what he did?
No, because the narrative would be that this guy, gave up on his life. He didn't have anything to live for anyways because his life sucked, because you just painted the picture of a man who in the zeitgeist of, our time would think that was a pathetic person. So it wouldn't make a story. People, I work in TV and what they always are looking for to keep the viewer coming back in between the commercial breaks is steaks. And I'm not talking about Omaha steaks. I'm talking about steaks.
They're looking for a good-looking Italian, 20 to 30 years old, that has a fucking 8-pack.
Yeah, they're like, why would this guy give up? The stakes were so high. He had everything ahead of him. So people gobble that shit up. That's why the true crime shows, I've done a lot of those too. People, they always like the story about the pretty woman killer or, the pretty woman victim. People of affluence. I actually worked on a show, Dominic Dunn's Power, Privilege, and Justice, which was it was a show about celebrities who were caught up in murders and crazy shit. So people love that angle, and so that's what this plays.
I just want to know why Callie ain't came up on the stage so I can flirt with her fine ass.
Uncle Steve will never ever flirt with any woman unless she flirts with Uncle Steve first.
Something like a player. You something like a player, Stevie. Steve, player. Callie says she working. All right, well, when you stop working, get your ass up on the stage so I can flirt with you.
Can I tell you
I
something?
cannot take the chance of an unwanted sexual advance. I could be sued, and I can't handle that. She has to flirt with me first. Sorry, Sarah.
I was going to tell you something. So I literally wrote in the chat to Christy that I think that guy, Christian, probably Steve's rooms are the best for him, because I don't know if you remember me or not, but I was on the app last year, and I was at the atheist room almost every morning with you guys. So I know how you run the rooms, and they're very appropriate, but after I said that, I said, I'm actually taking that back. You know why, Steve? Anybody who speaks on the stage, we get all these back channels, and this Christian guy, his voice does sound a little bit, like maybe like a woman, or I think it's the age and puberty, so we don't know what people might send him in the back channel. I just think it's very wrong, and another day in another room, I felt somebody was flirting with him, and it's just that late at night, people are drunk. A lot of these apps, a lot of these rooms were just social, and the conversation go really, really south. So I just think for his own protection, it's really creepy for us to let him.
I did not speak up against bouncing him. I got no problem with it. But if any ladies are in the room on the other side of the planet and are drunk and want to flirt with your Uncle Steve, hit me up first. Trust me, I will flirt back.
Case in point, sir. No, but it's funny to watch how kids, young men, adolescents, they make people squirm a little bit sometimes. So that was a very funny interaction. The crazy thing is that kid's super smart. He's even been in these rooms a couple times. Not you modding Sarah, obviously, but yeah, I dreamt up a TV show right there when he came on, and here's my pitch. You take this kid and he becomes your caddy. That's a good one, right?
I like it. What about he said, she said with Sarah and Akima?
Yeah, I'm here for it.
All right, put a treatment together, Sarah. Chat GPT.
I really think we would make a very good podcast or anything.
We've already established that, Sarah. It's time to do the work now. Put together a treatment so Eric can sell it.
We do get heated. Sometimes I have to close the mic at the same time that I'm like so angry, like the way the conversation goes. I have to mute myself and then I'm laughing. Like the way we talk cracks myself up. I don't know about the rest of the people, but
you guys are both very passionate in your beliefs, and that's what it takes. Is that you have a very unbending, uncompromising opinion, and so does Akima. And sometimes y'all agree, most of the time y'all don't, and it makes for good, it makes for good banter. I think you're respectful towards one another, and that helps. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think it's got all the makings of a good situation.
I thought you threatened to beat me with a stick or something. Sorry, again.
Don't you be threatening my nephew, goddammit.
He was saying something dumb. I said, if I see you, I'll slap you. He said, I may like that. He made it sexual, so I had to, next time I said, if I see you, I'm going to hit you with a stick. What are you saying?
He may like that. He said
that again.
Yeah, there you go. My nephew is a gangster. You think he got 11 kids by being a lame? You don't get a woman to have when you don't get a woman or women to, let you impregnate them. Unless you're a gangster. You gotta be a gangster. The world loves gangsters. Christine, what say you? Kristen or whatever. Who is that? Do I know you? Who is that, Hakima? What? Christine.
What?
Hey!
What?
What say you?
I don't like gangsters.
You don't like gangsters?
Hell no.
Well, say it with your chest then.
Kristen don't like nobody.
Kristen don't like nobody? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Unc, did you just tell a woman to say it with her chest? Did I hear you correctly?
You heard it loud and clear.
I
love that. You heard it loud and clear.
It's cute when
you have my permission to steal it, Steve.
It's really cute when Unc gives a command, and I allow that. I don't respond accordingly, but it's cute when he does.
Because you know I'm joking, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, there it is. And you know what's annoying as fuck to me is these people get triggered because first of all they don't know me, right? And then they start, and everybody especially if Roger is around and you really want to get cussed out, let me say something that everybody who knows me know I'm joking and being trying to be funny or whatever, and they say some crazy shit. Ooh, Roger read their ass to riot act. Because Roger's my white chocolate nephew from another auntie.
I love going head-to-head with Roger, but he doesn't engage anymore. He's lost interest in me, Unc.
You know what? I'm going to just have to fucking have a conversation with that ain't the way I raised him.
I'm not complaining. I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying any of that. It is what it is, and that's all right. He's got his own shit. But it is fun to spar. And he doesn't want to spar anymore. I think he's afraid.
Oh, hell no. Roger ain't scared of shit. You must be a bad mother. You must be a bad MF.
I've never seen Roger be scared. Kristen, what are you talking about? I think she has a crush on him.
It ain't as big as the crush you got on him. Damn, crickets, really? I thought that was a pretty good response. Didn't you, Eric? That was pretty good, wasn't it?
I don't know why my mic wasn't opening. I don't have a crush on anything, Unc. If you haven't heard this before, let me say it one more time for all the men in the room. I'm only friends with everyone. I broke up with my ex 3 Christmas ago. It's 3 years. I'm celibate. I haven't been on a single date, and I'm not planning to date anyone. So no, I don't have a crush on any man, not on Clubhouse, not on real life, and I'm not planning on that because I'm still working on myself. So please stop saying Sarah has a crush on this person or that person. I hear a lot of that lately. I don't appreciate it.
Akima, now I know why she's so fucking cranky.
Relations with that woman. I did.
Now I know why she's so fucking cranky.
I get it now.
I be damn. It was right there in front of us and we didn't even recognize it. Well, Sarah, just for the record, not just, I'm not just saying this because my tendency is such that when I ain't did the horizontal mumbo with nobody for a while, I be annoyed. I be annoying. I be fucking cranky and mad and all kind of crazy shit. And then as soon as I give me a little bit of strawberry shortcake, you dig, because I know you don't like saying regular words to describe, what grown-ups like doing to each other when they doing it to each other, right? With each other, right? So I ain't gonna do that. But I will, however, say that, I've known to get that crankiness right up out of a woman.
And now that I sit that long,
see, papi, you quiero más papi.
Steve, let me say one more thing, because now that I said that, I like to say this for the men because this is important to say too. I also know that because people have told me that, oh, you want attention, that's why you wear, you put pictures, PTRs with revealing clothes. That is not true. I'm going to tell you guys why I do that. I'm on the Iranian side of this application as well. That's my way of protesting because of women right in Iran right now. And when I go in those rooms with a short dress picture and stuff, they remove me, they get angry at me. But that is me protesting. I'm not looking for attention. Not that it matters or it's anyone's business why I put certain pictures, but I just wanted to put that out there too.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Steve, how many drinks you've had already? I hate you. I'm sober.
You haven't had enough, goddammit. Drink some more, Steve, because I can't drink. I got acid reflux. It's going to make my head explode.
Keep those drops coming.
Steve, what is your PTR?
Planet of the Apes.
It's Caesar from Planet of the Apes.
Oh, I haven't watched it.
Let's hit those high notes.
You haven't watched Planet of the Apes? How old are you, 12?
44.
And you haven't watched Planet of the Apes? Or Return to Planet of the Apes?
I think maybe I was a child. I remember my parents watching it.
Yes, the first one was 1968, 1969. Then they redid them. There were 5 of them between 68, 69, and 74, 75. Then they
so I wasn't born yet.
But then they redid them.
In 80s, right? Mid-80s?
I think the 90s, maybe 2000.
I wasn't living here in 90s, so that would explain.
You say you 44, Sarah?
44.
Damn, you ain't nothing but 3 years older than my oldest son.
I told you I can be a child.
And she's 3 years younger than me.
No, you're 60-something.
You ready, buddy?
You already told us that.
I'm 47. What are you talking about?
You say you're 60-something.
I'm saying he's 65.
How do you have 11 kids at 47? Holy fuck.
What?
He was putting that business down. He was putting it down.
What?
He was laying that Mississippi mambo down. That Mississippi swatter snake.
Hey, didn't know I got
Hakima, you have 11 kids?
Yeah, I have 9 of them from the age.
Wow, I didn't know.
I have 9 from the age of 30 to 22.
Dude, I've known you for a year now. I didn't know you had 11 kids.
Yeah, 9 of them are from 30
You
to 22.
want to learn more about Hakima? Come to our podcast. Woohoo!
Is on the floor right there.
Hey, Steve, you should feel bad now and send my $100 back I lost to you.
What?
Just kidding.
Yeah, no worries. I won the bet. Hakima sent me the money. And now Akeem is saying I should feel bad for whatever reason I don't know, so I should send him the money back. Okay.
Because he's a socialist.
That's good. That's good game, cuz.
Yeah, that's chutzpah, babe. That's
You goddamn right it is. They ask me for money back every Wednesday. They ask me for money back. Before we even tee off, they say, "Hey, check this out, Freeway. I'm gonna need my money back when we get through." And I say, "Check this out, homeboy. I don't understand that bullshit that's coming out your mouth right now."
How far can you hit the 7-iron?
Oh no, I don't hit it far. I'm just real accurate.
Well,
you know, I got
you
serious
know how
arthritis in
far you
both
can
my
hit,
hips.
or you don't know?
I use a 7-iron from 125 to 130.
Oh, okay. All right. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, 125 to 130 7-iron. Yep. 100 yards, 9-iron. Yep. 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 I'm dangerous, Steve. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you.
I haven't picked up sticks in 8 to 10 years.
Shame on you. I wouldn't admit that out loud.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Nope, I wouldn't do that to myself if I was you. Don't do that. Don't do that. Somebody might be listening. I'm just wondering why. Oh my God, is that my wife's woman? Who is it? That's not my L, is it? Is that my L? Akeem, is that my L down there? In the goop?
L not invited to the stage.
How is she not on the damn stage?
Hakima, how many baby mamas?
I don't have any baby mothers. I have mothers of my children.
How many different mother of children?
6.
I raised you good, nephew. Boy, did I do a good job with you. God damn it, hold on a second. I gotta pat myself on the back.
I couldn't have did it without you, huh?
I already don't you know, they trying to put in requests for training, and I'm retired. That must not be my L. I invited her up, she didn't come up. I should have said that might not be our L, because you know that's our L.
I did not have sexual relations with that.
Boy, was that the funniest shit you ever seen in your fucking life, Steve?
Well, I thought the shit that occurred after the statement was funnier.
Oh, it was hysterical. It was hysterical. Bill Clinton was a big old Mac from way back in the presidential suite. So keep in mind, people don't apologize because they're sorry. They apologize because they got caught. Now let's explore the probability that she wasn't the only one getting him dome under the what they call the desk in the White House. The desk in the White House, huh?
The presidential desk? I don't fucking
No, there's a name.
Yeah, right.
No, there is a name that's escaping me right now. There is a name.
Well, I'll just say this. She wasn't the only one he was hitting in that Oval Office.
Yeah, but the blow job was not the real issue. The real issue was during the blow job that Clinton was on a secure call, and she did not have security clearance to listen to the call.
See, that's why I couldn't be the president. Because I be doing all kind of fuck that. They be impeaching my black ass every 2 hours, goddammit. Goddamn it, Freeway, you can't do that. You the president. Why the fuck do I want to be the president and I can't do the shit I want to do?
I had to look it up. It's called the Resolute Desk.
The Resolute Desk.
The Resolute Desk. Okay, I didn't know that.
And what does the word resolute mean? Come on, all you $200,000 educated sons of bitches. What does resolute mean? It can't be that hard. Siri, what the fuck do resolute mean? Oh, that's right. Siri don't work when I'm on this thing. Oh, there go my homeboy. What up, Brady Brad?
What up, Bunk? What are you up to?
Man, same pimpin', different prostitute. You know how this thing go.
Brad, how the heck are you? Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Good evening. Good night. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Resolute means admirably purposeful, determined, unwavering, She was resolute and unswerving.
And
which apparently
that's my
is,
nephew.
which apparently is different than the word resolution, which means come to a conclusion or finality. I'm not looking on the internet. I'm just bringing that up.
You might as well just instead of saying all them goddamn words, just say bust a nut.
Well, I know what that phrase means.
Okay, I think it means the same thing as resolution.
It means the big O, baby.
You damn right. That's what it means. Brad, what was you in there talking about the electric cars? Y'all was arguing about electric cars. Fuck an electric car.
I'm with you on fucking electric car. You ain't getting me. You're not getting me behind one of those unless it's got a lot of things met for me.
Hey, you know if you stand in front of a Tesla, that motherfucker won't move.
Yeah, how am I supposed to run over people if
Man.
You're taking all the fun out of this.
How you gonna get some points on your license if you don't run over at least one person a day? What the fuck? And then what about you have an accident on the freeway? Imagine this, Steve. You have somebody runs into you on the 405 going up the hill by Skirball, and the car, you just sitting in the fucking car in traffic, because it's always traffic. It ain't never not traffic. On the 405, approaching Skirball before you get over the hill.
I know exactly what you're talking about. 405 in Mulholland. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So what you doing? You sitting your goofy ass in the car on the expressway, car ain't moving, and you got to wait for 5 hours for a helicopter to come because the police can't get to you.
Well, speaking of driverless cars, which was brought up a moment ago, they don't have them yet in the San Fernando Valley, in the valley where I am. However, they do have them now in Santa Monica, and I'm about 20 miles from Santa Monica. And
they got them all over Vegas.
I know that, and Arizona, and San Francisco. Unlike Brad, if I understood him correctly, I think I did. I am looking forward to having the time and the experience of getting into my first driverless car. I really, truly am. I want to try it once.
It might be the last time you try it.
That's right. It might be.
You might come and go at the same time.
That's right. It could.
And Sarah, don't you go your ass off the stage no more without getting permission first.
And I do need to go off the stage in about 2.5 minutes. I have a meeting at the top.
Oh, okay.
Were you drunk last night?
I'm drunk now, and I don't drink.
I thought we had a good fucking conversation, and you got the understanding that other than my man, the rest of the men in this world, I'm equal to them, and nobody fucking bosses me around.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you've been celibate for a while and you don't have a man. Did I misunderstood?
If I'm in a relationship, that's the only man who can boss me around. We had this conversation on.
Oh, so the only person that got the authority to boss you around is the stud that's giving it to you, huh?
And you currently don't have a man, and you've been celibate to 2 to 3 years, correct?
Yes.
So, thank you.
How are your eyeballs not sticking out of your face or some shit? 3 years with no DI? Lord have mercy.
She must have a bob.
You think?
I know. You've got a bob, right, girl?
Yeah, but ain't nothing like the real. No, you know what?
This
conversation is about to go sideways. Let's stop now.
I moved both of you to the audience. I like both of you, but I know you're both drunk, and I got no jokes with either one of you. So if you guys want to behave like gentlemen, come back on stage. Otherwise, I'll keep you guys down in the audience.
Well, thank you for bringing me back up. I will behave like an audience. I got my meeting, so I'll just say.
Good chopping it up with you, Steve-O.
Have a great day and be careful on the clubhouse streets, Jeff.
My man. What's so goddamn damn funny, Heels. Come up here and tell us what's so funny. Here, let me invite you up, goddammit.
Hello. I don't like to join this stage because you guys are horrible. So I stay down in the audience and just troll.
Hells, we're gonna see more and more women coming on this stage.
You really know.
Fighting for all of you.
Y'all supposed to be up here protecting y'all girl back.
She can handle it, and that's why I'm laughing at it. She moves your buff down, and she says, behave like gentlemen. And then you come back up, and Steve can't even pronounce Sarah's call. Because Sarah's like, yellow junk. It's just you. Yup.
And she did it so quick, she did it so quick, like she had one button for both of them.
Yeah, okay. Just put us both the fuck in the goop. Ain't that a damn shame? Well, it ain't like I ain't been put in the goop before. Been there, done that.
I really like both of you. It's just that.
I really like you too.
But it's just like when you guys drink, I don't know. Sometimes it's too much. It's like I don't have any jokes with men in 60s. I mean, if you guys were in your 30s or 40s, maybe.
Okay, so
how old are you? Well, I don't know what age got to do with it.
That was a joke. That was absolutely a joke. Me trolling, you guys didn't get it. But my point is, I don't really have any jokes with either one of you. Have I ever flirted with either one of you? Men have to take, you guys have to take clues. If I joke with someone sexually, that usually means they can joke back. That's just true for any woman, and I don't do that with any men, and I thought we had a good conversation last night, huh?
Well, see, here's the thing, and I mean this very, very, very respectfully, right? If you're not a lesbian and you've never dated a woman, your advice to me, keep in mind, I've been at this I was 15. I've been at this for 50 years, dating women and listening to women tell me one thing and contradict what they said with their behavior. So respectfully, I respect that you feel that most women, as you put it.
Other woman, I literally told you and Steve, I don't appreciate neither one of you talk like that to me.
Okay,
Sarah,
great. All right,
that's
I'm gonna give you a break.
I don't know why you're talking about other women. And if I'm in a room like last night, when not just women but even men were coming in the room and people were leaving and saying what is going on here because it wasn't sexual and funny anymore. It kind of became gross, and it was a 30 minutes conversation on going on and going on. That's the only reason I came and told you, and then you told me that's not true, and then KK came and backed me up. If you were reading the chat last night, you probably would have noticed it, and I only said it to you because I like you. I prefer having communication with people that I like, and I enjoy being around them rather than just ignoring them and not going in the rooms that they are, which I do with a lot of people. But you took it the wrong way, but I thought we had a good conversation last night.
No, I didn't take it at all the wrong way. I totally told you that if, in fact, the conversation that was being had wasn't appropriate to the women who were listening to the conversation, I respect that. But at the same time, you have to respect that there are women for whom that conversation last night would have been lukewarm. They'd have been snoring. That shit wouldn't have affected them at all. Period. It wouldn't have affected. In fact, they would have loved to contribute to the conversation by way of saying shit like, yeah, you niggas out here be talking about how y'all be tearing the pussy up and blah, blah, blah. You lame ass motherfuckers, y'all ain't tearing shit up. I can't believe that I actually let this dude take me to the crib and take off all my clothes, and 5 minutes before we even got started, this motherfucker was already through. If I'd have had a bat, I'd have hit him in the head with it. So I'm just saying different strokes for different folks. I'm not saying that you be feeling inappropriate about what was, no. You feeling the way you felt, and the other women feeling the way they felt about the conversation that was being had last night by adults, by grown-ass people, right? You have every right to feel that way. But you also have every right to understand, appreciate, and accept the fact that there would have been women, there are women for whom that conversation would have been right up their fucking alley.
Clubhouse is not one size fit all.
Yeah. I bet you Akima didn't have them kids by not having some conversations that some women would have deemed inappropriate. I bet you I wouldn't be pregnant right now at the ripe old age of 65 because my sons won't give me no grandkids, so fuck them. I'm going to have me another kid, and I'm going to raise me a golf pro. I'm jealous of Tiger Woods. I got to watch him play golf with his son tomorrow. That shit is so fucking, that's annoying. That's annoying. It is. It's annoying. But anyway, I don't want to center myself.
Hey,
Brad, what's cracking?
2 more kids because he don't want to have any.
Tell my grandnephew I say pimpin', M.O.P. pimpin', keep it pimpin'.
He did give me a wonderful granddaughter though, so I'm happy about that.
There you go. I wish you make him talk to my little knucklehead ass fucking sons of bitches. I need some grandbabies, man. I need somebody to ride around on the golf cart with me.
I got 13 grandbabies.
Let me borrow a couple of them motherfuckers, Joe.
I got a few to spare. Yes, I got some in Arizona. They're not too far from me.
Okay. And we're going to get them educated. We're going to get them, they're going to have 850 FICO scores by the time they 15. They're going to have LLCs with 80 pay taxes. And they're going to have, they're going to be in there like swimwear. They ain't even have to go to college, but they're going to go.
Hey, I can use a little bit of that. I'm going to have to talk to you in the back channel.
I got you, baby. No worries. That's what I do. I owned a tax prep service called Refund Connection Express for 20 years. My sons wasn't interested in it, but I made so much fucking money it was goddamn illegal, dude. Yep. But like Sarah said, I'm old and broke down now, and I at the ripe old age of 65, I shouldn't aspire to have fun and have sex, because it's icky, 65, he's having sex.
I'm gonna joke with you, okay, or anybody. I literally told you guys I've been single for almost 3 years and celibate, and it's by choice, and I'm not into anything right now. So.
And I respect that. I respect you, Sarah.
Annoying when people keep telling me, "Oh, you have a crush on this guy or that guy," and all I do for anyone to say that is that I come on the stage and I talk with you men. Or if I send a back channel to any guy, I do it with women too. It's like we need a room. It's only people who open room. I've done it to Roger. I've done it to Jeff. I've done it to JB. I've done it to Matt. I've done it to Kelly. I've done it to women too, not just men, okay? But when you guys keep saying it, I don't appreciate it because I don't find it funny, and I feel like you guys just want to make me uncomfortable.
That's what we do in the hood, Sarah. It's called kicking the Willy Bobo. Go to a black barbershop one day and just sit there like wear a boy disguise and don't talk and just listen to the conversation that goes on in a black barbershop in the hood. Thin skin, you ain't gonna last in the hood, Sarah, because it's just words is all it is. And you shouldn't be feeling a certain kind. First, let me preface that.
Do you know
if you feel a certain kind of way, about the fact that you haven't did the thing in 3 years, that ain't on us. That's on you.
I just want to tell you that you're not good at reading people or anything at all. Do you want to know where my clinic is?
Where is your clinic, Sarah?
South LA in the Vernot Square. So don't tell me I can survive in the hood or I can't survive and I need to go to a barber shop. I have a clinic in the hood, okay? So please just stop with this assumptions, thinking you know it all, thinking you know everything. Like, please, just
And you had this conversation with black women in the hood about not having sex for 3 years. You've had that conversation with black women in the hood for 3 years, and they don't They don't read you the riot act. They don't crack jokes with you about that.
I don't talk about this neither with my patients nor with my students.
Okay. Well, there it is. Marshall, what up? Wee.
Chillin', bro. How'd your golf game go today?
I haven't played yet. I'm at the automobile repair joint. I'm getting a little oil change on my little bucket, and as soon as they finish, I'm gonna slide on over to where am I gonna play today? I'm close to Painted Desert. I'm out off of Rancho and Ann, so I'm probably Painted Desert is like, I can throw a rock at it. I haven't played there in a while anyway, so I'm gonna go over there.
I asked my friend about the golf course. He said he played it in Vegas. It was real sandy. He told me the name. I fucking forgot.
Okay. I was gonna ask if
Tell them how you just listen to a faggot, nigga. The gay nigga that's talking about raping.
Alright, man. Can you 2016, I've been in French Festival in the summertime, yes.
go back to expected.
Corte.
They paid out one today.
Anyways, the risk is $3,200. Can you afford $3,200 a month to pay that loan if it goes down? That's your risk to pay.
How many months though?
36 months loan, 100,000, 11.39%. Right now from this website.
Yeah, I can afford it, but I want
Yo, buy some fucking Bitcoin. I'm $80 away from my stop loss. Buy some fucking Bitcoin.
Yeah, we're going down to 97.
Cortic. I like these fiat games now.
Yeah, we went down pretty hard today. Got a $10,000 candle down.
Stop loss 95,899 from a 92,500 entry. The gains are incredible, but they should go up more. I went through, fellow astrologers, chart readers, and fortune tellers. After hours, buying should have been pushing MicroStrategy up, but it's down $2.
Oh.
What's going on? All right, Florida is out of every single trade. We didn't buy enough corn. I doubled my gambling stack today, though.
Let's go.
So my wife is saying Magdeburg's like a tiny town and like it has nothing. Like it's not like a tourist destination or anything. It's like well.
Did you hear that in Augsburg a few days ago they caught somebody who was plotting a terrorist attack at one of the markets, and then they just said his name, or not his name, but he's from Saudi Arabia with the right to work in Germany. He's a doctor there. I believe he's 50 years old.
When do they have
against the Germans? I thought they were welcoming everybody. I don't understand. You just hate German freedom.
It's called biting the hand that feeds you. Always works great.
It's like an hour from.
anybody from the administration is talking about it. It really doesn't make sense. It's not like these people I turned around my life, I'm helping kids now. Like, none of this. They were put away and now they're free. Before their sentences are fully, like, it's very weird. It's very weird. It's not like Ross. You see, like Ross being freed, that makes sense. Jan 6 being freed, that makes sense. This does not make sense.
You should have to run on a campaign of who you're going to pardon. And then once you're president, you're locked into whoever you ran with. There's no, okay. They just always do it, all of you.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like during the campaign, it's all about like keeping up appearances and like saying like every little.
Clubhouse, but what the fuck happened?
She the homegirl.
I don't know. I wasn't here.
That's the homegirl.
All right.
She just left.
Okay, there's Kristen. Yeah, that's me. PTR.
Goddamn. Lord have mercy. I think we used to date in another life.
You're so cute.
You the kind of fine that I fuck with. Yes, sir.
Oh shit.
Yes, sir.
Here's the problem is that I'm like, okay, married men need to stay the fuck away.
I am so not married. I got 3 ex-wives, but I am so not married.
You're so sweet. Thank you. No, I just seem to be man, I'm messing around. I'm 48. It's not like I'm looking for like settle down, like I'm gonna settle for whatever. But there's like, I'm definitely looking to build. I don't want to fuck around, I
there
mean,
you go.
yeah, it's just the way that it is.
And ain't nothing
I wish
wrong
I
with that.
could. I've had enough time to play. I've had lots of time to play. I've had lots of wonderful games, lots of experience. Yeah. For some reason, and I know that men, I know that I'm not special or anything like that. It's just that.
Okay, hold on. Time out.
What?
Hey, Marshall.
Now this is my official niece, right?
Okay.
Be careful how the fuck you talk about yourself around me. Now, what you say about yourself when I ain't around, I can't gauge that. But watch it. You are special. Fuck you mean you ain't special? You special.
You and stuff. We're
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like, there's nothing.
Finishing up the
When it
day.
comes to, like, I don't have some,
Finishing
like,
up the day.
I'm not a beacon
Looking forward to seeing you
of
tonight.
anything, But I know, I mean, I'm cute enough to be attractive and like, hey, what up? Yeah. But, these married men, I tell you what, they're relentless. And I'm like, listen, you need to go right behind, you need to turn your ass around and you need to go talk to your lady. You need to just fuck right off, go to talk to your lady.
Parking is.
Okay, so now let's do the math on what you just said.
Yeah.
If you're not a beacon, why is dudes that got wives already trying to holler at you?
That's what guys do, and you know that. That's what guys do sometimes. Not all guys, but like that's what a lot of men do. They get into their 50s,
They don't holler at any old female. They holler at beacon. That's what they holler at. Now tell me how you gonna tell me how men do better than I can tell you how men do. Just for the record, I happen to be a man, right? Okay, I'm gonna tell you who I holler at. And watch this. Hopefully it'll get damn, it didn't do the whole thing, but you get the message. PTR. You see what my PTR say? What my PTR say?
How's your day going? Did you understand work today or recover?
You are somebody's
Finishing up the day,
reason
looking forward to
to
seeing you tonight.
smile. We all are somebody's reason to smile. As long as you remember that shit, you smile. You keep your personality. Keep your sense of humor. That's what's sexy to real men.
Alright.
Yeah, a woman with a fucking personality. Big
I'm
booties and boobs and all.
praise the Lord. That's all right. I received that.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What about those who don't? Like, I guess eventually, like, if you want to say wake up.
Why are you worried about them? Let the dead bury the dead.
So they would die?
They're already dead, Queen.
I would to consider they're going to you and your separate to their recover and position of the daily goods.
And
They're just being contrarian because they know you're fine. Because they know you're fine, that's all.
Thank you.
Here, I'll put enough in there for everybody.
I'm putting my cat picture back on. Because I'm an old grizzly lady. Who likes her meal. Where's that? Yes, I'm gonna wear my red.
Hey, Unc, when did you know you were a ladies' man? And Hekima, when did you know that it was probably a bad idea? Oh, sorry, Kristen.
Cover band today. So
Asia.
They kicked me. They kicked me.
Please, it's not polite. I want to speak to so and so, and you have 2 minutes to speak to the room about your politics position about the conflict between Israel to the Palestinians. Only so many.
Look, I'm actually not supporting anybody. I'm supporting, as I put it in my profile, humanity. By the death of many people, including Jewish people. So I'm very consistent with, being condemning any civilian death, and I expect the same thing from pro-genocide, the other side of the fence. But my position is what the MBS of Saudi Arabia just said. I mean, in spite of many wishful dream of pro-Zionists that they were saying that the MBS was saying that I'm willing to, recognize Israel without the state of Palestine. Secretary Blinken literally yesterday reconfirmed the position of Saudi Arabia, which literally confirmed that the MBS wants the state of Palestine first recognized, and then he would be considering recognizing the state of Israel. And I just put the link in the chat for those people, not the pathway to the state. I understand that the talking point that many pro-Zionists say that the MBS was talking about a pathway to state of Palestine. That's categorically just been debunked, and that's confirmed by State Department Blinken yesterday, which I put the link in the chat. And that's it.
Okay, that was over 2 minutes. That's enough.
Okay, Lisa, now you have your 2 minutes before the Saturday before you go. Give your 2 minutes. We're listening.
My 2 minutes. Okay, I don't want to talk about any of that. So rather, I'll talk. If you look at my photo, I have a white orchid. So let's talk about my white orchid and the new flowers that are blooming. Like, why not? So my 2 minutes I'm going to use up with that. So an orchid actually is from, believe it or not, the cacti family, which is fascinating, don't you think?
Whoa.
Anyway, so I have 1
Whoa.
minute 30 yet, so I'll continue with my monologue about orchids. There are many, many, many varieties. A lot of them are still unknown, but new ones are always being discovered by biologists. And I have an avid interest in them. They're very colorful. They're very, let's see what else they are. They're very hardy. You could just really water them once every 2 months, walk away, and they'll just do wonderfully. I have 39 seconds left. So I'm going to yield my 39 seconds.
No, I have a question regarding your orchid. So
Yes,
why
go
do
ahead,
roots
please.
look the way they do? You know, the roots.
Yeah, I know. So that is very, very common, and that is very healthy, and I've had a lot of success. You don't even see the roots in the photo, Samson.
No, but I've seen orchids in real life. I've had them myself.
That's right. So
Is this a man talking or woman talking, by the way, out of curiosity?
I'm a man.
No, the other one, the other person is Linda. Is it a man or woman? Just want to make sure.
That's definitely female.
Oh, is it female? Okay, it sounds like a man to me anyway. Go on.
No. That's what we call a Jewish accent. It's definitely
Beautiful female voice. What's the matter?
Yes.
Don't go there. She has a very beautiful voice.
It sounds like very masculine to me anyway. So might be wrong.
Okay, so Samson, wait, now it's Daniel's turn. Daniel, 2 minutes.
I give my 2 minutes to Linda.
Yeah.
Thank
Answer
you.
my
I
question,
appreciate
Linda.
that. Right. I appreciate that. Soren noted what you said. I could have answered you in kind, but I decided to take the high road, which is of course unknown to you. Anyway, to answer you, Samson, it's very common that orchid roots grow wildly, and that does them a lot of good and keeps them super healthy. So there you go. My next, Isaac, why are you giving those? What, Isaac? Let's see. I'm also growing pineapples, if anyone's interested. And Danielle, please don't ask you if they're standing straight up or not, because I was already on this app. It was explained to me. Things like that. So yeah, mine are just standing straight up.
Yeah, watch out for that watermelon, sir. I mean, that watermelon, that might be trouble for you, sir.
Oh, we go with the watermelon thing.
Yeah.
What do you do with the watermelon? You put it on your butt?
למה בא לי ממש לקלל אותו, אבל אני סותמת את הפה.
Sorry, my bad.
אני סותמת את הפה. האם מישהו יכול לשים אותו במקום? האם מישהו יכול לשים אותו במקום? בשביל כבודי, אני מאוד אעריך את זה. תודה.
אני הייתי רוצה לשים אותו בקהל, אבל אני לא יכול.
אז למה לא?
אתה יכול, אתה צריך לשנות את הסוג של החדר, ואז לעשות כאילו hand raising, ואז אתה יכול.
עמוס, תוריד אותו. אין לי כוח. מי זה? מי? לא, אפילו לא הייתי פה. רגע, שמעתי מרחוק איזה קולות איזה... Can I ask you a question? What does this title mean to you, to coexistence? Is it possible, do you think?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's possible.
Okay, so what would be the way to start in this room with coexistence?
Just first thing first, you need to recognize what I just started at my opening, because just to be saying that you would be also saddened and recognize the death of Jewish, Muslims, Christian, and this conflict, not just only be hyper-focused on one side.
No, we just have a room, and let's see if people in the room, first, before we solve the room problem, let's see if we can get along in a room. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So we don't want to say anything derogatory or offensive, or have that said to us either. So, okay, people in the room, we all hear that? So let's give Soren a chance.
He's a Saudi doctor, the guy from Jack, and one
doctor did this? A Saudi doctor did this?
Yes,
in
one
Germany?
of the casualties is
In Germany?
one of the and one of the casualties is a young boy.
Wow. What, he doesn't like Christmas?
Yeah, that's the problem that I have to actually talk about. Yes, these days we keep talking about Saudi Arabia, the MBS trying to basically open up the doors, bringing all these singers to Saudi Arabia, and obviously for people who's not in the region, they said, well, it's opening up the country, but the problem is not the government there. I mean, the problem is the culture unfortunately exists, which created groups like Al Qaeda and ISIS. The problem is deeper than that. So that's why I always say be very careful of who you're supporting. But like we can say the same thing in Syria, by the way. I was gobsmacked to see like Americans officials coming and visited this Al Qaeda affiliated group in Syria literally today. We have to be very careful of what we're supporting in here. I mean, in Saudi Arabia, they've done good things in the past 10 days. So I say 10 years, but it's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, the problem is that it's a pick and choose. I mean, what we saw about the MBS, for example, about murdering the journalist, American green card holder, Jamal Khashoggi, the Washington Post actually writer. What he did to that journalist was just a token of whether he actually believes in reforms or he's just trying to bring up some singers to Saudi Arabia just to showcase to us. But I'm waiting to see how that doctor's actually been indoctrinated into conduct that. I saw the video. It was very disturbing what the guy did, and he's educated in. So the problem is not education, by the way. The problem is indoctrination. He can be educated, by the way, still radicalized. Let's not forget those people who actually did 9/11. They were all managed to actually fly a plane. So imagine if you're a pilot. So obviously you're not ignorant. I mean, you're not illiterate. You're not uneducated, but you still can be radicalized. You still can be do crazy things, heinous things.
That's a very good point. It wasn't spur of moment or spontaneous. It was well thought out and planned by rational, intelligent people. That's what you're saying. It's interesting. It's a good point. It's indoctrination. It makes the problem even more serious, if you ask me.
איך הגעתם לניידת דוד? לא הבנתי.
Hervé wants to say something. Hervé.
Son, do we have, hey buddy, do we have peace yet? I mean, the war has been going on for a long time.
Yeah. No, you know the answer to that.
Maybe. The answer is maybe. Can I have a few words as well, if you don't mind?
No, the answer is resounding no. Unfortunately, we do not have peace.
So, to be honest, if we want to solve this problem, I think first we should clarify some stuff, and then we should define the principle, and we can talk. So first, I think our talk should based on respect, and I think everyone agree with that one. And then second one, we should have a principle works for all of us as a human being. So I think we should talk about the principle first.
What's the principle?
Nelson Mandela has a very good points about principle. He said the principle that changes, that's not a principle. So if you, for example, living in whatever, say Germany, you have a principle today about human being, and then next government coming up and your principle changed. So that's mean you have a issue with the principle, or you don't understand the principle. So what I'm saying is the principle, when we're making moral thing about human being, it doesn't matter if it's Palestinian, Israeli, Persian, Turkish, Arab, or Kurdish, or whatever. So we are talking about human being, and it doesn't change. So I'm gonna start with this point. Are we all agree on self-determination or not? Is that principle? It should work for everyone.
No, I disagree. So it's all about national interest, and I can tell you why. I think you're talking about literally about the Kurdish self-defense. I think that's where you're going. But look, the national interests of countries vary from time to time. You can't expect, let's say, Israel to recognize, your national interests depends on the human rights. And I can say why. At one point, it's to Israel's national interest to side with Turkey. At one point, it's to be against Turkey. It applies to literally all countries around the world. So you can't just literally say just because the Kurds got no country, you should expect any other countries to follow suit. At one point, yeah, I get it. I mean, people start supporting you for their own national, interests. But now, with geopolitics,
The point, I was talking about this room. No, not about the government's interest.
Oh yeah, individually 100%. Yeah, individually 100%. But when it comes collectively as a government, you can't expect anyone to follow your suit. I mean, look at what's going on now. I mean, there are some rumors that Israel and Turkey they're sided now. If they are, I'm pretty assuming, speculating they're going to sell you guys. No more Kurdish independence. Obviously, that's not what Turkey wants, and I do not expect Israel to recognize the Kurdistan. Obviously, Israel is not going to do that because Israel is irrational when it comes to that, and they never, by the way, they never ever recognized the Armenian genocides because they didn't want to, they wanted to appease Turkey. I mean, they're very consistent in their national interests, so they're not emotional, and I don't think they will. I'm sad. I'm sad to tell you, Shaw, they don't care about you. To be honest with you, they're using you as a pawn. This is a deliberately subversive. This is a deliberately subversive pro-Iranian IRGC person. Israel has. Amos, you want to send this asshole down?
No, I thought you're dead right now, man.
Eitan, you want to send? Eitan, would you send the asshole down, please? Jay.
Could you send your asshole down, please?
Eitan. Or you want to mod me, Eitan?
Yo, what are your thoughts on 6 million Jewish people dying?
There you go. Okay. Thank you. So the
You
person.
look like you sell carpets or some shit.
Thank you. So the person who just spoke is the IRGC person who hates the Kurds.
I'm IRGC?
As he hates the Kurds, as he hates the.
Normal, I can see you wearing
Okay, wait, Jay, wait. We want to make a conversation. Jay, be quiet, please. Let the Moro finish and then you speak.
Thank you.
And Moro finish.
Thank you. So I'm talking about Kuria, who calls himself Soren, of those things, Kuria, who is a spokesperson for the
Wait, can you
IRGC.
repeat that, please? I think you're cutting out your Wi-Fi.
I mute you and Moro the first time. The second time, I'll remove you.
I'm just asking if you could repeat what he was saying.
I can. I will unmute you second time. The third time, I will remove you, GH. Okay, but go down. Thank you.
So the person who spoke, Kuria, who calls himself Soren, that's not his real name, is a spokesperson for the IRGC, the Iranian fascist jihadist Nazi murderous regime that kills Arabs, that kills Kurds, and that kills Jews. So it is a lie that the Jews do not acknowledge the Armenian genocide. In fact, the Jews of the world banded together to try to stop the Armenian genocide. Furthermore, the Jews have fought side by side with the Kurds, and we regard them as wonderful allies. And we recognize their right to indigeneity and a homeland, as we recognize the right of any people to indigeneity and a homeland, whether it's the Jews of Israel or the Arabs of the Levant or anybody else. People, it is a fundamental human right, universally acknowledged. The human beings have the right to sovereignty, indigeneity, and self-determination. And I'll land it there. Thank you, Shalom. And Shabbat Shalom to everybody.
I just want to say once again, people who are serious about the subject will keep to the subject. I don't know why Soren thinks that the Armenian genocide is going to aid coexisting. What does that have to do with the subject? I know that there are other reasons why someone would bring that up. So, Soren, let's keep it on how how we can coexist and not how we can call each other names and so on and so forth.
Just a second, I'm sorry. Soren, as Iranian, I can tell you fuck you, okay? Fuck you.
Thank you very much. That's a good coexistence word. Good flow. Thank you so much. You guys tried several times. Okay, we know.
I mean, this is the tragic thing. The fascist Nazi regime of Iran is the pariah of the world. Is the pariah. Say again?
They're doing our work for us. Okay, they're showing that they're not interested. You see, it was a Jewish person that initiated a room with a very nice subject called coexistence. And people coming in this room to troll that or not to go along with this are coming from a certain side. So let's just keep going, and let's. I would like to thank you for the advertisement that you're giving us, but that's not the spirit of the room either. So please, let's try to do a coexistence room. Intelligent, educated, well-meaning people, please, let's do it. Integrity.
Thanks, Eitan and Amos.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to respond to previous speaker, Eitan, because obviously he's not from the region. I'm happy to respond to you, Eitan.
Well, what doesn't have to be of the region, you aren't either, and all of us are sharing our thoughts here, so this is irrelevant.
I understand. If Daniel, Shahu, and you guys are from the Middle East, I'm happy to interact with you guys. I'm not from some are from New York.
So don't answer. So if he doesn't want to answer, it's okay.
I'm not going to respond to that person. I'm just going to tell you guys.
You don't have the basis to respond. You're not qualified to respond, but share your thoughts, sir.
Let's hear what he has to say. Sorry, please. Share your thoughts.
But no personal attacks.
Speaking now.
Absolutely. Yeah. Look, I think with the coexistence, the first thing first, we have to acknowledge the suffering that both sides went through. It's not going to acknowledge the fact that the Holocaust and 6 million Jews were murdered by Nazi Germany. I'm not going to be able to coexist without acknowledgement of the suffering of the Jews in 1940s. I mean, that's one of the foundations of being able to coexist, to recognize and acknowledge the sufferings of both sides. So with the case of Shahu, which I was saying, you obviously understand his concern, but I was trying to trying to let him know not to be like too much emotional about this self-determination, just to be a little bit rational, understand that if the countries shifting their position from time to time, it's natural. And I didn't want to pick on Israel, to be exact. It's just pretty much the same thing applies to other countries in the region. It's normal that the countries use other people's struggles for their own national interests. It is a very common practice, literally, in geopolitics everywhere around the world. So you got to understand it, and not to have some sort of love and hate relationship with the people in that region, just to understand how the game works, and not to be superficial, and not to be fooled by people.
My question was, as a right, self-determination is a right for everyone or not?
Well, my personal view is that the answer is no. That's my answer.
But the world has said yes, despite the Iranian jihadist Nazi regime. The rest of the world says yes, of course.
Okay, did Soren say that not everyone has the right?
He says he does not. Yeah, recognize that right.
Okay, Soren, would you like to say why?
I mean, it's not a right necessarily. Like, I can give you an example. Forget about the Middle East, because Middle East is a little bit, people get triggered easily. Let's talk about another part of the world which people don't get easily triggered. Let's talk about parts like Catalonia.
Why don't we talk about the Kurds, Soren? We're talking about the Kurds now. Why don't we talk about this? We're in the room together.
No, because the Kurdish situation is very similar to Catalonia.
Then talk about the Kurds directly. Why don't they deserve a right to self-determination?
No, they deserve, but it's not their right. That's my point. They deserve to have it, but it's not the right. It's not like
English, those are synonymous. Deserve and right are the same.
Oh, it's not the same. Well, again,
yes, in English it is.
Okay.
Right,
So, Look, the right is the Catalonia. I mean, just because you disagree with the Catalonia.
Try to talk about
I know, but the Kurdish is the same as Catalonia.
No,
I mean,
it's completely.
you can disagree. You can disagree with the Kurdish.
Let's speak for a minute or two, and then we'll get reviews.
Well, even with the situation of Kurds, you can still argue that the Kurdish people need to have their own language wherever country they are. There should be no discrimination or no racism toward the Kurds, which does exist unfortunately, particularly in Turkey. You can always have that argument, but at the same time, you can say that I don't accept the Kurds to have their own country. I mean, these two things is not mutually exclusive. You can have both arguments at the same time because it actually exists in Europe. Like I said, there are many people who have the same argument in Spain about the case of Catalonia. There are Catalans, they have business in Barcelona. I've been to Madrid and I've seen many Spanish people in Catalonia. They have their own business, but they believe it's not the within interest of the Spain to let the Catalonia go. I understand that argument. I also understand the Catalonian argument that they have because of the culture, because of the language and everything they have. They want to have their independence, but they try to have referendum very similar to what the Kurds did in 2017. Very similar case. And obviously the state of Spain didn't recognize it for the obvious reason. Because they believe when you are smaller, you're wicked in that region. But no one says that you don't have to.
Not being slaughtered by Spain the way your country, Iran, is slaughtering the Kurds.
Yeah. I mean, Iran's actually. Yeah, Iran's actually.
Turkey, by the way.
I mean, Iran's obviously for those people who don't live in the region. Obviously, they don't know. Iran's president is actually born in Kurdistan. His mother tongue is Kurdish. So I don't know what it tells you, but it tells me that there's no issue, at least in Iran, with the Kurds. But obviously, there are so many rooms to be improved about the Kurds. I mean, there are lots of issue in terms of the schools that they need to have their own language. I think they still have their own language, but the argument is that they don't have the representation in government the way that they expect, particularly the Kurd Sunni. They expect, that's an argument to make, but I don't really think you can find anyone in Iran, opposition for government, against the government, pro-Shah, against Shah, that are willing to give up the Kurdistan Iran. So that's a fact. I mean, that's the agreement. I mean, everyone on board. And I believe this is the same thing in Turkey. Regardless of you're pro-Recep Tayyip Erdogan or anti-Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The matter of fact, you cannot find any Turkey that is willing to give up the east of Turkey. So these are the facts on the ground. So that's why I don't really think it's a right, Joe, with all due respect. I think...
Yeah, no, that's fine. I have some argument with a document, to be honest. So when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu as a ICC, that is they calling him
war criminal. That's the word.
Yeah, war criminal. So
do
you accept that one?
Two people, Gallant and Netanyahu.
Yeah. So do you accept that one by ICC?
Oh, 100%, 1,000%.
Okay, so ICC about self-determination has two articles. Sorry, one is Article 1 and there is Article 3 talking about self-determination, specifically about Kurds and Catalan and Scottish and Quebec. So what are you saying now? So you can't tell me you are in favor of ICC about Netanyahu, but you're not in others. So.
Yeah, I mean, this is the technicality of that. I mean, the referendum in 2017 was not recognized by the state of Iraq at that time. So it was, I'm sadly to inform, that was actually the legal referendum that you guys did. It's not me saying that.
And I'm talking about ICC. And I'm talking about ICC.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a mechanism in place.
ICC political rights that relate to ICC.
If the countries, let's say in Iraq, decided all of them participating in a referendum, decided to say, okay, we want to give the independence to Kurdistan, for sure.
So do you think is that right for Palestinian asking Israeli to give them a thingy country or not? Do you accept that? Are we gonna ask Israeli to give the Palestinian country? Do you accept that?
They don't have to give, they have to recognize it. That's what they're going to do. They recognize the state of Palestine.
Same scenario for Kurds?
I mean, if there is a referendum, let's say in Iran, all the people decide to say, look, we want to let them to be independent. for sure, there should be a mechanism. But the problem is that the same law, unfortunately, does not apply to if United States, California decided to go independent by constitution, they can't do that. Even the fact that California, I don't know if you've been there before, the woke culture is actually different. Like, you are in California and you go to the southern states,
You're distracting.
two different part of the world.
There's no genocide of Californians going on in this country. And California has not been trying to gain independence from this country. These are absurd analogies. Why don't you address the actual subject, which is the Kurds, and why don't we talk about the ICC ruling on the Kurds instead of trying to run away from it? I'm going to pin one thing. I'm pinning it to the top of the room.
And there's another thing about. So if you're looking for similar nation as a Kurds, you can look at the Scottish. So David Cameron gave them a chance to have a referendum, right? And they didn't ask the British people, all the British people, to give them a self-determination. They asked Scottish people about their future. So I think this is very legitimate to asking that people to having that referendum, not asking all the Britain what they're thinking about Scottish independence. So I don't know if we're asking Turks, do you let the Kurds gonna go or not? In my opinion, the answer is they're not letting the Kurds go in. So you're just telling me this is just like an absurd question asking Turks. Does the Kurds? Do you let the Kurds go or not? I don't think so. They'll let them go. So what do you think about Scottish referendum? Sorry.
Well, look, again, it depends on the country that is hosting that. I mean, it varies from country to country. We have look, the countries usually doesn't give up their sovereignty easily. I mean, a very modern, contemporary example probably would be Yugoslavia, which they're, the Bosnians and the Croatian and the Serbs.
She's a white woman.
See what the topic of the room coexist together, but obviously they couldn't. And thanks to the war and NATO intervention, they decided to. I mean, they literally ended up having their own so-called self-determinations. But it still remains to be seen. Many people argue that it's still that part of the world is still. Might be another, catastrophe, another Balkan war. Some people predict it's going to happen in the decades to come. The countries do not give up their sovereignty easily. I mean, some countries like United States, they actually put that in the constitution, so they make it impossible to independence. So I know they've got also, with the case of the U.S., it's very clear that it's not only the constitution, it's also the actual. I think it was in Texas that there was a ruling in the Supreme Court ruling, I think it's 1869, if I'm not wrong, if my memory serves. It's impossible to do that. Which I think is the right thing.
To be honest, I think we are talking two different levels. One, I'm asking you your personal view on it, and second one, the reality of the world.
It's not.
What I'm asking you is your view. Because we're talking about coexistence.
Look, if Kurt want to have the country for sure, but you're telling me the word the right. I don't really think it's the right to be independent. Again, if it was the right that was recognized, they wouldn't put it in the Constitution of the United States. One day, if the California wanted to independent for any reason that they think is inappropriate,
this is a misstatement of the Constitution of the United States. Again, you're ignorant of the Constitution of the United States. It says no such thing, and there is no ethnic group that's been the victim of genocide in the United States, and there is no independence move in the United States. There's no people who have been begging for sovereignty and have it. It's just not an analogy, and I think you're doing this deliberately, frankly. So I think it's time you address the question directly.
How come you work?
Okay, look, the Article 4 of the Amendment 4 literally says, I can read it to you if you want. The Constitution established perpetual union among the states. Article 4, Section 3 allows for the creation of new states, but does not permit that.
Has nothing to do with the United States, Boria. This is not a state trying to gain. you're completely
It's called
not
fast.
understanding this part of the world, and I don't blame you. You know nothing about this part of the world.
Bro,
So let's talk
happening?
about the
Bro, we
Kurds.
got it.
Stop
It's
No,
called
what I'm
fast.
saying, all I'm saying is that Shahu, if that right was a right, surely, I mean, in the United States,
It's
Yeah.
universally
Right.
recognized.
it does not.
That shit
It's not.
is
Not in the United
Syria.
States. Not in the
It's
United States.
universally, it's a fundamental human right recognized by the United Nations. So I'm sorry, but your argument is irrelevant.
Shahu, I mean, hypothetically,
He's
Shahu,
gonna be the next bear.
like hypothetically, if one day Florida want to go independent, do you
You're
think
still
it's possible
talking
in the United
about
States?
Florida. This has
I don't
nothing
think-
to do with the subject.
To be honest, if you're gonna make the analogy, I'm not really.
No, Shaw, I want you to
against
think
it.
about it.
I can't imagine why not.
Oh, exactly. Why not? I mean, you got to find out why it's not. Why not in the United States? The same reason applies to Cuba.
No, it's not the same thing.
Same-
We're not we're talking about an independent ethnic group with its own language and history and land called the Kurds. Let's focus on the Kurds. Stop trying to change the subject.
12 o'clock and I want my 2 minutes now. I want to take my turn to speak. I open Zoom, especially to speak about the conflict between the Palestinian and the Israeli, which right now there is a war between those two nations. I call the Palestinian a nation, even though maybe some will not agree with me that Palestine is a nation. There are people, they have a language, they have money, they have their own life, and we control those nations for the last 75 years. And, I'm looking in the clubhouse, people who come to speak, to look for agreements, not for fighting. And what I see, I try with what's his name? We have a more and it become more Israeli and Jewish. I'm more looking for the Palestinian to argument with me and to put the points spatially for looking what agreements we have together. Most of all, we have a conflict. There is no way. I can't hide it. But I'm looking for the agreements and trying, for instance, here in the room, more to let the Palestinian talk. My thinking is about the Kurdish problem in Turkey or Damascus. It's a big problem. I know that Israel in a good relationship with the Kurdish, but I prefer here in my room more to speak about the conflict between the Israeli to the Palestinian, and more bring Palestinian like Soren is the only one. Maybe there is more that I don't know, to let them speak freely in my room. And for my Israeli friends like Yigal, I like him very much to be on the stage and not always to run away from the room, because he's the most close to me in our opinions, our leftist opinion. And I think this is my little thing I can do for this conflict is to speak with the Palestinians.
How are you?
Not only we as Jewish Israeli between ourselves. And maybe last week give it one case, somebody compare us. I don't remember it was Syrian or Palestine or whoever it was, compare us to a Nazis. And it's very, very difficult for the Israelian. Wow, we are Nazis. No, you compare, you say we are not. Everyone can say what he wants, the same what he speak in the Palestinian room. I want him to speak free in my room. Even as much as complicated for a Jewish Israeli ear to listen for this region. It's so awful. Yes, it's difficult, but we have to learn to listen for the enemy. There are our enemy there. Yes, I finish now before somebody wants to ask.
No,
I agree with you. I agree with you 1,000.
So, to be honest, I want to say something. That's a very good point. The issue between Palestine and Israel is spreads. So, how? Take one example. The Hamas fighter, who was ex-ISIS fighter in Iraq, right? Took a little girl, right? And this guy, I don't know from where he could, and he actually succeeded to take this 11 years Kurdish Yazidi girl, take it to Gaza, and then use her as a slave for 10 years. So I'm telling you, this issue is concerned the Kurds, Turks, all Arab countries, Qatar, for example. When you see this guy, the leader of the Syria now, he's born in Syria, so it concerns. So everything is related to each other, and we can't just talk about that conflict as it is, and we can't talk about others. For example, I think even the conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenian, Armenia, it's a kind of related to this issue. So when we're talking, I think that's unavoidable. We have to talk about others. I believe Soren, if he's talking about Palestinian, he should talk about others' rights as well. If you think, because it's not just a Soren. For example, I've been speaking to Palestinian in person. They are calling the Jewish very bad word. No, in person.
Why did you bring me on the stage?
No, from.
Are men not allowed to fish? I know you're gonna try and pitch. But why are men not allowed to have their own space?
Okay, so I'll leave. Other women should do the same, I guess.
Okay, let me show you. Hold on. There you go. I'll help you to the door. Tired of her fucking crying, causing problems. I don't even know this boy, and all she does is fucking complain. Hey, Chrissy, let me tell you something. Chrissy, yeah, you're sensitive, but you're always respectful. That chick, if you disagree about the color of the sky, there's a problem. So I'm just tired of that shit. Remember, I didn't bring the smoke. She came to my stage and brought smoke to me. So there's that. What's up, Jason? I'm being dead ass serious. Like, you come into my space, you start with me, and then you're gonna cry and play the fucking victim. Get the fuck out of here. So tired of this cancel Me Too movement bullshit. I listen. See Naomi on the top left there, in the VIP section. I've been around this woman for 3 or 4 years. She'll tell you that I'm nothing but respectful. So you know why? She gives respect back.
Ooh.
But this bullshit complaining about men, saying the worst things, then you could leave quietly. But when you come into my space, you say, "Are you crazy? Why am I crazy? Because I opened this fucking space?" Nah, I don't play it. So let her go. She's gonna open the room. She's gonna cry. She's gonna complain. Can you believe JB did that? You came to my stage and you insulted me as soon as you got on stage. You couldn't say, "Hey, Jane, how you doing, Jane? How's your day?" You see how that works?
Very good. How about you, Jay?
Any day above ground's a great day for me, Jane.
Are you saying who you're talking about or no?
Oh, Sarah, the one I just
Oh,
read.
Jesus. Oh.
The perpetual guys all the time, 24/7.
Oh,
It's probably in there on the
Jesus.
burner phone. I don't give a fuck. But here's the deal. Okay, Enigma, how you doing?
Hey, gorgeous. I just wanted to say that men should have a safe space, and I think in today's society, men are being as oppressed as women have been in the past. So, ladies, give respect.
Thank you for that. Well, let me say this.
Jay, she said gorgeous. So that's
I know
nice.
she did.
You registered that. Okay.
That's the second time I got that today.
Very nice.
But I'll say this, and maybe Jason could back me up on this. I don't know. But it's really tough being a real man in this world right now. Because when you're just being yourself, you're being a misogynist. Because you say, "Hey, Naomi, pretty PTR. Miriam, nice PTR." Not shooting any shot. I'm just giving a compliment. Jason, how you doing, brother?
Phenomenal, Jay.
And yourself?
Man, any day above ground is a great day for me. But this whole bullshit started earlier because there was a room and somebody got out of line with Sarah, and he did get out of line. And it was a whole to-do about nothing, all bullshit. And she got in her feelings and she opened the room, how men have no respect for women on this app. Bro, it's a fucking app, Jay. It's an app. If you don't like it, you can leave quietly. Why do you sit there and take the abuse and then try to be the victim? Somebody explain that to me.
Anyone can be an internet warrior. Anyone can have a voice. Anyone can say anything about themselves they want to. The way you facilitate that is the way that you compose yourself in adversity and non-adversity. So people watch, they listen, they like to repeat, but they don't act. Sarah has her ways. Maybe she needs more emotional inputs and needs to express her outputs, but don't take offense to it, because the minute you do is the minute where she
Yeah,
needs
Jay,
to
you're
work.
so emotionally delicate and sensitive.
Where you contain yourself.
You're getting
respect
so
yourself at all
emotional,
times, no matter
Jay.
who's watching or who's talking. That's what people pay attention. You can fuck up. Anyone can make a mistake. But it's if you keep making mistakes. And then when you try to, upgrade yourself, people that kept track of your mistakes always try to throw you down. I'm like, oh, that's why you're in my rear view. That's why I lead you. You come here. Now I don't go there. And I understand.
Not really. I like to listen. But if you guys ever talk about Armenia or the conflict, we have a similar conflict with Azerbaijan. Regarding self-determination. Absolutely. I salute you, Diron. I salute your cause against the Azerbaijan, and I condemn the backer of this apartheid regime of Azerbaijan. We know who the backers of that regime is, Diron. Yeah, but what's the difference between Armenians wanting self-determination and Karabakh and the Kurds wanting self-determination? Wouldn't they be similar? Yes and no. I mean, for the case of Kurdistan, it's very complicated, and it's not 4 countries involved from Japan.
I want to hear Adrian. Adrian, you just arrived now to the room. Can you tell me how old are you and where you from? Adrian.
Yeah, I'm from America.
America, are you Jewish? Are you Palestinian?
Ribono shel Olam. Good Shabbos. Gekachen lichtig in dein Augen. Fushta.
Also Jewish. I'm looking for once that can represent.
It's so boring, though. Aren't you looking for a devil's advocate? That's what you're looking for. And you think you can coexist with the devil? Good luck.
Adrian, it's a serious group. Give your serious opinion. Be honest.
The serious opinion is that coexistence is a fine and sound, practical, common sense thing. But unfortunately, look what happened in Germany. You have a Saudi doctor, an intellectual, highly educated, committing a mass terrorist attack. Clearly, there's something going on in the programming. I would call it Islam. I would call it the Quran. I would call it the media. I would call it a lot of things. If you think you're going to coexist with that, good luck. Good luck. You're going to need it.
Okay. Thank you for my good luck. There are some people not on the stage. One of them is written with Arab. Can you come up the Arab they're written? What is written there? Haksan. Can you come on the stage? Haksan, whatever you are. Looking for a real Palestinian for once. A real Palestinian who will remember. Let's say JB. Joy Burner. Where are you from? How old are you, Joy Burner?
Joy lives in California. She's an actress. I mean, I think coexistence is great. That's what the Baha'i faith is all about. And they build beautiful temples and they do coexistence services. It is a psychological vibration of peace and love and harmony and joy. But, that's not for everybody. Some people are very angry. I've never had a relative killed or a family member killed where I wanted to take vengeance, but I'm pretty sure I would. So
That's exactly what I want is to look for their motive for being so bad, so evil is important.
Alexa, Dad's light on.
Arcot, you didn't talk. Arcot, you didn't talk. With Arcot. But I have quite a few people here and I'm very glad about it. But
I think Darian wants to talk.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Adrian, do we all get royalties when you stream this room on YouTube and Instagram?
when I get paid by YouTube, I'll be happy to share some money with you. But until I get monetized, it's never going to happen.
All right, just heads up, guys.
in this room, everybody can speak about everything he wants. Everything.
I just wanted to salute the Iran and Armenian cause against the fascist regime of Azerbaijan, which killed many innocent Orthodox Christians, unfortunately, by drones, which was given to Azerbaijan to kill your people. I salute your cause, man, and you've been through. Thank you, sir. I'm married. I'm taken, but thank you. Thank you.
You know, I have served with Azerbaijani soldiers. They don't like their government. They like a Western style of government. And, you know, they also hate the Armenians. The problem is hate, lack of education, programming, conditioning, propaganda, misinformation, and lies. And I just got to say, I think people like Soren are hypocrites. I think you are really just a hypocrite. You don't denounce violence. You don't denounce, I mean, Soren, don't you see your own hypocrisy in what you're doing? Like, you can't call a spade when you violate the law. That's the law. October 7th was a major violation of law. And you're going to go back 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. When do you call a spade a spade?
Look, I'm just talking about the innocent Armenians which were killed by drones given to Azerbaijan by Israel, and the fact genocide has not been recognized by Israel yet.
No, wait a second.
Armenian genocide has not been recognized by Israel yet. That's a fact. Can you educate this man about the Israeli drones? He doesn't know. He doesn't know about Israeli drones.
Okay, so again, you're trying to tell lies about Israel. This is not the place for that. To try to get off.
Iran can educate you on that.
I'm sorry. I mean, if you're gonna lie, you should go to the room and hate the truth, like you used to. You're a vicious anti-Semite. You really don't belong here, but here you are. Nobody's believing your lies. You represent the fascist regime of Iran, the IRGC. The Iranians themselves hate you. You steal their money. There's a 30% poverty rate in Iran. Why in such a rich country? Where is that money going? You need to answer for yourself. Never mind talking about other countries. Korea.
Duran, can you please educate the room about the drones and everything given to Azerbaijan?
I've spoken with Olga. He understands.
Thank you.
I mean, let me just Google these drones that go to Azerbaijan from Israel. I mean, where is Iran sending their drones? Where is Iran sending their ballistic missiles? They're sending them to terrorize the people of Israel. And, you and what you're doing is eventually going to come to an end, Soren, because it's illegal.
It's not just Israel, Adrian. They're sending weapons to the Houthi to kill Arabs in Yemen. They send arms to Bashar al-Assad to kill Arabs in Syria. There's no end to the death that Korea or Soren's country sows on the planet. And to try to change the subject of Israel is a childish and pathetic thing to do.
Listen, there's a lot of good Americans, thousands of Americans that died as a result of the Iranians sending IEDs to Afghanistan, to Iraq. I mean, they're going to have to either comply by the law or they're going to be destroyed by the law.
I looked up, the history of the Armenian genocide, and I feel a kinship as a victim of a genocide afterwards. My Armenian friend Eric Bogosian said that the
Nazi genocide against Jews was modeled on the Turkish genocide against Armenians. They used similar techniques. And certainly the Jews of the world looked the other way while this was happening. And certainly the Jewish people of America raised money and lobbied the government of America to stop this genocide in Armenia. And you have our full support and acknowledgement over this, and it should not be allowed to stand. And the world should demand that Turkey acknowledge this horrible crime that it committed. And then we can get on to the crimes of the IRGC, which is probably going to fall before the flowers of spring come to us. But we're not talking, now we need to go back to coexistence, as Amos has said. Let's talk about coexistence.
Diran, why do you think, in your opinions, I've just put the link in the chat as well, why do you think Israel has not recognized the genocidal, Armenian genocide yet? What's your opinion on that?
This is
the link is already in the chat. The link is already in the chat.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, I think if you're gonna keep derailing the room, then I think you're probably.
Why did you delete the comment, sir? Why did you delete my comment, El?
Because you're trying to derail the room, and I've warned you a couple times.
Are you scared of what I'm
I don't know. I think I'm trying.
Because that's evident breach of your narrative, isn't it? I mean,
does Iran recognize the Armenian genocide?
We do, but not Israel.
See, this is the irony of a coexistence room with Soren. Soren is incapable of coexistence. He doesn't talk about peace. He doesn't talk about joy or happiness. He doesn't even talk about his personal life. Does he have a girlfriend? Does he have an apartment? What kind of work does he do? The man is a non-playable character, incapable of coexistence, and it is a waste of your time, my time, everyone's time to even communicate with him.
Adrian, it's very simple. Sorry, you said yes, but it's not. Iranian, not government, not parliament does not recognize the Armenian genocide. Not this regime, not the Shah regime.
So every single month on the 14th of April, all the Armenians in Iran
you can count on for
protest
this person,
against the Turkish.
The one thing you can count on from this person is one lie after another. He will add nothing to the conversation.
There is a list, sorry. There is a list. I'm read out for you. Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, France, Germany, Greece, Policy, Italy, Lebanon, Lithuania, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Russia, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, even Syria does recognize it. Uruguay, United States. So there is not Iran, not this regime, not the one before. So you this is a hypocrisy I'm talking. So if it's bad for Israel, it's bad for Iranian as well. To be honest, I like to speak on this matter.
Absolutely. Look, Iran, my understanding is that they did recognize the Armenian genocide. That's why on 14th of April every year, the Armenians always protest against the Turkish embassy in Iran. We can fact check me on that. If it wasn't, then they wouldn't allow
read you the list.
Can I complete this one if you don't mind? I've been in the Isfahan church of Armenian. I was asking about how it happened. I was young. I was 16. And the guy said, we are not allowed to speak. Sorry, you can just watch and go out. Sorry, to be honest, if you pointing the Israeli government, why they not recognize it? Just look at this. I mean, this is a kind of level of hypocrisy. You can say, I recognize it. I think Amos and Adrian and others gonna accept it. They're saying it was a genocide. I'm gonna say it was a genocide. But if we don't say it, and just point it out, the Jewish doesn't recognize it, the Jewish doesn't recognize it, Iranian doesn't recognize it either.
I'll put the link in the chat for you, which shows that Iran does recognize. Anyway, just for your information, Shahu, and not for anyone else, because I'm pretty sure that you're here to learn. So I'll put the link in the chat for you. Iran does recognize the genocide. As far as
we just read you the list for you.
Generously.
Why would you come in here and lie? Stop. Look, this room is not about you. Let's hear from somebody else. That's enough. We've heard enough from you. Thank you for your contribution.
No worries. My pleasure. My American comrade.
No, the pleasure is all ours. My Chechnyan friend.
Yeah, I mean, this German terror attack, I mean, the videos are That's the problem with gun control, and our First Amendment, Second Amendment. I mean, a truck is so destructive and people get together. So it's like there's really no security in this, world, in this reality. But, the thing is linguistics and coexistence. Soren, like, do you actually communicate outside of your normal communication, which is just like repeating news tidbits? I mean, are you a real human being? Do you have a woman that you love? Are you saving your money to buy a house? Like, who are you and why do you come on this app and just do a non-playable character? And why is your PTR always the same PTR? Like, who are you and like what happened to you? And do you want to, what is it called when the Russians, do you want to defect? That's what I want to know. If I could get the State Department to send you $200,000 and you could renounce what you're doing, would you move to Chicago, Miami, DC, San Francisco, and take a $200,000 check and say, okay, I've been a bad guy, but I was just doing what my government told me to do, and I'm an information warfare soldier on the internet, but I'm renouncing all of it because they are terrorists. They do kill people, abuse people, and you know what? I'm going to step away and I'm going to expose them for their crimes. Soren, would you take a $200,000 check to defect?
Oh, look, money, like the part of the culture that I've come from, unlike some of the other cultures in the world, money is not an essence. Like, we don't care about money, unlike some cultures.
Oh, so you're a spiritualist and you believe in God and coexistence. You're the real peacemaker. I understand. Oh, wow. I didn't know you're such a great guy.
My pleasure. Like, we don't care about money. We're not known.
Normo, did you know this about Soren? He's a highly ethical, moral person who doesn't care about money. He cares about peace and love and joy.
But we're not talking about in irony language. Adrian has a one point, Soren. He's saying if we are talking about coexistence, for example, I remember the first day I met you here. You asked me a question. I give you a very relevant thingy about myself. But I'm asking you. I think if we're talking about coexistence, Adrian has a right to ask you about your personal life. I mean, he's not asking to attack you. Do you have someone to love or not? But he's pointing out. You should tell us a little bit about yourself. Because we can't.
Yeah, the point is, life is about life, Soren. It's not about spreading propaganda and misinformation. It's about living a life. A life. That means love. That means property. That means assets. That means food. That means health. That means any kind of communication other than what you're doing. Like, why do you do what you do? Oh, that's right, because you're a good guy. You don't care about money. You're a very highly ethical, moral person interested in spreading coexistence and love and joy. Right, Soren? You're a fucking hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. That's what you are. I wouldn't even say you're a liar because we all know that. Many people just don't know you're a hypocrite. And you probably cannot accept the fact that you are a hypocrite. Go look in the mirror and tell us what you see.
Yeah, look, I understand the concern that you have, but look, at the end of the day, me and my people are not known to be greedy, money-loving, money-grabbing.
Which people is this? Wait, which people?
I don't know. Some people are known to be that
Which people do you
characteristic.
I mean, you're known to be
Chechens.
Huh.
Yeah.
So what does Chechnya have to do
other
with the
cultures
Middle
that-
East?
Some other
Wait,
cultures
why are
known
you
to be
in
greedy people,
Did you think you were in a Chechnya room?
money-loving people.
Why are you in this room if you're from Chechnya? I don't get it.
It's
Could you explain it?
coexistence.
He is a spiritualist. He's on the path to God. He doesn't care about money. Everything is a Jewish joke to him. He's an anti-Semitic propagandist from Iran. When he says me and my people, he means the IRGC and the ruling elite of Iran, which persecute, murder, and abuse their people.
I mean, surely there is some stuff we can talk about, Joe, and I'm happy to talk about it, but in a rational way, not in that language, to be honest. And again, if we're talking about coexistence, I think it's essential to know each other because the result and the outcome is going to be get better. I know, Adrian, it's a bit you're using harsh language, but I agree with it. I'm not agree with the language, sorry, but I agree what he's saying.
Absolutely. Look, many people are known, like Japanese are known to be smart. French wine. The Kurdish are strong men, and some of the cultures.
Bringing racial stereotypes to the room. I don't think this is.
That's not proving.
30 minutes ago, Soren, I heard you attack a Jewish woman and say that she sounds like a man, and then you started puking when she was speaking Hebrew. Soren, I gotta tell you, I know why you're here, because you're a very disagreeable, pathetic human being. This is why you're here. You have no woman, you have nothing, because you're a loser, Soren, and this is all you got. So I'm just so glad to be here in a coexistence room to call you out and say you're a fucking loser. You hear me, Soren? You're a fucking loser.
No, this Adrian guy is recording the room. This is the guy that caused big problems for Dr. Jordan.
The room. I don't understand what you speak here is secretly. I heard it a couple of times in different rooms. He's recording the room. So what if he's
I'm just telling you. Dr. Jordan, if you know him, he's trying to sue this man.
Yeah, Dr. Jordan Shaw is suing me for live streaming Clubhouse onto YouTube. That's how ridiculous he is and how neurotic he is. If he wastes $1 suing me when I have nothing, good luck.
What's the problem about it? What's the problem? What secrets?
All right.
What
Just
secrets?
letting you know, Amos. It's your room. I'm just telling you.
Thank you for telling me, but it's not the first time I hear that somebody tell about someone. He's an agency. He's recording.
Double agent. I mean, you can criticize me. You do realize Soren records all this as well, right? There would be no reason for Soren to come here and do what he does unless he records it to distribute it on the internet.
There's a lot of rooms that are recording by themselves. I even don't know. I know that sometimes I go, I see one of my friends, I push, and I hear all the discussion, what's happened in the room, without I even want to hear it. There is no secrets. We don't talk here secrets. If somebody wants to record, he can record. I don't see anything. So.
All right. No, that's cool. I apologize for disrupting your room.
No.
It's in my profile, Double Agent. If you want to watch my artistic work, just go to adriandittman.com to see all my recordings.
Wait, do you still have the OnlyFans vids?
I changed it. I rebranded completely Adrian Dittman now because OnlyFans is too risque. Can't use that in the titles. It gets labeled as spam.
But like Amos said, we're not saying we're something secretly. We are openly having a discussion about something. I don't think so. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, one time I told Soren, let's agree that we are not agree on anything. So this is a very good start. We are not agree on anything, and we should find something we are agree on. We said human.
I want one thing that all the room will agree with me. The hostages must be released yesterday, not tomorrow. Yesterday. I want everybody to agree with me. Somebody want to argue?
Absolutely, Amos. I agree with you. Particularly the thousands of Palestinians who are illegally.
You see, just when you thought Soren agreed with you, he reversed it. You see how Soren does that? He's so smart. He's so good at misinformation, propaganda, spinning the story.
What's your motive to all the time come here and look for arguments and look for Balagan? It sounds to me that you speak Yiddish when you arrive to the room. And okay, I like people who like propaganda. I'm by myself like propaganda. But, each one of us come here, whatever his motive is here, he want to speak, let him speak. Even if it's very difficult for you to listen, learn to listen. And then you can speak. Don't all the time, he's record, he's doing this, he's doing that.
See, that's how normal people have conversations, but Soren is like a robot NPC who just bursts out all the latest news tidbits that he thinks support his position. He's insane.
About you, Adrian. So Soren thinks the same about
Not really. He really follows the news. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like he has to be doing this. He's not doing it for altruistic coexistence purposes. He's a hypocrite and a liar and a fraud. Everything he does has a hidden motive. Don't you see that? So when you create coexistence rooms and you let him pontificate, all you're doing is letting him get his dopamine off and fulfill his mission and objective of being a disinformationist. It's just obvious, and you support him. That's my criticism of you and other people on this app who are really, they give him platform.
I support anyone who come to my room and want to speak, whether he's clever or less clever. It's not of your business. You talk about what is your opinion?
No, it's not just a criticism of you. It's about his whole. It's about his mission statement here. It's about what he says.
Speak about Shuki. You know Shuki? Can you speak?
Yeah, because these are real people. They talk about their lives. Soren is a fucking. He's a non-playable character recording device. He's not a real human.
Adrian, I think what Amos said is that, listen, that's tolerance, a little bit more tolerance, and then even though if it's certain that character is you describing, he has a right to talk of it, and we can challenge him. That's the purpose of talking.
I agree with you, Shahu. Like again, you're from the Kurdish narrative. I'm happy to be educated. Amos Israeli, El Norma from New York, American view, by the way. And I know people come from different parts of the world. Obviously, the way that they grew up.
The first one will be from Gaza. The first one, I'll recognize him from Gaza, from Bethlehem, from Hebron, a real Palestinian. It's right now there. And there are some of them, but they will not come to the room. They're afraid of us.
Yeah, because Amos, the problem is that people talk and people argue, and some people are scared. I mean, that's why they delete the comments on the chat, for example.
Responsible.
They give them the privilege of being moderator, for example. They delete the comments.
I expect people like you to bring those people to here.
It's difficult. It's like a normal.
I'm criticizing him I'm criticizing him, but he has that power. But I'm criticizing him to remove your admin back channel. I think there's no point to delete that chat. That's your thought. Even though you're gonna delete it, that's your thought.
Yeah. The problem, Amos, is that many people try to get into this room, but they're already on the block list of El Norma. It's got a massive block list, so they.
This is not true. Actually, not true, Amos.
It is true. He even blocked me too.
In fact, this is one of the biggest.
That's a fact. He blocked me.
I didn't give you the most for sure. I give 800.
No one can get into this room because of El Norma.
I know this is not true. By the way, the room is bigger. The room is bigger because of me.
Someone give me a point of view that I didn't thought about it.
Not true.
I hope.
He lies all day long.
No, it's true. He blocked me.
I have a question. Thank you, Amos. Okay, thank you, Amos. So I have a question. Does Iran consider Hamas as a terrorist organization as well? I don't know about it. If they do, then I mean, everybody wants, at least everybody in this room accepts Hamas as a terrorist organization. And we also believe that terrorists shouldn't exist. They shouldn't die. Sorry?
Let him speak.
Yeah, so...
that was my mistake. I was on mute. I apologize.
Okay, no problem. So, everybody accepts that terrorists shouldn't exist. And for Israel to ensure that 7th of October doesn't repeat, they have to make sure that the Hamas doesn't exist. To protect their people, they can go to any extent. The the morality says to protect the people, they can go to any extent just to eliminate the threat that their people might face in the future, right? So I don't see any other way to ensure the Hamas doesn't exist in future than what Israel is doing today. And the Hamas.
It is called the law, armpit. It's called LAW, which spells law. And when you violate the law, that's when your armpit becomes stinky and there are repercussions for violating the law. Do you know what the law is?
Adrian, can you read?
I can read the law, and I know October 7th was a violation of the law and repercussions. It has consequences when you violate the law. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
What law?
It is called the law of ancient conquest. Fuck around and you'll find out. It is called the ancient law of conquest. When you fuck around, motherfucker, you will find out.
Normal. What do you think about that?
Adrian, you're doing the same thing. So Soren attacked on that lady, and I wasn't agree with Soren in that subject. He said, is a man or a woman? I'm not agreeing on that one, and I'm not agreeing this one as well, Adrian. I think I have an accent as well, and this is not very coexistence atmosphere to talk. Sorry to interrupt you, Arpit.
After the show, when you got an accent, is it you know other languages? Like that's what it says. That means that you know other languages. Like, but it's only one language, like American New York accent. That would be very lonely. I mean, people only in one language.
Well, sorry. To be honest, I wasn't agree with you to attack on that lady.
That was Jeannie. I didn't know. Well, honestly, I didn't know she was a woman and a man. I was honest with Jeannie.
You could ask me because she called Linda, and I think that's obviously she's a lady.
These days, you can be Linda and a man. I mean, welcome to 2020.
Go ahead, mate. Sorry about that.
Okay, all right, Cheryl. I landed that point basically. What I wanted to say is what Israel is doing. I mean, the argument that they're putting forth, right? They have to ensure that the 7th October thing doesn't repeat. And to do that, they have to do everything and anything in their capacity. That's what they're doing. I mean, is there any other way they can ensure that 7 October doesn't repeat and, that people are not killed? Is there any other way?
No, it's an illusion of security. So all you can do is persist in the law and security. Everyone knows that there's no such thing as a 100% guaranteed security. Terrorist attacks happen, assassinations happen, wars happen, conflicts happen, hate happens, anger happens. So, I mean, unless you want to get spiritual and go down the path of God and love, you have to maintain your Second Amendment right to protect yourself with a firearm. And, Germany, they are really broken, really broken. Thank God Trump won. If Trump didn't win, you could have kissed America goodbye, in my opinion.
Yeah, somebody from the not on the stage want to come up. John, who is John? John is something. יגאל, אני כועס עליך, אתה לא מבין כמה. אתה כל כך לא בסדר. אתה לא יכול לכבד אותי פעם אחת בשבוע לעלות למעלה. I told Yigalt, he's not on the stage, that I'm very mad on him in Hebrew. But let's hear John. John, who is
Shalom, Kafet.
Shalom, John. Juan? Juan Good? Or should I call him?
So, I mean, I linked something in the chat. I think I'll never believe it, but I linked something in the chat about Israeli prisons, and I would theoretically like to speak about that, but since the room is being recorded, I would prefer not to.
So you got nothing to say. You don't even have an opinion on Israeli prisons and the Palestinians inside the prisons because you're a coward? Is it because you're a little coward? Are you a little coward? Like a little baby girl? Go back home to mommy. Go back home to mommy, little girl. You're coward. You little scaredy cat. Oh, it's being recorded. Oh, run away! Run away! Ah! Grow up and be a man, you little coward.
I think as a nephew you can do it because if it's solid argument, why not? You can do it.
And Mo, can you go down? He's recording around in like, I don't know, 50 minutes. There's just like